This boy at only 6 years old was already beating up 15-year-old kids, and calling his older brother was useless because he would get embarrassed too. Even those annoying teenagers at school who liked to bully others, none of them would be spared. The boy's fighting style was brutal. He didn't care whether it was right or wrong, he just broke everyone. But of course his mother didn't like his behavior and made him promise he would never do things like that again. Even while suffering intense bullying, the boy didn't fight back. Until the fateful day when several people in suits showed up in front of his mother's restaurant. Someone very important in the story had passed away, and I'll explain that better later on. From that day on, things would be different. He was transferred to the delinquent-filled school he once attended when he was younger. The kids who bullied him immediately started laughing in his face. He was ordered to sit in the empty chair at the back, and so he did. The bullies quickly approached. They mocked him, started intimidating him. But unlike before, the boy didn't care. Quite the opposite. Our protagonist Seth Kang said he could never forget them. They got furious and the fight was about to start, but Super Saiyan Goku beside him told everyone to shut up. He was furious that the guys weren't letting him sleep. Obviously the bullies took off. They weren't willing to take a Kamehameha. Sometime later Goku wakes up, notices Seth is sleeping like Sleeping Beauty, and leaves. This opens the way for the bullies to come back. Did Goku do that on purpose? They were all going to beat up the protagonist while he slept. But a girl stepped in front of him. She wasn't just the class representative, she was also the girl Seth had defended when they were younger. However, Seth wasn't going to hide behind a girl. He missed his little buddies from school. Seth warned that he didn't beat them up when he was younger because his mom told him to hold back. However, his dad told him to never let anyone kick his butt. And now the beating was about to start. Goku returned to the classroom, and Seth was already dozing off again. The girl was still stunned. Seth had beaten up the 3 bullies effortlessly, and went back to sleep. That's what the broken-nosed guy was reporting to his boss, but he didn't mention the name of the guy who broke his nose. Obviously, the fat guy went to the classroom to confront him, but when he woke the boy up, memories flooded his mind. This boy in front of him was the one who had beaten him and his brother up when they were younger, and it seemed Seth remembered the wail. He started sweating nervously. He quickly left the classroom, and I think he went straight to the bathroom to clean his pants. He took the opportunity to call his brother and warn him about the situation. The next day, a new teacher walks into the classroom. Veins bulge on his head when he notices the boys sleeping in the back. Furious, the bulky, hairy-armed man comes up behind them. He grabs the boys by the ear and screams angrily at them not to sleep in his class. But after the girl says that Seth is the new student who was transferred yesterday, he nearly has a heart attack from rage. Sometime later, they are on the school running track. They have to run 3 laps around the track. Whoever finishes first will not be punished, but whoever finishes last will beg they had never been born. That will be the punishment for sleeping in his class. Seth is lazy and doesn't feel like running, but Goku starts jogging slowly. Suddenly he mumbles that it would be embarrassing to lose. This starts to make Goku furious, so he accelerates into a sprint. Seth catches up and gives a cheeky grin. Goku calls him an idiot and speeds up even more. Of course, it turns into a real fight. Both of them give everything they have to get first. They run faster than Usain Bolt. The teacher's jaw almost hits the floor. He would never have imagined the boy would run that hard. It made no sense. Elsewhere, a national wrestling tournament is taking place. A blonde man is set to fight a big, muscular guy. The blonde is easily defeated. His opponent is formidable. This man is called Brock. He is the brother of the big guy who ran out of the classroom to call his brother, and has just been told that Seth has returned to school. Brock will come back immediately. In the school council room, the teacher is scolding them. Neither of them may sleep in class anymore. The teacher even asks Victor when his next competition will be, but the boy just says he hasn't signed up yet. They're talking about the professional boxing league. Sometime later, both return to the classroom. Of course, both fall asleep. Brock has just arrived at the school. The news quickly spread to everyone's ear. There was no one at that school who knew him and didn't fear Brock. Even the student council panicked when they heard he had come. Seth was the only one who didn't care and dozed peacefully. Victor wasn't sleeping. He had just gone out to do cardio, until he ran into Brock on the way. The man asks where class 1 to 3 is, but Victor ignores him. This makes Brock furious and he grabs him by the shirt. Victor, striking a majestic pose, turns and says that if Brock doesn't let him go, he'll kill him today. Brock starts to laugh, asking if he doesn't know who he was, but Victor admits he has no idea who he was and misirritates Brock. At that moment, Victor lands a punch on the chin to make him let go of his shirt. With that, he already strings together a series of punches against his opponent, but Brock stretches out his hand going after his neck. Brock starts pressing Victor while holding him, asking if that was all he could do. He acknowledges that Victor had potential while holding him, but he introduces himself by saying he will finish him off unless someone reprimands him. As he turns around, he notices the PE teacher nearby and asks if he was fighting again. Seth sees the fight happening as he leaves and wonders what was going on at that school even without knowing it was because of him. Meanwhile, in the student council room, they are organizing a meeting. President Jason Chin starts by saying they know why they are gathered. He explains that Brock is back, and even though they don't know the reason, he will cause trouble. He introduces Brock as the national wrestling representative and Victor as the featherweight boxing champion. He goes on to say that the fight between the two is stopped by the PE teacher. One of the council members asks why Brock returned and imagines he just wants to cause more trouble. This member was the Taekwondo club captain, Dave Yu, who wonders if Brock should be preparing for nationals. However, someone responds that this is his school too, so he doesn't need a reason. But Gabe asks if they are saying that Brock missed the school. Jason asks Sam if he knows anything about Brock's return since they've known each other since they were kids. Sam mentions that Brock said something about fetching a new kid even though he doesn't know why. This leaves Jason confused about Brock's motivations as the meeting continues. At that moment, Seth is leaving school to go home. He notices a black car parked and finds his driver sleeping while waiting for him. After waking him up and teasing him, they head home observed by the class representative, Sophie. She notices Seth in the car while her friend calls her from afar. The driver asks if Seth is going to visit a place again, and he confirms. That night, they pass by his mother's restaurant and Seth watches her working, then tells the driver to keep going. They arrive at the building of a company called Sunshine Group. At the entrance, he is greeted by a man who welcomes him as the boss. Seth gets out of the car, greeted by his employees at the entrance of the building. He gets irritated and asks how many times he needs to repeat not to call him boss when he's in his school uniform. This leads to a flashback of the protagonist in front of his father's grave on a rainy day. He stares at the photo on the grave until a tall man appears with an umbrella, asking him to leave because it was getting cold. Our protagonist asks what kind of person his father was. The man replied that his father became the strongest in all of Korea with nothing but his fists. Seth asked about his mother and why he was never around. The man mentions that his older brother always took care of him. He explains that sometimes his father would leave work just to see him. While Seth is impressed by his revelation, his uncle mentions his father's last words. He said not to let anyone take his foot because it was shameful. They recall watching from afar as Seth was bullied by his schoolmates. Back at the school, President Jason goes in the protagonist's classroom with his partners and tells them to wait outside. When he enters the room, he immediately notices the two troublemakers sleeping while the rest of the students are worried about his visit. Sophie is impressed by the president's visit, while her friend thinks it would be a good idea to change classrooms. Jason greets Sophie, and when she asks what he is doing there, he asks who the new student is. She asks if he did something wrong, and Jason explains that he just wants to ask some questions. At that moment, Seth looks at making a lot of noise, catching her attention. As soon as Seth faces the president, he is called to the student council room. But he asks who he is, making Sophie worried before explaining about Jason. Our protagonist thanks him for the visit and asks if they can talk right there. Jason begins to lose his patience with him and simply asks him to follow along with Victor before leaving the room. Sophie says the president is a nice guy and asks him to just do what he says. Right after, he nudges Victor to wake him up and explains what happened. Upon hearing this, Victor jumps up, knocking over his chair, wondering what was happening to everyone. He heads to the council room and Seth asks Victor to wait for him. Then he notices the class representative watching him. To calm her down, he uses a slight smile, saying he'd be right back while following Victor. In the council room, Victor drags the chair he brought. After arranging it, he sits down, asking why he was called to that room. Jason adjusts his glasses and gets straight to the point, asking if he knows who Brock Chang is. Both of them are confused until Victor starts to remember the fight with the guy from the previous day. Jason explains that until 2 years ago, this school was for athletes. The government sent the most talented athletes from all over the country to study there. Victor asks why he was there if everyone knows this story, although the protagonist has no idea about it. Jason continues, explaining that currently it's just an ordinary school because of Brock, who caused many problems until he left. But now Brock is back to find the new kid, which makes everyone curious. The president asks what their relationship is, and Seth stays silent for a moment. He admits that he has no idea who Brock Chang is, which leaves everyone even more confused. Meanwhile, in the counseling room, the teacher talks to Brock, saying he heard he was on the national team. He asks why Brock doesn't seem happy since he thought that was his dream. Brock simply stands up and says he's leaving while the teacher calls him for a final piece of advice. The teacher tells him never to give up on sports no matter what happens. But Brock just stares at him and leaves the room, letting the door close behind him. Back in the student council room, Jason explains what happened during Brock's time, saying several students were suspended. When he arrived to see what was going on, it was too late because Brock had taken down several students and faced Jason all bloody. Many students had athletic careers and were forced to abandon them while Brock was nearly sent to juvenile detention and expelled. He explains that a judo team member was going to the national team but was stopped by what happened. After this incident, the school was abandoned by sponsors and became an ordinary school, with the clubs remaining intact. Jason mentioned that the one who helped Brock was the teacher, preventing him from being punished and introducing him to a team. While Seth starts the tire of the story, the president again mentions that he came back because of him. Victor begins to get irritated, looking at Seth curiously about this, while the protagonist continues to understand nothing. At the end of the day, the two are leaving school while the representative waits for them outside. Our protagonist notices her there waiting, and Victor ends up giving a teasing smile. Sophie asks if he's okay, and Seth confirms, which makes Victor exit the scene wishing him good luck. Seth continues to be confused about it while Victor says goodbye to both. He asks if Sophie was waiting for him, leaving her without an answer. Then she puts her bag in front of her face, trying to formulate a phrase, and Seth continues not to understand, until she asks if he remembers her while trying to look at him directly again. But he responds that she is the class representative, which irritates her. Sophie tries to help, asking if he remembers when they were little, and he says he knew. Seth mentions that he remembers her from spring daycare and that they were very close friends at the time. The representative gives a slight smile while Seth continues talking about how they used to play a lot at his house, which makes her smile. They remember various moments together, from playing in the trees to her kissing his face. Then he says she doesn't need to worry because he wouldn't tell anyone she kissed him while pointing to his face. Seth explains that they were children, but then she becomes quite disheartened while he asks if she waited so long just to ask that. At that moment, the student council members start to leave, and she complains, asking if she was waiting for him. She follows the president and leaves with the council members, leaving Seth alone. Seeing the two talking, the protagonist believes they get along very well and just smiles. As he goes the opposite way, he remembers when they were children. Our protagonist smiles as he continues on his way until he sees the car for his ride stopped again. He finds his driver sleeping again and starts to get into the car until he is greeted by the still sleeping driver. Then, when he asks why he is always so nervous, the driver wakes up, apologizing. Again, he asks if he should pass by his mother's restaurant so he can see her. Seth says no and asks them to go straight to the company. Arriving at the Sunshine Group building in the president's office, he shows boredom with the paperwork. He starts to shuffle through the papers, asking what he should know about these matters. But his uncle asks him to speak more professionally when at work. The two stare at each other, and the protagonist asks if he really needs to do this since he's not officially the president yet. However, his uncle reminds him that the Sunshine Group is the product of his father's work, and as the only son, he should inherit it. Our protagonist says he's only 17 and doesn't know much about these things. With that, his uncle gets irritated, saying that Sunshine is not an average corporation. He mentions that the roots of Sunshine are what people call gangs, explaining that they only appear legitimate. Their company handles numerous illegal businesses that have arisen in the underworld in every possible sector. His uncle calms him, acknowledging that he still has 2 more years before he truly takes over the business. But he already advances that this means nothing for the business because he is the son of the boss whom all the executives have accepted. Our protagonist sighs until they receive a call. Then Seth's uncle answers the call, and someone says that the people from Busan were there. The call is dropped. He is deeply irritated until the door is kept open, and the uncle asks what they think they were doing. At that moment, the boss of the Busan group, Derek Paik, invades the room, asking if he wasn't welcome there. While the uncle says that it was betrayal, Derek responds angrily that he doesn't accept Seth in power because he's just a boy. His attitude irritates the uncle so much that he needs to be stopped by Seth, who intervenes in the conversation between the two. Our protagonist stares at him and asks how Derek's nose was with that. He replies that he was careless last time, and Seth asks if he would like a rematch. This excites the protagonist, saying it was the perfect time because he was in a very bad mood. He jumps on Derek. Derek can't react while the protagonist approaches him, and then a noise of something being crushed is heard. The next day back at school, Seth says goodbye to the driver while Jason watches him arriving at school. The two stare at each other, and Seth enters through the gate while they remain alert to Brock. Meanwhile, Brock orders his brother to bring a protagonist by any means, and then Jason notices him from afar watching the entrance. In the council room, the president explains the situation and asks them to avoid fights with Brock. Dane gets irritated by this, asking who he thinks he is and why they should be careful with him. Sam explains that since Brock is a national representative, he has no reason to fight with them. But this only irritates Gade even more because the current situation of the school is his fault. The president puts an end to the discussion, saying they couldn't do anything about it. This phrase makes Gade lose his head, remembering that they all went there because it was an athlete's school that lost everything because of him. Everyone acknowledges that it was true, although they can't do much about it. Dade gets furious and kicks the chair, complaining that he needs to recover what Brock took from him, and that he would do it at all costs. Meanwhile, Goblin goes to Seth's room and finds him sleeping again. Very carefully, he wakes him up, calling him to talk outside the room. Seth says he's sleepy and Goblin says it's important, which makes the protagonist agree and go with him. Our protagonist asks if he wants to talk outside, and he confirms while Victor watches the two leaving the room. As they leave through the corridors, Sophie worries about what will happen. Back in the schoolyard, Brock is bored after defeating all the students Gade called to help him. Brock asks if that was all they had, and Dade gets angry with him. The athlete delivers a kick against Brock, who blocks with his arm. But at that moment, Brock grabs his leg, saying he hopes he has said his prayers. Then he pulls Gade by the leg and throws him hard against the ground. After defeating him, he still feels bored while observing his unconscious body on the ground. Then he says he will make sure he never walks again. However, he is stopped by the council president who appears to end the fight. Brock recognizes him and Jason asks why he was there since he had no grudge against the school. He explains that he indeed had no problems with the school and just wanted to talk to the new kid. Jason tells him not to cause any more disorder within the school area. With that, Brock says that although nothing can scare Jason because he comes from a wealthy family and is the council president, he is superior. The president stands firm, saying that he cannot let the entire school get into trouble because of him. Suddenly, our protagonist arrives, brought in by Goblin. At that moment, the two stare at each other and Seth realizes that he is the Brock they talk so much about. Remembering Goblin's brother's face, he gives a huge smile, saying he hasn't changed a bit. But then Brock is ready to face him and approaches the protagonist. Seth notices his intentions and starts to tremble his hands until he clenches them, preparing his fist. Until Jason intervenes between the two, preventing Brock's advance. He warns Jason not to interfere if he doesn't want to regret it. However, the president remains firm in his decision, ordering them not to fight at school. Rot finally loses patience with the president and decides to attack him. With that, Seth asks Jason to get out of his way while pushing him aside. Our protagonist believes he came to see him while the two remain unresponsive to his attitude. Jason tries to threaten Seth so they don't cause more problems for the school, and a protagonist assures that he won't let anything happen. He asks to go fight in a gym as there were many people there. He also mentions that they can choose any form of fight they want because he doesn't care. Brock remains silent, staring at him, and Seth says he's not afraid of him. Then Brock raises his hand to attack him and Seth asks if he looks like someone who is afraid of a fight. His look surprises both spectators until Seth says they will fight the sportsman and asks where the gym is. With that, rumors of a fight begin to spread throughout school, saying it would take place near the boxing club. In the boxing ring, the two face each other while waiting for the fight to start. Seth begins to stretch while smiling at Brock, and Brock takes off his shirt, warming up his arms. Then the council girl approaches Jason and starts to provoke, asking if he wasn't going to resolve this. In the gym's upper bleachers, Nathan is surprised to see the fight about to start. But then a physical education teacher appears, shouting at everyone. Everyone worries about what will happen, and the council girl starts to blame Jason for it. However, upon reaching the ring, the teacher just leaves a pair of gloves for Seth and says they need them for the fight. He mentions that he will be a referee and that they would fight under MMA rules with 3 rounds and 3 minutes per round. Seth observes the teacher and lets out a confident smile. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a boy bursts in shouting that they would be fighting in the boxing gym. At that moment, Sophie worries about it while Victor wakes up hearing Brock's name. Both stare at each other seriously until the teacher reminds them that this is a sport. Our protagonist decides to ask Brock if all this was because he was knocked down by him as a child and calls him a sore loser. But this only makes Brock even more impatient with him. Brock explains that was the only time he lost a fight and asks if that's reason enough for him. The teacher sounds the dawn, and with that, the fight begins. Brock tries to grab Seth's face, who dodges but notices something in that movement. Then Seth grabs Brock's arm, already preparing his strike. He lands a knee against Brock's belly while lowering him by holding his neck. After being knocked down, he tries to get up with much effort and difficulty breathing. But Seth doesn't hold back and lands a blow against his neck to knock him down again. All spectators are impressed with what they just saw while Seth remains standing after defeating Brock. Our protagonist turns to the teacher and asks if he isn't going to start the count, but he hears that there's no need to rush, which worries Seth. When he turns around, he sees Brock trying to get up and almost standing. Brock manages to stand up completely out of breath while staring at Seth. This makes the audience go crazy because the fight was just beginning. At that moment, the class representative arrives at the gym while Seth watches his opponent. The big guy charges at Seth, which just sighs, saying he should have stayed down. In a quick move, he dodges Brock's attack and grounds his head. Then he pulls him back, throwing him with all his strength from the ground. Seth positions himself over him, asking if he seems weak while preparing a direct punch to the face. Brock only has time to realize what is going to happen before his face is crushed by Seth's punch. Everyone is shocked by this while Seth continues to be his face until the point the teacher orders to stop the fight. After Seth stops his sequence of punches, the place is all stains of blood, and a protagonist asks again if he seems weak. In a Sunshine Hospital, Flock is being treated, all bandaged up and resting after the fight. Suddenly, he wakes up with a physical education teacher beside him watching. Her teacher asks if he's awake and mentions that the diagnosis says he needs to rest for 2 months. It was explained that although they managed to fix his nose, he had a skull fracture and had broken rib. He also warns Brock that he talked to his team, saying he suffered an injury during training. When he's more relaxed, the teacher complains to Brock about causing all this trouble over a childhood fight. But then Brock says he doesn't care about that because he found something much more interesting than wrestling. Back at school, all the students in the classroom tense up at Seth's presence. Seth sighs, making the boys even more worried while he just gets up from his place. Observing the corridor, he notices the fear stamped on everyone there, worried about his next action. Arriving at the bathroom, he finds a group of boys discussing what was happening. One of them explains that all this is because the new kid defeated Brock and his friend can't believe it, until the two classmates get worried looking at the bathroom entrance. Seth approaches them and kindly asks them to move aside of it. At that moment, they get rid of their cigarettes and leave immediately. Victor enters the bathroom and stops next to Seth, asking if he's free after school. He turns angrily to Seth, saying that Brock was his target and calls the protagonist for a fight in a boxing ring alone. That night at school, Victor waits in front of the boxing ring for Seth. Throwing his things under the ring, he pulls boxing gloves from his backpack. He remembers how he was humiliatingly defeated by Brock and how Seth finished him off as if it were nothing. Victor gets angry with himself, realizing he was afraid of Brock. Hours pass and Seth doesn't show up, which further irritates Victor, who continues to wait for him. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Group building, Seth is trapped with piles of documents. He tries to get out of it, saying he has to meet a friend. But his uncle says he can't, and Seth explains that his friend is waiting for him. Still, this uncle insists he can't go, and Seth just looks at him disheartened. The next day, Victor is firm in his intense quaxin training at the gym. He continues his training until a man comes up, asking him not to push himself too hard since he doesn't have an upcoming fight. Victor replies that he needs to be always ready for what he needs to be. The man tries to explain to him that boxing won't yield much and it will be worth more for him to switch to MMA. But Victor explains that he doesn't do it for the money, which leaves the man speechless. He says it's okay, and that he made a promise. The promise that he would become a world champion and that he wouldn't give up until he achieved it. After that, he tries to calm the man down, saying they should get a fight soon and heads to school. As Victor leaves the gym building, a black car appears. Several men get out of the car and talk to the man, asking him to sell the building, saying they will pay what it's worth. Arriving at school, Victor goes to his classroom and finds Seth lying on the table. Seeing him, Victor gets irritated, remembering Seth and Brock's fight the day before. He takes Seth's chair, making him get up all sleepy. When he looks at the clock, he complains that it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Seth turns around and sees Victor behind him, complaining if he thought it was funny to have left him waiting. But he explains that he had a lot of work to do, and that's why he didn't show up. Victor is confused by this work story, and Seth just yawns from tiredness. He tries to threaten Seth in case he thinks of running away from him again that day. But then a protagonist gets excited as he stands up, asking why he thinks he arrives so early at school. Our protagonist explains that he's not the type of person who runs away when someone challenges him to a fight. This statement irritates Victor, who already cracks his knuckles in anger. With that, Victor charges at him and tries to land a punch on Seth's face. Our little monster doesn't move, letting the punch hit him in the face. Victor hears the protagonist say he doesn't feel bad about it and realizes what really happened. The protagonist caught Victor's punch with one hand, saying his punch is quite strong, but then he starts to squeeze his fist until he breaks one of the fingers. Even in pain, Victor continues to stare at him seriously, and Seth asks if he still intends to continue. At that moment, Victor prepares a punch with his other fist to knock Seth down. All his punches are dodged until he corners himself against the wall. Victor charges at him, taking advantage of the situation, and prepares a direct punch to the protagonist's face. But Seth simply slaps his fist down, dropping Victor's arm, which impresses him. Trying to continue the attack, Victor prepares his other fist to strike. Our protagonist gets tired of being on the defensive and goes on the attack, until a boy arrives in the classroom and is shocked by what he sees. At that moment, Seth was almost being hit by Victor while he was about to land a punch on him. When Victor notices the student behind them, he decides it would be better to leave it for later. During classes, everyone looks at the two curiously about what happened earlier. The two live a sullen face throughout the class. Hours pass, and they continue trying to avoid looking at each other, until Sophie arrives calling Seth to go to lunch. At that moment, he feels excited, saying they can go together, which confuses her. Victor sits down and complains about him, saying they will soon find out who will win. But then he lowers his head and goes back to sleep on the table. When the two return, they see Victor sleeping and Seth lies down to sleep as well, while Sophie goes to her desk. At the end of the day, Victor gets up from the table and calls Seth to follow him. As they leave the school premises, he continues to tell him to follow, and Seth tries to ask something until Victor interrupts him. Still, he asks if they have arrived, and then Victor turns around just to see him entering a black car. Seth says he doesn't have much time and tells him to get in the car. After they get into the car, the driver asks, all uncomfortable, where he should take them. That night, the driver lights a cigarette to wait in front of Victor's boxing gym, asking if he can go home. At that moment, the black car returns, and the men who came in the morning come back armed. They walk towards the gym while the driver just smokes his cigarette. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Victor calls Seth to the ring. Then Seth looks to the side and sees a photo hanging on the wall of a fighter with a child. But Victor gets impatient and tells him to hurry up since Seth said he was busy. When Seth enters the ring, Victor admits he's been interested in him since he was transferred. Our protagonist still accuses his opponent, asking how he managed to see him if he was sleeping. Victor gets irritated by his comment, and Seth tells him to just hand over gloves. With that, Victor explains that this time he will fight without gloves because this is his sport. But you stare at each other seriously, and Seth pulls his tie to take off his shirt. At that moment, Victor is impressed to see the number of scars on Seth's body. He continues to provoke Victor, asking if he was scared, which irritates him even more. The fight begins with Victor charging at him with his speed. The moment he intends to land a punch on Seth's face, someone yells out for him. His coach appears, panting at the door, and disrupts the two's fight. He asks who the people outside the gym are, which makes the two curious. When Seth goes out, he sees his driver subduing the vandals who wanted to invade the giant. He asks what happened, and the driver explains that they intended to attack. Our protagonist asks who they were and why they did it. The driver says he has no idea why, and Seth decides to take one of them to ask better. Back at the Sunshine Building, they hear that the gym has unpaid debts, and that's why they were going to settle accounts. He asks if the idea was to forcibly take over the gym building with that, but the man says they intended to buy the coach's gym. Seth asks his uncle if they should do what he asks what the protagonist would like to be done. Back at school, the teacher says Victor hasn't arrived and asks if anyone would have any idea where he was. Everyone starts to suspect that Seth did something to him the day before, and Suffy turns around. Then the teacher just ignores the absence and decides to start the class anyway. Hours pass and Victor still doesn't show up in the classroom. Suddenly, he appears in the room and goes to the table to talk to Seth outside. The two leave the room and leave Sophie even more worried. On the side of the school building, Victor stands in front of Seth holding an envelope. He shows it and asks where that envelope was, explaining that he received it the day before. Victor comments that his and his father's debt were paid with interest, and Seth questions what he means. This irritates him and he asks if this was Seth's doing, but Seth asks what the problem would be with that. With that answer, Victor tells Seth not to meddle in his family's problems, but the protagonist asks if that's how he protects his pride. His phrase irritates Victor even more, who grabs his collar, but Seth tells him to return the money if he doesn't want the help. But Victor explains that the collectors disappeared and asks what he had done with those collectors. Seth frees himself, telling Victor to just focus on his boxing. He also reminds Victor of the promise he made to his father to become a world champion. Then Victor steps back when he realizes that Seth knew about it, and Seth warns that he can call him out for a fight whenever he wants. As Seth walks away, Victor can only watch him leave, which again disturbs him. Back in the classroom, Sophie stares at a door waiting for her beloved to return. But when he arrives, she gets startled, asking what she was doing. She tries to make up an excuse, saying she thought he had gone to fight again. Seth teases her, asking if she was worried about him. Then she blushes and comes up with a class representative speech, saying she feels responsible for them. With that, Seth says he won't fight with the boys from their class, noticing that she hasn't changed at all. Sophie doesn't understand, and he explains that she has always been kind and concerned about everyone. As he leaves, Sophie just watches him go while someone watches them from afar. The council president gets annoyed with Seth's closeness and says he should know his place. In an old Japanese-style house, Derek waits seated in an empty room. A man in a half-open kimono full of tattoos asks for permission to open the door. Inside that other room was the leader of the Santu Onikai gang, Maduki Ryushin. Derek bows his head, apologizing to the leader, who only mentions that he was extremely disappointed with his subordinate. He apologizes again, trying to ask for another chance to fulfill his mission, explaining that since the hair has not yet been confirmed, it could take over Sunshine if they received help from the gang. At that moment, Ryushin breaks his pipe, hitting the ground with all his force. Ryushin praises having heard that the hair was very young. He remembers that even being very young, he was still the hair and he should be more cautious. Then he explains that they should look for what the hair's weakness is, because as he is not an adult, he must have a weakness. Derek begins to remember moments he saw Seth with his mother after his father's death and believes he knows what his weakness would be. But the gang later already advances that he must work calmly and make sure not to fail this time. A group of boys appears in the protagonist's room led by Gabe, who is still recovering. He already yells at everyone, asking who the new kid was, and Seth introduces himself. Dade looks at him angrily, asking if it was him who defeated Brock, and calls Seth out of the room. But this time Seth stays in place and asks if they think he's a dog to go uncalled. This irritates Dave until Victor arrives, telling him to get out of his way. When the other boys notice who it was, they become worried. Dade gets angry at that, and Sam appears in the room, telling him not to touch the new kid. Sam mentions that he would join the judo club, leaving everyone confused. The two argue in the room while Seth continues to be confused by this whole story. But then another person approaches the room, thinking they had guests. At that moment, he observes the corridor, noticing a group of people approach him. The head of the Moon Club, Damien Shaw, complains to the boy who was approaching for going there too. That boy was the head of the Kendo Club, Scott Choi, who also brought a group of students. With that, Seth sighs, asking what was happening while fixing his hair. Seeing the mess this was becoming, Sophie calls everyone's attention. She says that because of them, the whole class was uncomfortable. Each of them gives their excuses for why they were there, and Sophie simply expels everyone from the room. After closing the door, she turns to Seth, saying he can be more at ease now. Except she forgot the main door where they try to re-enter. Ignoring Sophie, everyone comes back to surround him to call him to the sports clubs. While Seth thinks about what he should do with these people, Sophie tries to expel them from the room. At that moment, the physical education teacher appears, complaining to everyone. After everyone stares at each other, the teacher says he understands what happened and sends everyone to their rooms. Seeing that they wouldn't have much to do, everyone leaves the room with Gabe warning that he would come back to talk to him later. The teacher calls Seth to the counseling room when he doesn't understand what happened. In the counseling room, the teacher remembers that they were an athlete's school and tries to ask him to join a club. Seth is confused by the request until the teacher remembers about Brock. He explains that Brock was like him in the first year, with all the clubs wanting to call him to their teams until he got involved in the fight. Our protagonist understands that the teacher wants to prevent him from causing problems, replying that he's fine. But he already advances that he doesn't have time to dedicate himself to sports. The teacher gets irritated, asking how busy he could be being a first-year boy. He believes that Seth was just joking around, and the protagonist says he's more than he seems. He also advances that those who should be there were the students, not him. With that, the teacher is left without an answer, and Seth asks him to tell the students not to bother him anymore. Seth completes, saying that he doesn't run away from a fight. Meanwhile, Jason listens from behind the door, returning to complain about him for finding him arrogant. Jason heads to an abandoned building of the school where a group of boys gather to smoke. A boy is impressed by the presence of the council president there. He asks what the president wanted, and he replies that he would like their help to give it of someone. At the end of the day, Seth is leaving school and heading to his car. As he passes through a gap in a wall, a guy emerges from behind him with a piece of wood and hits him. Some time passes, and Seth begins to regain consciousness in front of the guy Jason was talking to. The boy smiles and starts talking to him while Seth stares at him with his injured head. When he manages to stand up, the boy with a piece of wood hits him in the back. Then Seth stares at him seriously and gets annoying with a protagonist look. One of the boys from the classroom says he seemed very weak for someone who defeated Brock, and another boy tells him not to be rude. As he stands up, Seth says he's in an interesting situation. The group leader is impressed that he isn't scared of the current situation. At that moment, the boy with a piece of wood tries to hit him again. But this time, the protagonist is prepared and ducks a punch in his hand. This blow returns the attack and disarms him, sending the wood flying into the air. With that, the group leader is impressed with the move while the boy screams in pain from the blow. His hand was completely destroyed, and Seth just says he was being too noisy. But then he lands 2 punches on him, knocking him down before asking who those people were. While the reader is speechless, Seth says he doesn't care much about who they were and just wants to resolve this quickly. The leader says he's arrogant and orders everyone to go after him, making the group surround the protagonist. Seth observes his adversaries well, and when the leader orders them to attack, they all charge at him. Our protagonist lets out a slight sigh, preparing to fight. When he's ready, he starts knocking down his adversaries. One by one, they are knocked down by Seth's blows, while one of them tries to catch an off guard with a chain. Seth manages to free himself, hitting his face while another henchman tries to grab him from behind. But the protagonist pulls the chain boy, throwing him against his other sneaky adversary, knocking them both down. At that moment, he grabs the chain, saying it was fun while showing a sadistic smile. The leader gets angry again, ordering his henchmen to finish Seth off quickly. Then they go to get the bats to end the fight once and for all. As soon as they start trying to hit him, Seth dodges the first attack. With that, he strings together and blows on each of the aligned henchmen, getting rid of all those in his way, until he is caught by surprise, becoming immobilized while another boy approaches with the bat. As he prepares to hit the protagonist, he quickly lands a kick to his face while throwing the other against a wall. After freeing himself, the protagonist turns against the boy who immobilized him, landing a series of punches. Another boy tries to catch him off guard with a bat in hand to finish the fight. He manages to hit the protagonist's head, who stands up feeling the pain in the blow. When he sees his own blood, he simply loses his head as he turns to his adversaries. At that moment, he charges at the remaining boys from the group. Their leader is simply without reaction to what he just saw. His entire group was completely defeated by Seth, who remains standing. With that, he notices that the protagonist was the same boy who finished off his friends with a brick when they were younger. When he charges at the leader, he cowers in fear of the protagonist. Seth grabs him by the neck, asking him to tell who was the guide who sent him to do this. After settling things in the abandoned building, he returns to the school building. Meanwhile, in the council room, the president waits with 2 other members. Jason wonders why he hasn't received news from the group while Seth approaches the council room, until the protagonist opens the door of the room, leaving the president surprised. Seth approaches him slowly while Jason stands up, facing the protagonist. He asks what Seth was doing in that room, and the protagonist just smiles at him. At that moment, he grabs the president's neck and hits him against the table. Our protagonist asks why he was attacked on his order. But then Sylvia arrives in the room to talk to Jason and finds Seth interrogating him. Seth lifts the president back up, saying he was a lucky die. After releasing him, he heads for the door while Sophie watches him frightened. He understands what the situation was and simply heads for the door, leaving Sophie behind. The next day, she sits disheartened at her desk. Still remembering what she saw the night before, it tries to turn to Seth. At that time, Seth's car arrives at the school with his uncle saying he wouldn't question what happened. but he says he would provide some bodyguards for him. Even with Seth insisting nothing happened, his uncle doesn't believe it because his face was cut from the blow he received. The two argue a bit about the situation until Seth puts an end to it, telling him not to do that. But his uncle reminds that they are having problems with the leaders of Busan and Poen. He only advances that it's better for Seth to be prepared while he asks only that they stay out of sight. When he arrives at the classroom, Sophie is startled to see him. Arriving at his desk, Victor kisses him, saying it was a shame while asking if they had beaten him up. Although Seth explains that it was 11 against 1, Victor just says it was nonsense. An announcement comes over the loudspeakers calling Seth to the principal's office, which makes Sophie and Victor curious. Victor asks if something happened with Jason because his uncle is the principal and his father is the real owner of a school. Already advancing also for him to be careful because it's not well known what he is capable of. When he opens the door of the room, he sees Jason with several school employees. The principal, Calvin Shin, confirms the protagonist's name and mentions that he has caused many problems since his transfer. At that moment, Jason lets his slight smile escape, knowing the outcome of this conversation. He begins to list Seth's cases of fights, including the assault on the council president. With that, he concludes by mentioning that Seth was expelled from school. The president keeps smiling until he notices that Seth just looks at that comment of a smile, asking if that was serious. Right after that, he pulls out his cell phone to make a call. In a few seconds of conversation with his uncle, he orders to buy the school he attends. Several cars start to appear in front of the school, which makes the students curious. Seth's uncle steps out of one of the cars, heading to the school followed by their bodyguards. Calvin notices the commotion of his uncle arriving and asks what Seth had done. At that moment, the group opens the door to the principal's office. Jason tries to question who those men were but ends up being immobilized by the driver who tells him to stay quiet. Approaching the principal, the uncle hands him an envelope. The principal gets angry with them for invading the school and the uncle just tells him to read the content inside the envelope. After staring for a while, he opens the envelope and is shocked to see the content. It's mentioned that the principal had been involving the foundation in illegal activities for years and the uncle promises not to mention anything if they hand over the school. Calvin gets angered by as he tries to complain, he is grabbed by the neck. Then the uncle mentions that he had been spending the students' lunch money for his own benefit and if they should resolve this calmly. Back at the Shin house, Calvin talks to his brother, apologizing, because he had been forced to sell the school, which angers him. His brother complains to him, asking if he had gone crazy, and all he receives in response are more excuses. He examines the documents, noticing that it was the Sunshine Group, saying they are a bunch of criminals. When Jason arrives in the room, his father asks what happened at school. Jason explains everything that happened in recent days and his father just picks up the phone to call the senator. He asks the secretary if they had heard of the Sunshine Group. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine building, the uncle explains what was done, saying it was easy because they were guilty. Although Seth asks if this could cause problems, the uncle starts listing all the crimes they found in their records. Our protagonist is impressed with how much he discovered in one day, and the uncle remembers that since he went to bad school, they were prepared. But then the uncle asks who will be the new director of the Youngjin Foundation because he believes Seth would choose the new director. However, although he believes Seth had someone in mind, he simply hadn't thought about it yet. The next day, Seth arrives at school, heading straight to his desk. As he sits down, Victor watches him curiously, who ends up noticing the look and starts watching him back. After staring at each other for a while, Victor gives up and turns his head down again. Sylvie watches Seth from afar and gathers the courage to approach him again. She asks if something happened because she didn't see him after he went to the principal's office. Seth asks if she was worried about him even after seeing him that way, and she says he's a classmate. Our protagonist gives a light laugh and smiles at her, saying she didn't need to worry. But at that moment, Jason arrives in the room, bursting through the door, calling for Seth. Everyone is impressed with the president's visit while waiting for him to say something. Jason asks if Seth believes she would be afraid of a pathetic criminal like him. But as soon as Seth stands up to go to him, Jason simply slams the door shut, running away, which leaves him without reaction. Back in a principal's office, the physical education teacher knocks on the door and a man gives permission to enter. Seth's uncle asks him to sit down while he continues to look out the window. He asks if the uncle was looking for him and tries to find out how he could help. Then he requests that the teacher become the new principal of the school as it was the order of the new owner of the school. Again of that day, Seth prepares to leave and Jason waits for him in the alley with his friends. He explains that they were supposed to have been a protagonist to him. One of the boys is impressed that it was just about capturing a high schooler while remembering that he needed the money anyway. But when he sees who it was, he is shocked while Seth gets into the car. Jason is confused and the boy gets angry, saying that he wanted them to catch him throw the money in his face. All the boys run away, leaving Jason behind, which angers him even more, wanting to know more about Seth. Looking at the street, he sees a line of black cars taking Seth away, which oppresses him even more. Back at Seth's mother's restaurant, she mentions that he was having fun. He explains that so far it has all been very entertaining. But when Seth asks why they don't live with his father, it makes her tense. Seeing her reaction, Seth says she doesn't need to answer, it's too difficult. His mother forces a smile, saying she will tell him another time, With that response, Seth just excuses himself from his mother, leaving the restaurant while she watches him worriedly. Then she remembers the moment Seth's father asked to separate for a while when Seth was a baby. She revolts, asking to stay together while his father says he wouldn't want to put the two of them in danger. Seth's mother looks at her son and understands her husband's concern. Back in the present, Derek arrives at her restaurant saying it's been a while since they saw each other, which worries her. On the way to school, the uncle explains that the physical education teacher would be the new principal. While analyzing the school's data, seeing that it was in poor condition, Seth asks if they can use the company's money. The uncle's plan was to invest $3 million or more with the intention of making it an athletic school again. Steph wonders if it's possible, and the uncle explains that the students could help with that. He emphasizes that in Korea, money is power, and Seth remembers that they have money. Back at school, the two classmates were sleeping during the old teacher's class, until suddenly, Steph's cell phone receives a call from the head of the Reason group. When he answers the call, he hears Derek trying to provoke him, but gets annoyed that Seth doesn't recognize him. When he tries to explain the reason for calling, Seth warns that he was in class time and hangs up the call. Seeing that you would insist on calling back, Seth turns off his cell phone. Meanwhile, in a building under construction, Derek hears the notice that the foam is not available. This irritates him greatly while Seth's mother just sits in front of him. Derek orders his henchmen to go after him, thinking that this time he will finish Seth off. At that moment, the protagonist was dreaming about Victor's spiky hair, imagining he would get hurt trying to touch it. At the end of the day, Seth leaves school, finding a silver van stopping in front of the school. Derek's henchmen get out of the van, stopping in front of Seth. Our protagonist asks who those two were, and the henchmen ask him to follow them. At that moment, the driver arrives and asks what they thought they were doing. When the henchmen turn around, they recognize the driver Rod, who gets angry with them for trying to boss his boss around. Seth talks to them again, asking what they wanted, and then one of the henchmen pulls out his cell phone from his suit. They explain that it was a request from Derek, and Seth takes the cell phone from their hands. As soon as Seth looks at the cell phone, he is startled to see his mother sitting in a chair in a kind of captivity. The henchman casts in to follow them again until he notices Seth's furious expression. Using the hand with the cell phone, Seth lands a punch on one of the henchmen. When the second one thinks of retaliating, he throws at the cell phone to distract him and land a blow. Taking advantage of the punch, he pushes the henchman to the ground, still in fury, embedding two teeth in his fist. He holds the henchman's head and orders him to tell where they were keeping his mother. Upon finding out, all the bodyguards' cars follow to the location while Seth calls his uncle, who tries to keep him calm. Our protagonist yells, remembering that they kidnapped his mother, but his uncle tells him not to stoop to their level. Back in captivity, Derek is again trying to make a call with no success and doesn't understand why. He looks at Seth's mother, saying he has nothing against her, but he doesn't think it's right for a child to be running sunshine. However, his mother says that Seth will do a better job than him, leaving Derek irritated. She says he's just a delinquent as she stands up from her chair to tower over him. The protagonist's mother ends up losing her smile and stares at him with a serious and aggressive look. Then the uncle reveals something to Seth that leaves him completely surprised. The protagonist is inside the car, very irritated about what they did to his mother. His fleet of cars arrives at the designated location. Seth starts to get out of the car and his uncle is waiting. Adjusting his tie, he asks where his mother is. The man turns his face, indicating that she is inside. Without thinking twice, the boy starts running. Then he goes up the stairs. Arriving forcefully, he kicks the door. His mother is serene as if nothing had happened. Surprised, Kang calls for his mother. Looking around, he realizes that all the men are lying on the floor while the woman is standing. Derek is being held by his shirt. In the background, the boy asks what's going on. Seeing that it is his mother standing, he is in shock. Suddenly, his uncle arrives, apologizing to the woman, saying that he will leave the rest to her. Terrified, the man starts screaming, begging the boy to save him. Hurt and trembling with fear, he keeps repeating for them to save him. Then the woman walks away. Bowing his head, the uncle shows his respect for her. Leaving the place, she tells her son to go as they need to open the cafe. Frightened, he looks at his mother while she remains serious. Sometime later at the cafe, Seth asks about what happened. Dodging the question, his mother asks what he means by that. Curious, he asks how she managed. Smiling, she replies that is a secret, which leaves the protagonist even more confused. However, she makes it clear that she will tell him everything when the right time comes. But the boy says he doesn't understand. Happily, she says that he doesn't need to understand because she is still his mother, no matter what happens. After her response, he just stares in silence. Outside, the driver is smoking calmly. Getting out of the car, the uncle arrives. Quickly, the driver bows. The uncle is watching the two. Suddenly, he starts getting very angry. Remembering the past when Seth was still a baby, his mother was playing with him using a yo-yo. However, she hit the boy's head hard. He falls to the ground, startled. He starts crying in despair and keeps crying a lot and screaming. His mother tries to calm the baby, playing with the yo-yo again. She almost hit him, but the boy manages to dodge. But as he has no control over his body, he falls to the ground again. Picking him up, she begins to hug her son. His father shakes his head watching the scene. In the background, the uncle observes everything in silence, as if he had a secret. Back to the present, he is with the driver outside the cafe. Breaking the silence, he calls Rami, the driver. He reveals that the Yakuza were behind all the rebellion that happened in Busan. After the answer, the man remains silent. Irritated, he curses the Yakuza group deeply. The uncle tells Ronnie to take better care of the boss, and the man bows, saying that he will, and says that he can keep the gun in his hands. Laughing, the man is happy with this news, thanking the uncle for that. Changing the subject, he asks the driver if there is someone they can send to the school. He explains that the leader of Santu Onikai named Megaki Ryushin is going after the boss, and that they need more bodyguards. This catches the man's attention. Then he continues saying that he needs to find someone capable of pretending to be a new student. Sometime later at Sophie's house, she's a little upset while eating. Her father watches his upset daughter. Curious, he asks if something happened to her. The girl responds that it's nothing. Concerned, her father says that if someone is bothering her, she just needs to say, and you will handle it. Laughing, she says that he is a prosecutor and shouldn't say such things, and her father replies that the most important thing is that his daughter is okay. But the girl says it's not a problem, so he doesn't need to worry. This catches the man's attention. Staring seriously, he says that it seems like something happened. Sophie says nothing happened and asks to finish eating. Annoyed, the man remains silent, while his daughter fills herself with yogurt. Sometime later on the girl's apartment balcony, her father is on the phone, talking to Jason. He says he is Sophie's father. On the other side of the line, the president of the council says he was about to call the man. Then he explains that there have been some issues with the new student, and he was wondering if he should inform the father or not. Quickly, the man becomes irritated, gripping a balcony. With much anger, he asks him to tell everything that happened. Meanwhile, in front of the cafe, Kang's mother asks where her son is. The man responds that he is at home. On the ground, she asks if he wants anything, and the uncle says no, he just wanted to say he's sorry. Standing up, the woman tells him not to worry, and the uncle says they will take her home, as it's still not safe. Smiling, she asks if he has already forgotten. Then she comments that she will stay away from her son out of love, and that the man just needs to focus on Seth. After that comment, he remains silent. At his home, the boy is sleeping, tossing and turning constantly, but then he gets up as he can't sleep anymore. The boy is very scared, wondering where his mother is. Jumping to Rod, the driver's story, let's see who the man is. He is someone who has a hobby of racing. Sometime later, have a dojo. This man is smoking his pipe, asking his subordinate if they failed, and the guy says yes. Annoyed, the old man says he can't trust the Koreans. Standing up, his subordinate asks what will happen to Sem Shine. Answering with another question, he asks if their leader is in the preparatory, and the man says yes. With a serious look, he orders them to send Akira there. Just mentioning the name, the man is already afraid. However, the old man says they will take him down, and for that, they need to use everything they've got. Meanwhile, at Young Jim School, several students are in the courtyard. From the window, the new principal just watches. He's a former physical education teacher who became a principal. Adjusting his chair in front of all that paperwork, he sits while sighing with distress, saying that he was just a teacher, and that he will see how all this will work out. Suddenly, the phone starts ringing. Quickly, the principal answers. On the other end of the line, the caller says they are from the Sushine Corporation. Giving the news, the uncle says there will be a new student, ordering him to place the student in the same class as Seth Kang, and the principal questions the reason for that. Hanging up, the man doesn't answer the question. Someone starts knocking on the door, making the principal tremble. Then the person opens the door. Seeing who it is, the former teacher is frightened. It's Brock, who already seems better. Surprised, he asks what the boy is doing in this room since he never comes to school. Looking serious, he replies that he came to congratulate the man on being the new principal and also to ask for a favor. Not understanding anything, he asks what favor he wants. Lowering his head, he asks to let him join the school because he wants to graduate. This leaves the principal very confused, not understanding anything that is happening. In the school hallway, a student is walking. Inside a classroom, the students are listening to the teacher, who quickly says they have new students, leaving everyone confused. Looking to the side, she says he can come in. Then the man opens the door. Everyone in the room is silent. When the new student turns around, all the others are surprised and scared. The teacher asks him to introduce himself. In a casual manner, he says his name is Brat Chang, leaving all the students in shock. Annoyed by the noise, the teacher tells them to be quiet and asks the other new student to come in. The other new student begins to enter, standing side by side with Brock. Introducing himself, he says he is Jun Kim, saying it's a pleasure to meet everyone, and the girls fall in love with the new student's appearance. Jealous, the boys in the room are bothered by this. Nervous, the teacher adjusts her glasses while asking if students are really in high school. Turning to the front of the class, she tells the students to take the empty seats at the back of the room. Brock goes first, and as he walks, many students are frightened. The two new students walk towards the back of the room, leaving everyone uncomfortable. Arriving in front of the protagonist, the man just stares. But Seth doesn't feel intimidated at all, letting out a very sadistic smile. Sometime later at school, suddenly, a classic car arrives. The driver tells Miss Akira they have arrived. She seems to be speaking another language and asks if he's going to the school. Fixing her hair, she says she can't wait to see the protagonist soon. Meanwhile, inside the school, Victor and Seth are sleeping as usual. The two new students are beside them, leaving everyone in the room very scared. The teacher asks if everyone in the class is going on the graduate trip. However, everyone remains completely silent. Raking the ice, the woman looks to the back of the room, asking if they are also going. Smiling kindly, Jun Kim confirms that he is going. With a blank expression, Brock remains silent, that he looks to the side. Seeing the two sleeping, he says he'll go too. A little nervous, the teacher says she'll see them tomorrow. As she leaves, she asks everyone to befriend the new students. When she leaves, everyone becomes desperate. Suddenly, the two bullies wake up and stand. At that moment, Froth also stands, scaring the students in front of him. Looking at the big guy, Kim just watches. Then the bully approaches Victor and the protagonist. Seth remains silent, staring at him. But Brock does the same. Intervening, Victor says he'll let the two handle things, adjusting his backpack to leave. However, the big guy stops him with his arm. The size difference between them is huge. Irritated, Victor asks what he's doing. From his corner of the new student just watches the commotion. He smiles as it seems he's enjoying it. Sometime later in the school courtyard, with his hand in his pocket and irritated, Victor asks if he wants to fight. Replying, Brock supposes the teenager isn't stupid enough to do that. Reacting to this, Victor becomes very angry. Furious, he calls him a bastard and asks if now that Seth beat him up, he's an easy target. However, the big guy just stays quiet. Victor drops his bat on the ground. Remembering how his previous fight with this guy went, he had a big advantage, and if it worked for the teacher, he would have finished off the bully. Without thinking twice, he prepares for combat and calls Brock to attack. Cutting the tension, the big guy says it will be in the ring, concluding that gloves will be used. Confused, the blonde asks what he means by that. Explaining, Brock says he wants to learn boxing, and that he can learn properly if he fights against the blonde. This leaves Victor even more confused. At the same time, in front of the school, the protagonist walks. His classmate starts following him. Stammering, she calls out to her classmate. She's very nervous, unable to speak, and Seth asks if he did something wrong. Replying, Sophie says no, she just wanted to ask if he's free on Saturday, which confuses him for a moment. Handing him 2 tickets, she says she got 2 V-passes. Showing the tickets, she says she heard it's going to be a good movie. Excited, the hero accepts immediately, surprising the girl who asks if he's serious, and the boy confirms that he is. Reacting to this, she sighs in relief. While holding the tickets, she smiles, saying that's good. Watching her, the protagonist gets an idea. Suddenly, he asks if she's free today, asking if the girl wants to grab something to eat. Sophie remains silent because the invitation was unexpected, and the protagonist says he found a very good place. Then, she starts to smile. Excited, she says she wants to go and that she's hungry. Seth asks if she likes spicy food, and laughing, the girl asks who doesn't, asking if that place is really good, and the two continue talking as the sun sets. The hero's car arrives in front of the school. Someone walks over to the car while the driver waits. Then they knock on the door to get his attention. Stating who it is, the driver starts to roll down the window and asks what will happen if the boss finds out. But the mysterious man says not to worry. If the new student, Jun Kim, who says their boss is going on a date. Totally confused, Rami doesn't understand what he means. Changing the subject, the student asks if he has a cigarette. I know Iggy asks for a cigarette, saying pretending to be a student is suffocating. Irritated, the driver asks if he's crazy for wanting to smoke in a uniform. Looking down, he says the man is right. Laughing, Ronnie starts to light his cigarette and Tin says he's really bad. While smoking, he asks how the school is going. Kyle Makim says they're just kids. However, the driver says nothing can happen to the boss, and the new student tells him not to worry about that, showing a hidden blade in his sleeve. He says the driver already knows him. Later that night, in a boxing gym, Victor is fighting Brock. He punches while Brock defends, but quickly, the speed begins to increase. Brock continues to defend, but now with difficulty. While hitting, the blonde notices an opening and prepares to strike, landing a direct blow to the big guy's ribs, who feels a lot of pain, looking to the side. Without realizing, another blow approaches, this time near the face. With no time to react, he takes a left hook straight to the middle of his face. Victor is very focused on the fight. Brock starts having difficulty staying on his feet, which catches his opponent's attention. Confident, he asks if he really wants to continue the fight. The man remains silent. Opening his eyes, he asks if that's all he's got. Reacting to that question, the blonde becomes deeply irritated to the point where his veins become visible. Throwing another punch, he says that Brock can't even punch properly. He continues throwing more and more punches as Brock stays on the defensive. Victor is already sweating for how much he's punching. Opening his eyes, Brock still stays defensive. Preparing for another hit, Victor says that the bully wanted to learn boxing and tells him to try hitting him. Aiming for his head, Victor tries to finish with a final blow. However, something catches his attention. For the first time, the man managed to dodge the punch. The two stare at each other, frozen. Trembling, Brock prepares to counterattack. He rushes forward with everything he's got. The punch approaches and Victor defends himself. After that, he steps back. walking until he hits the corner of the ring. He prepares himself as the big guy gets ready to attack. Rop tries to land another blow, but Victor dodges by ducking. Quickly, he lands a perfect uppercut. After the punch, he returns to his stance, and the man just keeps watching. Annoyed, the blonde wonders if the guy will ever manage to hit him even once. Interrupting his thoughts, Brock asks what he's doing and tells him to attack. Hearing this, Victor becomes deeply irritated and calls him a bastard. The two rush at each other with full force. Meanwhile, in the movie theater, the potential couple is watching what seems to be an action horror movie. Sophie is trembling with fear. She grabs onto the protagonist's jacket. Cleverly, he places his hand over hers. Noticing a physical contact, the girl looks down. In response, she pulls back shyly while the boy just laughs. Sometime later, the movie ends. Everyone starts leaving the theater. Seth and Sophie are leaving the room as well. He asks if the girl liked the movie, and she says yes. In turn, the protagonist says he liked it too. Smiling, she says she's glad to hear that, and if she's heading home, but interrupting her, the new student asks if she doesn't want to grab something to eat. After the question, she seems confused, and the boy asks if it's not normal to eat after a movie and if that's not how gates work. Stammering, Sophie asks if this is a gate. Suddenly, he grabs her hand. Happily, he says he knows the perfect place. Inside the Sunshine building, they're in a restaurant. The girl starts looking around. Leaning in, she whispers, asking if the place is expensive, and smiling, the boy tells her not to worry and to eat. A waiter comes to the table, placing all the silverware and plates. She then thanks him for it. As the man walks away, the girl sighs, which leaves the boy confused. Continuing, she says she still thinks it's too much, and the boy tells her not to worry because it's free. Sophie asks what he means by that, and the boy explains that the restaurant belongs to the company, so they can eat without paying. Still not fully understanding, she asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist replies that it's complicated, but that he's richer than she thinks. After hearing this, she smiles. Intrigued, the new student asks if she thinks it's a lie. However, Sophie explains that's not it, and the boy asks why she's laughing. Embarrassed, she responds that she laughed because she got jealous when he said he's rich. Changing the subject, Seth asks when her second date will be, making the girl blush entirely. Another day on the road. A fleet of cars is heading somewhere else. Inside the car are the protagonist, his uncle, and the driver. Breaking the silence, the uncle says he'll send people to Jeju Island, explaining that the Japanese gangs must be planning something. In disbelief, the boy says it's a school trip and that nothing will happen. After hearing the response, the man remains silent. The boy also stays quiet. Sometime later, the car stops. Stepping out, he sighs, saying he's leaving. But he stops and tells him not to worry because nothing will happen. Then he slams the door shut. He's walking near some houses. With his arms crossed, the man calls for the driver, ordering him to go with the boy. Confused, Brady says Jab is already there. However, his uncle explains that he's already told the Jeju gangs to watch him, but that you feel less worried if the driver was there too. Following the order, Ronnie says he'll do it. He gets excited, thinking about the idea of going to Jeju. Then they take the plane and go. Sometime later on Jeju Island, all the students are excited after arriving. The teacher appears behind one of them. Punching him on the head, she tells them to quiet down. She asks if they're all babies. Angrily, she orders everyone get on the bus. After they board, the teacher asks if everyone is there and the driver confirms. Soon, the bus sets off. Some time passes, and they arrive at the Jeju Tours Hotel. They begin to get off the bus. Among those on the trip are Sophie, Brock, Victor, Kim, and Seth. After gathering everyone, the teacher asks if all the students have disembarked. Flipping through a sheet of paper, she mentions that the class is on the 8th floor and that their names are on the doors of their rooms, giving them 1 hour to unpack. After explanation, the buses start to leave. Inside the hotel, the students begin searching for their rooms. The new student finds his room door. In the same room will be Seth, Victor, and Brock, and with that, the protagonist says that they make a great team. Walking down the hallway, Kim mentions that he'll be staying in the room next to the boys. Entering the room, the hero says it looks nice. Suddenly, he claims one of the beds. In the background, Victor calls up to Brock, questioning why he took the big bed. But Brock asks if he has a problem with that. The two stare at each other. An hour later at Choosing Jolly, all the students are gathered, talking among themselves. Inside the bus, a teacher tells the students to pay attention to the correct bus as there are other schools and instructs them to return by 3 p.m. At that, several students begin to board. Seth is sleeping without a care in the world. However, someone calls for him, waking him up. It's Sophie, inviting him for a walk. Waiting for Eerie Ear, he accepts. Meanwhile, Victor is lying on the grass, resting, but something catches his attention. It's a group of students walking by. They seem to be heading somewhere. Seeing this, Victor gets irritated, calling someone a Dan Chinese and saying they look pretty strong. Rob passes by them calmly. Elsewhere, Kim is smoking, but someone taps his shoulder, catching his attention. It's the driver, Rami. They start talking and laughing. At the same time, Seth is leaving with Sophie, walking down a staircase while chatting, but someone steps in their way. The protagonist just stares at him. It's the Chinese students that Victor had seen earlier. One of them comments that Korean girls are beautiful and invites her to hang out. Hearing this, Sophie becomes very uncomfortable. Then the guy asks why she isn't spending time with them instead of being with the sweet boy. Hearing that, Seth stays silent. Irritated, he asks what they're talking about. In response, the students remain silent. Without saying a word, the boy watches them with an expression of anger. Suddenly, Sophie steps in, surprising everyone. Speaking in Chinese, she asks what they want. This shocks the boy. Even the Chinese students are surprised to hear this. Continuing, she tells them not to give Koreans a bad impression of Chinese people because of their behavior. Smiling, one of them asks if she knows their language and the other asks if the skinny boy is her boyfriend. Ignoring them, Sophie just turns around. Placing her hand on the hero's arm, she asks him to leave. Calmly, he obeys. Then the two begin to climb the stairs. In the background, the three mock them. Leaving the protagonist deeply irritated, they head to a park. Surprised by the news, the boy asks if she speaks Chinese. Responding, she says that when she was little, she lived in China for a few years because of her father, and that she continues to study it to avoid forgetting. Impressed, he says that's amazing. However, he asks what they said. She replies, telling him not to worry because those guys didn't say anything important. Standing up, the hero announces that he's going to the bathroom. With a frightening look, he says he'll be right back. Then, he starts walking toward the supposed bathroom. However, he arrives at that staircase from before. From the top, he calls out to the group, staring at them with a crazed look. Quickly, he jumps towards them with everything he's got. Sophie is sitting on the bench waiting. The boy returns, explaining that the bathroom was a bit far and she says it's okay, asking what they're going to do now. Pointing to another spot, he says the view is amazing nearby and invites her to go take a picture. Soon, they head there while laughing. A man arrives at the scene surprised. Seeing his colleagues lying on the ground, he asks what happened. Approaching one of them, he punches him in the head to wake him up, asking what really happened. Nervously, the guy says a Korean boy defeated the group. Irritated, their leader asks if he's not ashamed to lose to a Korean. He continues, saying they will catch this Korean now. Looking back, he orders his henchmen to split up and find him. Nearby, two students are walking together. Suddenly, something grabs their attention. Two Chinese students arrive, ticking and asking if they were the ones who attacked their friends. As one of them prepares to strike again, his colleague says it's obviously not them and tells him to keep looking. Wandering around, they find Victor sleeping. Confident in his find, a man says there's a Korean boy right here. The group begins to approach and surround the boy. Quickly, one of them kicks him. Waking up, Victor asks what they're looking for, but the man says it's probably not him. Standing up, irritated, he asks again what they're looking for. He questions who they think they're staring at. Smiling, he asks if they want to fight. Excited, the blonde begins to get up. However, the Chinese student tells him to sit back down. He keeps repeating it, but a fist approaches. He's cut off mid-sentence by a punch right to the face. Because of the punch, he crashes to the ground hard. His classmates surround him, and Victor asks what that guy just said. Elsewhere, Rock is sitting on the grass, looking at the scenery. Someone calls him, making him look back. It's a Chinese student asking if he was the one who beat his boys. Concluding that he looks pretty strong. Staring, Rock remains silent. Suddenly, the guy charges at him, throwing a punch, but the big guy blocks it. Still with his back turned, he blocks the punch by grabbing the opponent's hand. Trembling, the guy says nothing. Breaking the silence, Brock thanks him, saying he was starting to get bored. Gritting his teeth, the man calls him a kid. Preparing for another hit, he tells Brock to release his hand, but the big guy isn't phased at all. He blocked the man's punch again. Quickly, Brock spins around, grabbing a man from behind. Irritated, the guy calls him a damn bastard. However, Brock starts squeezing him in a bear hug. He starts lifting him up with all his strength, and finally finishes him with a deadly Greek wrestling move. The Chinese students are stunned, watching the fight. Brock tells them to come at him, calling them damn bastards. A while later, several students begin heading to their respective buses. Outside, the teacher is noting down who is boarding. Several students are already on the bus, and the student who got beaten for no reason is still irritated. Stated in their spots, the future couple is laughing. Someone enters the bus, catching Seth's attention. The one who enters is actually Victor. This makes the protagonist curious. As he walks by, the blonde passes near their seat, then sits down behind the two. Brock also enters the bus. He starts walking, and the hero becomes confused as well. The two latecomers have arrived. Seeing them both, the protagonist stays quiet. Then it shows how Victor defeated his opponents, and the same happened when Brock faced them. Some time passes, and the couple continues chatting. Entering the bus, the teacher asks Sophie if everyone has arrived. Standing up and looking around, she checks. However, she says the new student, Kim, isn't there, and irritated, the teacher comments that she had warned everyone to return on time. Meanwhile, in that same place, Kim is smoking with the driver and the two are talking. Suddenly, a woman approaches, making the driver nervous. Turning his face, Kim gets ready. Quickly, he starts pulling a weapon from his sleeve. However, the one who arrives is the teacher, the killer Oral. With a vacant stare, she asks what the new student is doing in this place. Nervous, the man thinks he's screwed now. Later that night at the hotel, Rock is looking at himself in the window. Seth is lying on the bed listening to music. Victor is training, doing push-ups. Then Brock looks at the protagonist. Noticing someone is watching him, Seth removes his headphones and asks what it is. The man replies that he'll see soon enough. This leaves the boy confused, but he quickly smiles and puts his headphones back on. Elsewhere in the hotel, the driver Kim and the teacher are together. Deeply irritated, she asks about a student smoking, asking if he knows how harmful it is to smoke in his age. Then she says she thought he was a bit better than the other new student and asks where he learned such behavior. However, he shows her a card. It's the ID of a man born in 1991. Seeing this, she's shocked that he's 27 years old and says he's 3 years older than her. Sighing, he explains that he couldn't finish school due to his family situation and that he still wants to learn his age. In shock, she thinks he looked older. Suddenly, he grabs her hand. As he approaches, he asks if she can forgive him just this once. With a calm smile, he pleads, please. Embarrassed, a teacher says she will. Outside, the driver is watching, wondering if everything is going well, while a child tells their mother that the man looks strange. Later that night, a place in Jeju. This is a karaoke minibar. A man is drinking and complaining that these Korean drinks are as weak as his henchmen. Nervous, the three say nothing. The leader is eating at a table in front of the trio. One of them says they underestimated those kids. After hearing that, he stops drinking. Irritated, he questions how they dare lose to the Koreans. Then he throws the bottle at the boy's head. Annoyed, he curses them, calling them bastards. Asking if they aren't ashamed, he orders them to bring the boy tomorrow. With his neck hurt and now bleeding from his head, the subordinate says nothing. With a possessed look, the leader asks if he remembers the uniform he's wearing. Sometime later in another location, Bob Ronnie, the driver, approaches a restaurant. He enters the establishment, catching the attention of another man. Raising his hand, he greets him and the tired driver says it's been a while. The man asks what happened to Jab and mentions he heard he was supposed to be year 2. From the Sunshine Group, this is Jeju's branch chief, named Josh Young, also known as Joe Young. Nervous, the driver explains that Jab is still with their boss. However, the man questions whether Jab isn't the head of the bodyguards and Bob responds that they have other reasons. Cutting the topic, Joe suggests they eat first and asks for the table to be prepared. Seeing all the food, Bob is amazed. The man tells him to eat and mentions that it's Jeju fish, so Ronnie thanks him. While eating, Bob is overjoyed by the explosion of flavors. Seeing this, the man is pleased too. Then he comments that it must be tough helping such a young boss, but the driver replies that it's not. The man in turn says he heard Derek brought the boy in. Bob says nothing as his mouth is full. Smiling, the man says there's something else. He mentions that Derek said he was beaten by the driver, which makes Bob start choking. Calming the situation, the man says it must be tough, that he should eat while he can. After eating a lot, Bob sighs. Almost bursting, he thanks him for the meal. Then he says that it must be nice. The man doesn't quite understand what he means. Continuing, Bob says it must be nice living in a place with such good food. Hearing this, the man is confused. Suddenly, he begins to smile. Sighing, he says that Jeju used to be great, but now it's being invaded by the Chinese, and there's a lot to do. After hearing that comment, the driver remains silent. Explaining further, the man says the triad is trying to invade their territory. Confused, Bob says you should notify Peter. Interrupting his thoughts, the man explains that it's not official yet and that they're causing trouble using money, but there haven't been any confrontations so far. Relief, Bob says it doesn't seem like a big problem then. Arguing, the man says that in a way, he's right, revealing that the head of the triad is here at this very moment. Ronnie doesn't understand what he means by that. Joe says it's just a high school trip, and they notified him to keep an eye on things. Bob says their boss is also on the trip, and everything should be fine, so Joe argues that it's just a school trip and wonders what could possibly happen. Raising a finger, he asks if Bob doesn't want some drinks with sashimi, and excited, Bob explains he has to take care of the boss. With open arms, the man says it's just one drink and that all his boys are thrilled to see him again. Awkwardly, the driver says it's fine but agrees to just one drink. Sometime later at the hotel, the buses start to arrive. All the students are gathering. Behind a wall, there's one of the Chinese students from that group. On the phone, he informs someone that he found the person and will follow them and report back on what happens. Then the buses start to leave. The teacher says they will hike Mount Hallison and that it will be a great 5-hour trek to the summit and back. Hearing his plan, the students start to groan and the teacher tells everyone to calm down. She explains that if it gets too difficult, they can head back down, that they are strictly prohibited from going anywhere else. The bus arrives at the location. As they get off the buses, one student stretches while another looks downcast. At the same time, a car pulls up. Inside, a man observes the students. On the phone, he begins relaying the location. After getting off the buses, the students start walking. Soon, everyone is having fun, including the protagonist, Sophie, and the other classmates. Among them, the Chinese students are also present. Victor and Brock are walking together. Suddenly, someone appears, catching their attention. It's a large group and one of them says they are here to get both of them. Seeing this, Victor becomes confused. Elsewhere on the trail, Seth and Sophie are walking and chatting. However, a man appears, catching the boys' attention. He says they need him to follow them. He explains that their boss is waiting for him. The man is with a large group as well. Annoying, Sophie asks what they want this time. The man responds that they aren't here for her and that she should stay quiet. Sophie starts to reply, but the protagonist places his hand on her shoulder, asking her to head back before him, leaving her confused. Meanwhile, the man just waits for a response. Glaring with anger, Seth says it looks like they're here for him. Speaking in Chinese, the man says he wants to get started. Seth wonders what he's saying, not understanding Chinese. The two stare at each other and Victor prepares for the attack. He tries to throw a right punch, but the big guy quickly dodges. The blonde is shocked by his reflexes. Quickly, the man lands a direct punch to his stomach, not giving him time to dodge. The punch is strong enough to throw him back. However, he manages to prevent himself from falling, starting to feel intense pain in his abdomen. As a result, he drops to his knees and tries to call the man a bastard. But before he can finish the sentence, he collapses on the ground. This catches Brock's attention, leaving him surprised while the protagonist grows furious at sight. Excited, the Chinese man keeps talking. This disgusts Brock. Then the new student steps forward and begins to walk. With a maniacal look, he calls the man a piece of trash. He quickly charges at the big guy, attempting a kick, but the guy ducks and dodges. The new student is surprised by his speed. He immediately repositions himself for another attack. However, a fist approaches his face. He barely manages to dodge the blow. Right after, he prepares to counterattack. But before he can act, the big guy kicks him straight in the chin. In disbelief, the protagonist realizes that the opponent is too fast for his size. After the hit, the man shows a lot of excitement, while the new student readies himself to block the next attack. Deciding to jump back, quickly the big guy throws another kick. But this time, Seth manages to block it, sending him flying back. He stands firm in the fight. Seeing that he didn't fall, the Chinese man is surprised, and the protagonist comments that he's having fun. Elsewhere, Sophie runs to the teacher. Catching her attention, she begins to explain something, leaving the woman in shock. Nearby, two people are sitting and talking. It's Kim and the driver who are smoking while chatting, but they soon notice something happening. Looking back, the driver asks what's going on. Kim responds that it seems something is happening now. With that, the driver puts out his cigarette, saying he hopes nothing serious has happened. Both of them get up and decide to check out what's going on. In the woods, the fight between Seth and the Chinese leader continues. The hero tries to throw another punch, but the opponent dodges. Next, he attempts a counterattack with an open palm, but the new student manages to dodge again. The two continue fighting intensely, but neither can land a direct hit. Brock watches the fight in shock. The Chinese students also can't believe what they're seeing, as they thought their boss would have finished the fight by now. At one point, the Chinese leader attempts another strike, but it fails this time. Seth smiles, excited as he finally sees an opening. He quickly tries another hit, but the big guy dodges again. Then he starts spinning, attempting to land a hit. His fist comes closer and closer. He strikes the opponent's head with the other hand. However, the protagonist starts laughing. This scares the big guy. He's laughing because he managed to stop the blow by grabbing the opponent's arm. With a maniacal expression, he asks if that's all he's got. Meanwhile, Kim and the driver arrive at the scene and begin observing the fight. Kim is impressed by the intensity of the battle. Bob watches and comments that the fighter is very strong. Then Kim asks if he's really a student, and Bob responds that he almost beat Peter. The man is shocked, and the driver explains that it happened 2 years ago. Nervous, the man stays silent after the response. He then looks back at the fight and comments that the situation is getting complicated. Seeing his arm being held, the Chinese leader starts cursing in his language, calling the boy a little bastard. Quickly, he frees his arm and attempts an immediate counterattack, grabbing the protagonist's wrist. With his free hand, he prepares to throw a punch. Analyzing the situation seriously, the new student gets ready to strike back, but the big guy barely manages to block it. However, the protagonist grabs the opponent's jacket, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Seth lands a powerful headbutt. The Chinese leader feels intense pain, starting to stagger backward. Seth approaches to finish the fight, but a foot comes near his face before he can deliver the punch. The new student merrily dodges by duck it. After hitting the ground, he somersaults backward to distance himself from the opponent. In shock, he doesn't understand what just happened. Staring at his meager opponent, he asks who he is. It's a man wearing sunglasses who tells his companion that he's lost and should step aside. Deeply irritated, the big guy insists that he hasn't finished yet and orders the man to leave. The other man responds that he's already too injured and will have problems if he continues. Enraged, the big guy declares that he can't lose to a Korean. Opening his eyes, he realizes something is about to happen. The protagonist approaches the two, asking again who the man is. But the new opponent dodges the strike. Quickly, Seth turns back toward the big guy and lands another punch right to his face. Seeing this, the Chinese man in sunglasses is shocked. The boy prepares to deliver another blow while the big guy is on the ground, writhing in pain. Behind him, the man in sunglasses gets ready to knock out the protagonist. But Seth notices the movement and manages to grab the man's arm, stopping the attack. In the background, Bob and Kim arrive at the scene. Kim is visibly furious, and Bob just follows. The three face off at this moment. Then, the driver begins pulling something from inside his jacket. It's some kind of strange weapon. Kim also pulls a weapon from inside his sleeve as he walks toward the adversary. Confused, the man with sunglasses asks who they are, The trio is now ready for the fight. Suspicious, the new student remains silent and looks at Kim. The Chinese man with sunglasses also stays quiet. Breaking the silence, the boy says this is a mess. Annoyed, he says that the two are making it look like he lost to that bastard. Then looks at the Chinese man with hatred. The man in turn gets a bit nervous. Without hesitation, the boy charges at his new opponent, trying to land another punch. But the man narrowly dodges again. Quickly, the protagonist grabs his ponytail with his left hand, pulling his hair hard. Then with his free right hand, he prepares to strike, landing the punch squarely on the Chinese man's face. The blow is so strong that he starts bleeding profusely and is thrown back, crashing to the ground. After the punch, Seth stares at him. Sometime later at the Sunshine Group headquarters, the uncle and the protagonist are sitting in the room in silence. The man recalls the hero's statement about not causing any trouble, but the boy remains quiet listening. Looking back, the man reprimands Kim and Bob for not keeping an eye on the boss. Both apologize, saying they're very sorry for that. Continuing the scolding, and then comments that of all the people in the world to fight, it had to be that guy. Arguing, the boy asks if, when someone wants to hit him, he should just run away. In response, the uncle only sighs. Then he thanks the two and reflects that Joe is involved in a big mess. Sometime later, in another building, Joe is sitting in the room visibly disappointed. He stays silent, observing his two henchmen, who are completely bruised and bandaged after being beaten by the protagonist. The man in turn wonders what to do now. Deeply irritated, the big guy says in Chinese that he won't forgive them. Once again, Joe wonders what he should do. The ponytailed Chinese man declares that he won't leave the Sunshine Group alone. Completely desperate, Joe again asks himself what to do about this whole situation. Meanwhile, at Youngjin High School, Seth is sulking, looking a bit upset. He spins the pen in his hand, sitting completely alone in the classroom. At the same time, in the boxing gym, Brock is training, hitting the punching bag. He punches harder and harder, completely focused on his boxing. In the background, someone else is training too. It's Victor, who's incredibly angry, recalling the fight he had with the big guy where he was easily defeated. Gritting his teeth, he starts having an outburst of rage. He then looks at the punching bag, directed all this frustration toward it. Determined, he continues training, more focused than ever on getting stronger. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, after finishing her lesson, the teacher announces she has some news. She informs the class that they'll have a new student as the students murmur again. In her mind, the teacher wonders why all the new students end up in her class. Looking toward the door, she says the new student may come in. It's a new girl, and as she walks into the room, everyone is instantly captivated by her. The teacher explains that she's from Japan and that everyone should treat her with respect and kindness. Quickly, all the students, especially boys, are enchanted by her. Introducing herself, the girl says her name is Akira. Then she looks at the protagonist with a rather suspicious smile. The boy grows very suspicious but says nothing, only observing her in return. Elsewhere, a phone starts ringing. Someone approaches to answer it. It's the leader is sent to Nikai, who, upon answering, asks how it went. The other line responds that the girl successfully entered the school. Happy, the man says to make sure she handles things quietly. You don't think that if the boy disappears, Korea will be all theirs. Meanwhile, at Youngjin High School, the girl is already seated at her desk and Sophie is just watching. She thinks that Akira is very beautiful and looks like a doll. The new girl is just watching something. Curious, Sophie begins to wonder what she's looking at. Then, tracing her line of sight, she realizes she's staring at the protagonist. Shocked, Sophie wonders if the new girl is already interested in Seth. Akira notices that she's being watched. Smiling sadistically, she looks back at Sophie. Sophie is incredibly uncomfortable with the situation. Quickly, she walks over to the protagonist's desk. Grabbing his arm, she asks if he wants to go to the cafeteria, explaining that they should go there and grab something delicious. This sudden suggestion confuses Seth. Then the two begin to leave the classroom. Calmly, the new girl just watches them. A car arrives at the school. Bob and Kim are sitting across from each other, smoking. The driver sighs, trying to make small talk. Disheartened, Kim says they don't have much choice. It recalls when Seth got very angry about having bodyguards placed in his classroom and ordered them to be removed. Sadly, he says at least Seth can stay with the driver. Laughing, the man says it's better than being alone. Soon, the two start laughing together. Changing the subject, Kim asks if Bob knows something. This piques Bob's curiosity. He then begins explaining why he wanted to go to school so badly. Meanwhile, in the school courtyard, Akira is walking toward the couple. This startles Sophie. Smiling, Akira asks where Sophie was, saying she's been looking for her. Greeting her, she says she heard Sophie, the class president, and admits she's not very used to Korea, asking if they can be friends. Sophie has him when they agrees. Looking at the boy, Akira asks if he's her boyfriend, and Sophie begins to stammer. Being completely direct, Seth says he's indeed her boyfriend. This shocks Sophie. Interested, Akira asks if that's really true. Standing up, the hero tells them to enjoy themselves and says he's leaving. However, suddenly, he stops walking. He looks back at the girl. Akira asks why he's leaving now. Seth responded that he has other things to take care of at the moment. He then starts walking away from them, blushing and incredibly happy. Sophie thinks about what he said earlier regarding them being a couple. Later that night, at his mother's cafe, She asks what he was doing there since it's been a while since he last visited, and he responds that he was on a school trip. His mother says she already knew that. After a while, he finishes his coffee. Then Seth calls his mother over for a conversation. He mentions that today a transfer student from Japan arrived. Interested, his mother says the girl must be pretty and remarks that it's the first time he's been attracted to a girl, asking him to tell her who he's interested in. Dodging the question, the boy says that's Mounted. He adds that there's something strange about the girl. Curious, his mother asks what that might be. Reluctantly, the new student begins to reveal that the girl gives off the same vibe as his mother. This leaves the woman both surprised and uncomfortable. The protagonist begins to question if it's just his imagination. Looking to the side, his mother remains silent, visibly irritated. Back at school, someone opens the door to the rooftop. It's Akira, who is there silently observing something. She begins to wonder how she should get rid of him. Sensing something strange, Seth looks up. However, he doesn't see anything at all. Realizing she could be spotted, Akira quickly runs, completely leaving the protagonist's line of sight. She smiles, thinking that he's not entirely useless. Lifting her skirt, she reveals several hidden weapons. Then she tosses 2 thigh straps to the ground. Approaching them, she begins to pull out a weapon. It's some sort of bizarre needle. With a terrifying look, she mutters that maybe she can explore a bit of Korea if she finishes this mission quickly. Suddenly, someone appears in the background saying the lineage continues, startling Akira. The woman says that if Akira leaves now, she'll pretend nothing happened. Seth's mother asks the girl what she thinks of that offer. Quickly, Akira turns around. She throws her needle toward the woman. The weapon slowly approaches her head. Without concern, the woman catches the needle, sighing, "It was too easy." Seeing this, Akira begins to sweat nervously. The woman says she'll also let this behavior slide. With a terrifying gaze, she says Akira looks quite young and asks what she plans to do. Very nervous, Akira asks who this woman is, reaching the conclusion that she needs to get out of here quickly. Her needle fits closer to her head. She barely dodges the object, but it still grazes her cheek, leaving a small cut. Looking to the side, Akira notices something coming her way. Seth's mother charges at her with full force. She's about to land a kick. The blow hits Akira, but it only grazes her hair, leaving the girl in shock. The woman says nothing, only observing. Akira, witnessing the immense power of the woman, is unsure what to do. At that moment, the woman reaches out her hand toward the girl's face. With a piercing look, she grabs Akira's cheek, asking if she's not good at listening, causing the girl to cry in fear. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the teacher asks why so many students are absent. In the background, the student arrives just in time. It's Kim, scratching his head and apologizing for being late. The teacher, a bit embarrassed, tells him to take his seat. She continues addressing the class, saying they're going to have another fun day. Seth is surprised to see Kim. Quickly, he grows irritated as well. The two stand face to face in the school courtyard. The boy says he told his uncle he didn't want Tim coming back to the school, but Kim apologizes, explaining that he asked Seth's uncle for permission to return to school. This response leaves the boy confused. The man explains that he generally wants to attend school. As he begins to kneel, he says Seth's uncle asked him to seek permission from the boy, but Seth stops him from kneeling, telling him to just stay out of his way. This surprises his subordinate. Seth continues, explaining that he doesn't want a bodyguard, but a friend. Lowering his head, Kim says thank you. However, Seth grabs his jacket, telling him that if he's going to be so formal, he should disappear. Nervous, the man begins to sweat profusely. Then the boy tells him to relax. After the conversation, Seth begins walking away. The man just watches and eventually smiles. Back on the rooftop, Akira is very nervous. She starts to look behind her. The woman tells her not to even think about running. With a chilling aura, she orders Akira to take her to the leader right now. In the classroom, the teacher is explaining the lesson. In the back, the boy is just trying to catch some sleep. Later, he lifts his head. Bored out of his mind, the time slowly passes. The teachers switch, and the lesson continues. Finally, the day comes to an end. Seth is exhausted from the monotonous routine. He stands up to finally leave. In the background, Sophie watches him, worried about how he's acting. Outside, the protagonist heads toward his car. Bob welcomes his boss, asking where he'd like to go, and the boss responds that he wants to head to his mother's cafe. Sometime later, they arrive at the location. However, Seth sees something that leaves him slightly confused. He decides saying the cafe is closed due to personal reasons. With that, he quickly grabs his phone. He decides to call his mother, but she doesn't answer, with a message saying the number cannot be reached at the moment. The boy thinks so something doesn't seem right. Back with the two, Akira is very nervous about the woman's presence. She then takes her to the place where her leader is. The lady tells her to stay here without thinking of escaping, and she simply obeys. Upon arriving, the woman begins to open the door. She sees 2 men in formal attire. One of them says this area is restricted, and she replies that she's here to see the boss. The bald man then asks which gang she belongs to. Annoyed, she says she can't waste time talking to him. Then she glares at them angrily. Both men are startled by her expression. The bald man begins to reach for something inside his jacket. However, there's no time, as the lady quickly knocks both of them out. It both fall hard to the ground. After the blow, the bald man is badly hurt and irritated. He quickly pulls out a device from his jacket and presses a red button. The lady continues walking to meet the boss. She reaches a room and opens the door. Inside, she sees a man in a fully tattooed kimono, who asks who she is. The lady remains silent. Irritated, the man asks if she's going to answer. In response, he snaps his fingers to call his associates. Several men armed with blades appear. On either side, there are also several men, but this time with firearms. He questions what a woman is doing alone in a place like this. Reacting to his comment, the lady just sighs. With a murderous aura, she says that anyone who attacks her with those weapons better be prepared to die. Just that response leaves the man completely terrified. The conversation continues and she reveals who she really is. She tells him to pay close attention because they're after her son. The tattooed man stays silent, listening. Frustrated, the lady starts adjusting her tie, asking if they're ready to begin. Sometime later at the boxing gym, Victor and Brock are training. Both seem tired from the workout. Moving in, the big guy prepares to throw a punch. He tries to land a right hook. The blonde dodges. He readies his counterattack with a left punch. The big guy manages to block it as well. However, quickly the blonde's right arm moves toward his head. He lands a punch on his face, but Brock also manages to hit the blonde's face. It feels like a tie. Victor steps back after the hit. Both stare at each other, wondering what to do next. In the background, someone asks why they haven't gone to school. They both look curiously at the question. It's Seth, saying he missed them. He says it looks fun and asks if he can join. Both look seriously and say nothing. Rob starts taking off his gloves. Then he steps off the ring, drawing the attention of both. Confused, the new student asks if he's not going to fight. The big guy tells him to wait because he's going to beat him up soon. The boy just smiles in response. Then the blonde throws his gloves toward him, asking what he's doing and telling him to put on the gloves and get in the ring. He asks if boxing looks easy, just because he knows how to fight. Upon hearing the provocation, the boy just smiles back. Then he decides to pick up the blue gloves from the floor. Victor begins to explain that they'll do 4 rounds of 3 minutes each, and he'll make sure the boy begs for mercy. With the gloves on, the boy says they should get started. Inside the ring, the protagonist starts trying to dodge the punches. The blonde tries to land a left punch, but Seth dodges it with a smile. Victor prepares for another strike, aiming for a right punch this time, but the newbie dodges again. At this point, the blonde realizes something's coming. Seth tries to land another punch, but the blonde blocks it. In his mind, he wonders what this kid is. After the punch, the boy steps back. They're somewhat distant for each other in the ring. The blonde is starting to get out of breath. He questions why Seth is so strong. Staring at him, the hero remains excited by this. However, Victor begins to get angry, saying boxing isn't the same as a street fight, calling the boy a bastard. He quickly charges forward and the fight continues. Meanwhile, back at the dojo, suddenly a group of men goes flying, breaking through the doors. Seeing this scene, another group starts sweating nervously. She simply defeated several men around her. This left everyone very scared as she seemed to be just an ordinary old lady. One brave man charges at her with his sword. However, he quickly gets punched in the face. He falls hard to the ground, joining the others. A bald man also charges, shouting for her to die. Reflexively, the woman looks back. The bald man is holding a sword, ready to stab her. However, he ends up hitting something else. Shocked, he realizes he struck his companion instead. The lady had used one of the fallen henchmen as a human shield. Furious, she gets ready to punch again, but the woman's hand approaches his face. Without mercy, she strikes both at his eyes. With great force, she begins to push them, throwing the bald man to the ground as well. Without hesitation, she glares at everyone around her with a murderous aura. After that, she begins to stand up. Nervous, everyone starts to watch her carefully. Behind her, a man with a gun tells her not to move. Another woman starts to shout. He rushes at the woman with a blade. He tries to land a direct hit on her, but the woman dodges by ducking down. Quickly, she sweeps the man's legs, throwing him upward. In that moment, she notices the knife one of them used earlier. She kicks it. The knife is launched towards the man with the gun. With great force, it strikes him straight in the chest, piercing him. Meanwhile, the lady has already taken down another one. With one hand, she grabs his sword, delivering the fatal blow to another opponent, or defeating them with just one sword strike. She is now covered in blood but still doesn't say a word. Looking down at the body of the man she just defeated. After all this humiliation, she finally speaks. Just by opening her mouth, everyone around her becomes terrified. With a murderous aura, she says she will slit the throat of anyone who tries to stop her. Elsewhere, 2 men are talking. The blonde man questions why they aren't having a drink. In response, the other says the ambassador has no reason to drink with the prosecutor. However, the man says they've been friends since university, and that good friends can share a drink. But the other tells him not to say nonsense and asks what the real reason for the visit is. Then he asks if Sophie hasn't told him. He explains that it's about his school as he placed his brother in charge, and the thieves took it from him. However, the man responds that there's nothing illegal about that. Irritated, the blonde man asks if he's saying they should leave things as they are. However, his friend asks what he wants. In a fit of rage, the blonde man says he wants everyone to know who they mess with. The prosecutor responds that there's nothing illegal about the Sunshine Company, and that even if they investigate, they won't find anything. The other laughs, saying they're a group of gangsters, and that they'll know their place if they find someone stronger. Then the prosecutor says they won't find anyone willing to go against the Sunshine Group, and the ambassador responds that maybe not in Korea, but he sent his brother to Japan to clean up the mess. Hearing this, the man remains silent. Soon after, the ambassador continues, saying that it must be the biggest day in Japan. Confused and irritated, the man asks what he's trying to do. Excited, he responds that he doesn't want to make a big problem, and that he just wants to get rid of a few people. Then the other starts to rise from the table, saying he follows the law. As he leaves, to comment that he'll pretend he didn't hear any of this. Hearing that, the ambassador starts to get very angry. Cursing him, he says that he made him a public prosecutor, and that this is how he repays him. Back at the dojo, the massacre is over. The lady is somewhat relieved after all of this. Yu defeating a tattooed man who was covered in scars. Sitting in front of the painting of Japan, the old man just watches, asking what is happening. Confused, he wonders who this woman is. His eyes widen as he sees something coming. It's the lady who noticed the man's movement. She charges with a sword. Then she strikes directly at the painting of Japan. The old man is terrified, realizing he was merely hit by the sword. With a frightening aura, the woman says that if he ever touches her son again, she will surely kill him. Sometime later at the protagonist's school, with crossed arms, he looks upset about something. Sophie is very worried, looking at him. At that moment, the bell signal in the end of class starts ringing through the megaphone. Seth begins to rise from the table, and Sophie heads toward him. She calls for his attention, saying that he doesn't need to go to school today, that asks if he wants to eat something. With a friendly smile, he replies that he's sorry, but he needs to go somewhere else right now. He begins to leave, and the girl's left confused. He tells her that he'll buy her something nice next time, and that he's sorry. In silence, she just watches him without saying anything. Outside the school, Seth walks to his car. Then his driver asks if he wants to return. The protagonist tells them to head to his mother's cafe. Upon arriving, the boy steps out of the car. Entering the cafe, he's surprised to see his mother doing well. She says hi and asks if he had fun at school. Perplexed, the boy asks where she was. She responds, saying she had some things to take care of, then asks if he was worried, and the boy says it's obvious he was. Soon he notices someone else in the place. He points a finger and asks if she is who he thinks she is. His mother, explaining, says that the girl will be working part-time, and that she heard they were classmates. But Seth just leaves, staring without understanding anything. He looks at the girl in a friendly way. He asks if she'll be back tomorrow, and she confirms that she will. Seeing this, the protagonist can't believe the coincidence. At the same time, somewhere else in the city, a scarred man asks what he's saying. This is the boss of the great three-headed phantom, Miduki Ryonosuke. The man arrives with a briefcase. He places it on the table, then opens it, revealing a large amount of money. The boss stays silent, looking at the money. He responds that it won't be easy to get rid of Sunshine. Then the blonde man asks what he means by that. He explains that they follow rules and are on the same side. Confused, the blonde doesn't understand anything he said. Continuing, the Dati says that's not the important part, and asks what they can do for his group. The man replies that their boss said he would help them do business in Korea. Observing, the boss says that opening businesses is something they can do too. At that moment, the blonde man asks what he wants, and the leader says he wants something that makes a lot of money. For example, helping to transport goods to Korea, and if they do that, he'll handle the rest. This response leaves the man shocked. Responding again, Ryonosuke says they'll undo the Sunshine Group's business, and if the man stands to benefit the most. Smiling, he says he'll give them plenty of time to decide. Glancing at the psychopath, he invites him to try the hot springs. Meanwhile, in Jeju, someone is beating Josh Young. He's been beaten in every possible way, completely battered and exhausted. Suddenly, someone arrives at the scene. This is the branch manager of a black group, Mandoy, whose name is John Lee. John just stares at the man, completely broken. John tells him that even though he's from the black group, he asks if it isn't boring to do this all the time. And his man responds that if that's how he feels, he should have said so. He quickly states that he's not here to negotiate with the group, and asks again where the man who hit his brother is. At night, at the Sunshine Group, inside the president's office, the uncle is watching. He seems somewhat thoughtful. Suddenly, the phone starts ringing. He goes to it and picks it up. Answering, Joey starts to contact him. At that moment, the uncle is surprised by the call. Lying on the ground, he held by a bald man. He begins to speak. One of the men from the brute takes Joey's phone, then orders them to bring the man who hit his brother, because if they don't, they'll destroy the group. Hearing this, the uncle starts to get angry. He then asks who's speaking on the other side of a line. The man says he's the leader of the Manhwa's group, named John Lee. In response, the uncle says that from now on, if he dares to lay a hand on Julie, he won't leave Korea alive. Hearing this, the man asks what he's talking about. At the same time, a little bird perches on a tree near the school. Seth watches calmly. Few people have arrived in the classroom so far. Opening the door, Asura enters the classroom. Looking at the protagonist, he suddenly stands up from his desk. walking in her direction. As he approaches the girl, he says he needs to talk to her. They both start climbing the stairs. Meanwhile, Sophie follows them, because it's Seth and Akira, and she asks where the two are going. She is hiding behind the door leading to the rooftop. Peeking through the crack, she says she should be following them. Annoyed, he asks what she's looking for. Nervous, Akira questions what he means by that. The protagonist explains that it's strange and asks how she ended up at his mother's cafe. The girl replies that it just happened. Not believing her, he asks if he looks like an idiot, asking what relationship she has with his mother. Corner, she says nothing. And that alone irritates the protagonist a lot. Trembling all over, the girl begins to answer. Crying, she says it's because his mother is causing trouble. Still peeking through the cracks, Sophie is shocked. Besides her, the hero himself is also in shock. Appearing on the rooftop, Sophie calls out to the boy. When he sees who's there, he's also very confused. Meanwhile, back at the dojo, Rigo arrives and opens the door. He wonders why no one is guarding the gang's entrance. Then he opens the door, calling for Ryujin, but he's shocked when he sees. Sitting on the ground, the old man is silent. As he walks in, the man asks what happened. Smiling, the old man questions what he's doing here. Ryunosuke responds that he has a favor to ask of the Chan gang, because they need to get rid of Sunshine. Sweating and nervous, the old man responds that not here. This response leaves the man very confused. Trembling with fear, the old man tells him to do whatever he wants, because they've finished with him. Annoyed by the response, Miduk just stays silent. At the school headquarters, all the students are leaving. Sophie walks calmly. However, she comes across something that catches her attention. It's the captains and club leaders who want to recruit. A captain of the Taekwondo club, the head of the judo club, Sam Choi, the head of the wrestling club, Damien Shah, and the head of the kendo clubs, Scott Choi. Irritated, he asks what they want. Yu calls him arrogant, telling him to just be quiet and follow. Hearing this response, the protagonist starts laughing. Them and got the crazy expression. Watching everything from the window is Jason, the student council president. Deeply irritated, he asks if the protagonist thinks he'll let things stay like this. Sometime later inside the gym, even surrounded by the four tactons, the protagonist remains calm, asking what they want. Annoyed, Gabu calls him an arrogant bastard. Buttered by the comment, Seth asks why he's being called arrogant and asks if he did something. In response, the man says he has a big mouth and is acting arrogant just because he beat Brock. Entering the conversation, Sam Choi says things are quite complicated and that the upperclassmen hold grudges against the new student. With crossed arms, he reveals that there are rumors the upperclassmen are very scared. Unfazed, the boy asks if they're all going to gang up and fight. This makes you even more irritated, asking how the newbie dares speak to a superior like that. Changing his expression, he says he's warning them. If they keep bothering him, he warns that he might kill their superiors. Hugh calls him a bastard. Suddenly, Scott steps in, telling his companion to wait. At this point, the protagonist is already annoyed. Smiling, the head of the kendo group says they won't attack together because they're not bad guys, suggesting that the newbie face him first. In response, the hero says nothing, but soon after he's already on the mat. Scott says it's not safe to fight barehanded, saying the boy should understand that. With his hands in his pockets, the boy says it's fine because it's not the first time he's fought like this. Hearing this, Scott asks what he means. Deeply irritated, he states that the boy is truly arrogant. Suddenly, the leader charges at him. The wooden sword approaches his face. However, Kang dodges. Quickly, Scott changes the direction of the strike. The hero swiftly dodges by crouching down, now close to his opponent's legs. Excited, he just smiles sadistically. While the kendo club leader is struggling, someone is watching everything from the background. It's Jason, who curses the four of them as stupid bastards and says he told them all to attack the boy immediately. Someone appears by his side. Turning his face, the president is startled. Looking at Kim, he asks who he is. With arms crossed, Bob says this is the June where the boss was, and that scares Jason. Continuing the conversation, Kim says that fights are always fun to watch. Confused, Jason starts to get even more irritated. Back to the previous fight. Kang manages to land a solid punch on his opponent, strong enough to break the wooden sword. After the hit, the opponent begins to fall. At that moment, the newbie senses someone coming. It's Yu from Taekwondo arriving with a flying kick. However, the boy easily dodges. Then he bumps his back into someone. It's Damien Shah, the head of the wrestling club, who grabs him forcefully, saying if they didn't call him here to play sports. Looking back, Kang gets irritated. Dave approaches, saying you're going to mess him up badly. Excited, the boy says that sounds good. Quickly, he headbutts Damien's nose with the back on his head, grounding the blonde by his jacket. Surprisingly, he throws him towards Yu, who reflexively dodges his companion's body. Yana put in a lot of effort to avoid it. Suddenly, he realizes the hero's coming. Seth moves in to deliver a powerful punch, letting a punch right in the middle of Gabe's face. It's a punch so strong it knocks the man down to the floor. After it is hit, he stares at the remaining two. Seeing this, the head of the judo club and the head of the kendo club become frightened. Along with them, Jason also can't believe what he's seeing. Happy, Kim comments that Seth is holding back against the students, and Bob says that during his fight with Mapwa's hammer, Seth broke all his teeth. Then Kim asks if he remembers Axe, who had his eye messed up by Seth, and laughing, Ronnie responds that he does and that he almost wet his pants. Laughing hard, he says the boy basically destroyed Axe, and that he was just a bit smaller at that time. Recall in the story, Kim mentions that Axe used knives, but even that wasn't enough to win. Bob says he would have had to choose the right weapon, which surprises his colleague. While listening to everything, Tim begins to sweat. The student council president has a defeated expression on his face. Dave Yu has been completely defeated. Seth looks down at his opponent. As he stares at him, he smiles like a madman. But he quickly changes his expression and looks to the side, glaring at the judo club head, who, after seeing all this, is extremely nervous and terrified. Trembling, he says he didn't want to fight the boy, but the newbie tells him to come attack already. Suddenly, he starts to sigh. With a terrifying aura, he warns them to leave him alone from now on. Then he turns to leave. However, someone calls his name and he stops. Turning around, wanting to know who it is, it's Kim waving for his boss, while the driver Bob looks concerned. Reacting to this, Jason gets nervous. Frightened, Ronnie calls his partner a crazy bastard. Confident, he replies that he's just a classmate. They keep calling out to him. Kim thinks the president sent those guys and asks what they should do now. Instantly, the hero glares and remains silent. Avoiding eye contact, Jason gets even more nervous. Quickly, Seth responds that they should just leave him, as he's just an idiot. Patting the president on the shoulder, Kim says he's lucky because his boss is giving him an opportunity. Roddy assumes that Jason doesn't have the courage to fight against his boss. Soon after, they start to move away, leaving the student council president alone. Sometime later, in another place. Opening the door, the uncle looks serious. He enters an unknown place and descends the stairs, arriving to meet the leader, the one he was talking to earlier on the phone. They face each other without any friendliness. At this moment, he sees his colleague who has been suffering, deciding to go toward him. However, two men stand in his way, preventing him. At no point, the uncle orders them to step aside. In silence, the bald men do nothing. Staring at the leader, he asks if he came alone. Responding, he tells the two men to move now if they don't want to die. At that moment, the leader orders the bald men to step aside, clearing the way for the uncle to continue his path. Kneeling in front of his partner, he asks if he's okay. Battered, he smiles, saying he can manage, but asks him to keep it a secret because the situation is embarrassing. In response, the uncle remains silent. From afar, the leader asks why he's complicating things so much over a mere student. Still kneeling, he replies that the reason is that he's not just any student and warns that he'll let the leader live since he didn't hurt Joe any further. Hearing this, the leader becomes extremely angry. As he stands up, the uncle says that his courtesy toward the Black Manhwa's group ends right here. In turn, the man says that Sunshine is big in Korea, but it's a small company compared to the rest of the world. At that moment, the uncle asks if he got permission from his boss and if he knows what kind of company Sunshine is. Very irritated, the man responds that this is a personal matter. However, the uncle tells him to ask his boss and says that if he wants a war, then he will get one with pleasure. Raising his voice, the leader states that he came to take the boy who beat his brother and asks why he's complicating things. Taking off his glasses, the uncle comments that the boy he's referring to is the same one who left his face like this. Seeing his opponent's face, the man is surprised. In fury, he says that if the uncle wants to meet the boy, he must beat him first. Curious, the man stays silent. Concluding, the uncle says that if he loses, he'll go home and never return to this place. Breaking the silence, the man lets out a laugh. Expressing anger, he says he'll also set a condition. Then he calls out to the bald twins, Jay and Ho. He explains that if the uncle defeats both of them, then he'll fight. Still without his glasses, the uncle remains silent, staring at them. The bald men do the same. Suddenly, the two rush at him simultaneously. One prepares to land an open hand strike, while the other gets ready to punch. They hit an open hand strike and a punch to the stomach, respectively. But feeling no impact, the uncle just glares with hatred. Both bald men are shocked and scared by this. Quickly, a fist moves toward one of their faces. It lands a punch square in the middle of his face. With the force of the impact, the bald man is thrown backward. Agilely, the uncle shifts direction, grabbing the other bald man by the neck. With impressive strength, he lifts the muscular man by his throat, squeezing tightly. This terrifies the leader, who doesn't understand what's happening. With an expression of indignation, the uncle stares at the bald man until the end. However, he decides not to finish him off, throwing the man forcefully into the drawers. The leader then claps, saying the uncle is strong, asking if that boy really beat him. Standing up from the couch, he walks toward the uncle. The two stare at each other. With a fearless look, the uncle mentions the term in a you and chum, a you chum, asking if the man knows what that means. Steaking with rage, the uncle remains silent. Losing it, the leader shouts that it means there's always someone better than the best. Suddenly, he charges at his opponent, delivering an elbow strike, strong enough to push the large man backward. Pleased with the result, the leader laughs. However, he quickly realizes something is wrong, seeing that his opponent is still standing. Mocking, the uncle asks if that's all he's got. Surprised, the man wonders how the hit did mean it hurt. Then the uncle questions the saying better than the best, saying that's what they call frog in a well. Suddenly, someone yells for them to stop. Both fall into complete silence. A man walks up to the two who are fighting. He respectfully greets the uncle, saying his boss sends his regards. Irritated, a leader asks why he's there. At that moment, the Chinese man Chun starts whispering. After hearing him, the leader gets even more irritated. Apologizing, the man asks for the uncle's forgiveness, and if permitted, they would like to leave, explaining that their boss will want to compensate for this incident. However, the man from Sunshine remains silent without responding. Changing the subject, the uncle says they won't be leaving now. As he exits, the leader makes it clear he'll be back. The uncle then says that next time he comes, he'll kill him, and tells him to deliver that message to his boss. Leaving the scene, the man is extremely irritated by the response. Sometime later at the protagonist's house, he is sleeping deeply. However, his phone starts ringing, waking him up. Still tired, he decides to answer. It's Sophie calling, asking if he wants to hang out, inviting him to go see a movie together. The protagonist quickly accepts, asking it's right now. She says no because it's still early and suggests 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Very happy, the newbie smiles, saying it sounds great. At the same time, on a highway bus, the hero's mother is reading a book during the trip. Arriving at her destination, the bus stops. Looking back, she tells Kira to hurry up, and the woman comes carrying a suitcase. The girl is still trembling and very nervous. The two women begin to climb a hill, with Kira still carrying her rolling suitcase. Then she sees a snake and gets very scared. The old woman sighs, clearly exhausted. They continue walking through this kind of forest. However, they start to see something. After finishing their climb, they come across a dojo. Tira is exhausted from carrying her suitcase throughout the entire walk. Upon arriving at the place, the older woman begins to open the door. An old man is sitting and looks surprised. Bowing, she addresses him as master, and he asks what brings her here now. Peeking around, the girl asks who this old man is. However, as she looks to the side, she notices that the driver Bob is also there, spying. Surprised, the old woman looks at him, commenting that he's grown a lot and calls him little brother. This leaves the man a bit confused. Then she turns to the girl, grabbing her attention as well, telling her to wait there and do nothing. Nervous, Kira quickly agrees. Back to the protagonist, he arrives at the cinema for his gate. Embarrassed, he asks her if he made her wait too long. But Sophie assures him that he didn't and asks if he slept well. Changing the subject, the hero asks his friend if there's something she wants to watch. The two start looking at the posters. Sometime later, Seth is holding posters for a movie called Witch. Meanwhile, Sophie has posters for a movie about a kitten. Showing each other their choices, they both remain silent. Excited, the girl mentioned that they haven't watched something like this last time, and suggests they see the kitten movie since she likes tats. Suddenly, someone calls out to her. Lifting her head, she's surprised. It's her father, who is there for some reason. Seemingly calm, he stares at the nudie, who, in turn, has no idea what's going on. Curious, Sophie asks her father why he's here now. Then the man asks if they can watch the movie later and invites them to eat something. The three of them head to what seems to be a conventional restaurant. Sitting at the table, the father tells his daughter not to worry and to eat as much as she wants. Embarrassed, she asks why he's doing this. With a charming smile, he says he just wanted to meet his daughter's boyfriend. She asks if that's the only reason. In turn, the man says it's her first boyfriend and asks what could be more important than that. At that moment, she lowers her head and both go quiet. Seth notices something strange is happening. Her father stared at her with a very odd look. From afar, others could feel the tension at the table. Breaking the silence, the man suggests they all eat. A bit confused, the newbie agrees with the idea. Meanwhile, at the temple, Akira is sitting and waiting. A man walks past her, but the girl avoids eye contact. He tries to look from a different angle, but she turns her head away. Even as he leaves, he tries to see her face. Nervous, the girl asks what's going on. Soon, she notices someone approaching. It's that same man who came to see her again, already bothering her. Frightened, she asks where she is. At the same time, inside the temple, the old man says the girl outside has killed many. Then the woman says she has human powers as well. Surprised, the man asks if that's true, and a lady says she was hoping to leave the girl in his care for a while. Annoying, the man responds that he had a purpose. Arguing, she says that everyone has the right to protect the power they were born with. Mocking, the man says the one who said that is the same person who gave up being hair for a man. Hearing this, she remains silent. Bowing, she apologizes. Stroking his beard, he explains that she's the best in training in every way, and that no one is better than her, so she should take care of it. At this, the woman asks if he intends to send his student away from the temple. However, he questions how he could keep it in the mountains. Again, the protagonist's mother says nothing. Staring at her, he says she can go and he will watch over the girl for a few days. Receiving his positive response, she begins to rise. Thanking him, she bows to her master. Back to the meeting between the future son-in-law and father-in-law, both remain quiet at the table. Irritated, the newbie says if he has something to say, he should just say it already, mentioning that he didn't send Sophie away for nothing. In response, the father says that the boy knows what he does. This leaves the boy completely confused. Smiling, the father explains that what he does isn't that important. Getting irritated again, he makes it clear that the protagonist's identity is far more important. Sophie stays completely silent after the comment. Continuing, the father says he heard that Seth is the heir to the Sunshine Group and that 90% of Korea's companies work for his company. The newbie is somewhat surprised, but still says nothing. Surprisingly, the man says he won't reveal this to his daughter, which leaves Seth completely shocked. However, he explains that if his daughter stays with him, she could be in danger. At that moment, he pulls something out of his jacket. It's a photo, which he places on the table. The photo contains 3 individuals, and he explains it was taken at Incheon Airport. He comments that he's only helping for one reason and that this will be the last time. Standing up, he says that if there's even the slightest chance his daughter is in danger, Sunshine will disappear without a trace. After saying that, he simply leaves. Holding the photo, the protagonist looks at it. Something feels very wrong about this situation. Sophie arrives, noticing that her father is no longer there, and heads toward the newbie, who calls her over. At that moment, he crumples the photo so she can't see it. Curious, the girl asks where her father went. Trying to stay polite, Seth explains that her father said something important came up and he had to leave. Saying this, he hides the photo in his pocket. Completely irritated, she questions why her father embarrassed her, and then left, as now they can't watch the movie. Quickly, Seth suggests they go watch it now. Delighted by the comment, she asks if they really tan, and the boy replies yes. Taking her hand, Sophie tells him to hurry. Both are very happy with the date. However, the protagonist still feels something is off. After the movie, they're walking and she asks if the film wasn't wonderful, to which Seth responds that it was good. At that moment, she blushes and starts to laugh. Then she says she can go home alone from here. Feeling very happy, she thanks him for watching the movie together. In response, the boy says he had fun too. Sophie says goodbye, telling him she'll see him tomorrow. They wave at each other. Soon, she heads home. Quickly, his ride arrives. Trembling, the boy grabs his phone. He decides to call his uncle. At the hospital, his uncle is watching over Joey, unaware of his phone ringing. He's staring at his companion, who is severely injured. However, it's impossible to see his reaction because of his sunglasses. The call goes unanswered. Frustrated, the boy calls for his driver. Throwing the crumpled photo to him, he asks him to identify who the people are. With great skill, Bob catches the photo, opening it and smoothing it out. Upon seeing the picture, he is startled and shocked. Not understanding, Seth asks if he recognizes these people. Bob confirms that he does. Very irritated, the newbie questions who they are. Beginning to explain, Bob says they are part of one of the biggest gangs in Japan, called the Three-Headed Phantom Gang, and that the people in the photo are the worst of the 3 heads, including the leader of the main gang. His name is Maduki Ryunosuke. At the same time, elsewhere, an old man is deep in thought. Those 2 Chinese leaders are completely defeated. Turning around, the elder explained that he had already told them not to be reckless. This is the head of the black group, part of the Mandu gang. His name is Meng Lei. This leader is in fact his son. He explains that his brother was humiliated. Retorting, Manhwa says that this stupid incident isn't enough for him to attack Sunshine. Confused, his son asks if this is just a stupid incident. Suddenly, his father yells, calling him an idiot, which leaves him completely startled. He asks if he doesn't know why the gang has left Korea alone all this time. Perplexed, the man asks if the Sunshine Group is really that big. His father then explains that the Sunshine Group isn't the real problem. The problem is that she is there. Returning to the past, he begins to explain. He has gathered around many people. As he stares at another man, likely his opponent, suddenly, someone appears atop the shipping container. Looking up, the man becomes very nervous. Then a woman arrives along with his opponent on a night with a full moon. She has a very strong presence along with a dangerous look. Just remembering this makes the old man tremble nervously as he runs his hand over a scar, which was likely caused by her. After that, he begins pacing around the room, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, who was previously irritated. With a serious look, Mumlai suggests that his son avoid stepping foot in Korea for now. This suggestion leaves his son very confused. After that, Mumlai begins to leave the room. At the school, the big guy apologizes to his brother, saying it's his fault. But his brother reassures him that it's not his fault at all. Still feeling beaten and regretful, the big guy expresses his anger and says he'll do whatever it takes to get revenge, telling him to trust in him. The next day at school, Seth seems a bit troubled by something. He's sitting on the couch talking to someone. In his mind, he recalls his father-in-law's words. If there's even the slightest chance she's in danger, Sunshine will disappear without a trace. Remembering that phrase makes him extremely irritated. Selma is outside that room, just observing. It's the person who's been deep in thought. In a flashback, Bob tells Kim that some guys are following their boss and Jake isn't answering, asking Kim to keep an eye on Seth until Jake returns. Fidgeting with his weapon, the man thinks about this. Quickly, he gives a strange smile. Casually, he says he always does this. Back in the present, he continues watching his boss. However, the boy seems to have improved and noticed. Looking out the window, Seth comments that the weather is really nice today. Outside the school, 2 men are walking. Victor asks if he's alright and says he can handle it if he can't. Brock remains silent. Both have very serious expressions as they walk. Inside the school in the principal's office, he doesn't seem to be doing anything. Suddenly, someone starts mouthing on the door, startling him and snapping him out of his trance. Opening the door, it's Brock and Victor. The former teacher, now the principal, is surprised by their arrival. The big guy gets straight to the point, saying they're here to ask for a favor. Back in the protagonist's room, the principal is calling to a phone. Hearing this, Seth is extremely confused. The same goes for Sophie, who also doesn't understand anything. Continuing the call, the principal tells him to come to the gym before lunch ends. Hearing this, the protagonist feels uneasy, suspecting something is up. He quickly gets up from his desk as the girl watches. She seems very worried about what might happen. However, the newbie keeps moving forward. With a murderer's aura, he's deeply irritated, walking past Kim without saying a word. His subordinate, however, continues watching in silence. Ethangia and the principal is also there and sees Kim arrive. All three observe the protagonist. Rock tells them to get started. Confused, the newbie says nothing, but he stares directly at the principal, asking what all this means after all. Explaining, the man says the big guy wants a rematch and asks what Seth thinks of that. However, the newbie just continues to stare, giving no response. Intervening, Victor explains that Brock is just asking for a rematch and asks if Seth isn't protected to run from a fight. Smiling, he tries to provoke the boy. Seth smiles back, saying Victor is right. With a maniacal expression, Seth says it doesn't matter what the reason is. Kim heads toward the gym as well to see what's going on. He arrives to continue his observation in total secrecy. Meanwhile, the new student is stretching. This is right when the principal tries to hand in gloves. However, the newbie insists he doesn't need them, saying that wearing them makes it feel like you're playing a sport. This catches the principal's attention, as it is indeed a sport. He explains that there are rules. Seth tells him not to worry, as there won't be anything for him to be responsible for. Casually, with his hands in his pockets, he walks up to his opponent. Irritated, he says he's been waiting and lunch is almost over. Focused, Rock stares back, ready to start the fight. Quickly, he goes for the first strike. However, the new student has been patiently waiting for this very moment. He dodges with ease. Seeing this, the big guy is very surprised. Trying to counter, the new student also throws a right punch, but his opponent manages to dodge it. At that moment, the two stare at each other. Then they continue their seemingly ruleless fight. Elsewhere, a man in a trench coat and tie tells his boss that they found the person. His boss smiles, saying it's time for them to go, stating that they can't waste any more time. Back to the fight, Brock is very focused, charging forward with everything he has against Seth. Quickly, the boy lands a punch on him, completely altering the trajectory of Brock's strike. He's very excited about this fight. Swiftly, Seth lands a left punch on his opponent's face. The impact sends Brock stumbling backward, losing his balance. However, he still hasn't fallen to the ground. Seeing this resilience, the newbie is surprised. A clenched fist approaches him. Rock attempts a downward punch, trying to hit him, but the newbie manages to dodge. The two were in a somewhat balanced fight. Nervously, the principal continues analyzing the fight. He remarks that Brock is indeed strong. Recalling the time when Brock was a first-year student, he managed to defeat all the upperclassmen who came to challenge him. However, the principal grows even more nervous as he thinks about Seth Cam, wondering who the hell he is. Both prepare to throw their next punches. The big guy tries to land a punch, but it's dodged. Step tries to hit Brock's head, but it's also dodged. With his left hand close to his face, he stares at his opponent. Suddenly, Seth raises his right hand for a punch. Alarmed, Brock notices the movement and tries to do something to defend himself. Kane lands a punch with his left arm, but Brock manages to defend and block it just in time. While blocking, Brock simply observes him. His opponent has a psychotic expression on his face. Suddenly, the bell rings, catching the former teacher's attention. However, Kang continues throwing punches while Brock blocks. Seth is clearly excited about a fight. Intervening, the principal tells them to stop immediately, explaining that lunch is over and they should finish after class. However, Seth doesn't like the idea at all. They lock eyes and Brock is visibly exhausted. Turning away, the newbie begins to leave. Then he calls out to Brock with a smile and says that he'll hear from him soon. This statement leaves Brock shaken. In the background, Victor silently observes their fight. Though quiet, he's certainly nervous about what he's seen. Elsewhere, a man with a scar on his face is on the phone, saying that they're ready. On the other end of the line, the person says they'll take care of the rest, so there's no need to worry. Once it's done, they'll be generously rewarded. A gangster says it's time to get to work. He's sitting in the back seat, with his driver accompanying him. He's in a black car that looks a lot like the protagonist's. However, behind him is a fleet of buses. Holding a cigarette, he says they need to finish this job as quickly as possible. Sometime later at Ancient Airport, the defeated leader starts leaving, accompanied by his brother, who got beaten earlier, along with his brother's henchman, who also took a beating on the same occasion. Holding the photo in his hand, he asks where Alvin is, and the Chinese man with sunglasses responds that he was at a school with a team. Shaking, he looks at the photo of the protagonist. Filled with anger, he mutters, "We lost this time." Meanwhile, inside the school, Sophie is silent, looking back, clearly worried about her romantic interests, Seth. The new student seems troubled by something as well. Outside the school, Bob is smoking. This time he's alone. Suddenly, he notices something strange happening. A car, along with a group of buses, arrives in front of the school. However, they pass right by the place. Seeing this, the driver is confused, wondering what's going on. These men parked buses and cars somewhere a bit nearby. Soon, they exit the vehicles and begin to run. Judging by the number of buses, it seems like a lot of people. Still smoking, Bob silently observes. The henchmen begin to gather to carry out their mission. Their leader then steps out of the car wearing a genuinely happy expression. Seeing this, the driver becomes instantly suspicious. Throwing a cigarette to the ground, Bob approaches and the man notices his presence. Confused, the bald man asks who he is. But Ronnie remains silent. He stands face to face with the bald man along with many other henchmen behind him. Opening his mouth, Ronnie says, "Open up." Perplexed, the man asks what he's talking about. Quickly, the driver moves closer, grabbing a henchman by the shoulder. With a serene and calm expression, he begins pulling the man by his jacket, attempting to slant his head into the fence. The henchman begins to get nervous. Suddenly, Bob pulls something out of his pocket. It seems to be that odd weapon. Instantly, he readies his weapon for the fight. With his demeanor completely changing, he stares down the bald man. With great courage, he decides to leap forward, aiming to clear the fence entirely. While in midair, he ends up hitting his foot on the fence. Realizing this, he becomes anxious, falling headfirst onto the ground. The henchman ends up sprawled in the same way as the man. As he gets up, he complains about the pain and grabs his phone. Kim hears the sound of a notification. Tin grabs his phone to check the message. When he sees the screen, he's very surprised. It's a message from his boss's driver, informing him that they've arrived. Surprisingly, Kim stands up abruptly, making noise. Nervous, the teacher doesn't understand what's happening. With a calm and seductive smile, Kim explains that he needs to go to the bathroom. In the background, the teacher says it's fine. Irritated, he keeps walking without saying another word. Stith, not Maeve, begins to suspect something. At the same time, in the school gym, Victor tells Brock that he's going to lose. However, the big guy remains silent, not responding. Continuing, the blonde tells him to step down this time, that he can train more with him. Hearing this, Brock gets very irritated. Saying no, he insists he hasn't tried everything yet, which confuses his colleague. Continuing his explanation, Brock says his specialty is wrestling, and concludes that from now on, he'll fight his way. Out of nowhere, someone kicks the door down. Both are surprised and frightened by the scene. The man who broke the door walks into the gym, carrying a baseball bat accompanied by several other henchmen. Thinking about it, Brock and Victor just watch angrily. The man gets their attention. Showing them a photo of Seth as Sophie, he asks if this boy is here. The man next to him says that obviously Seth isn't here and suggests they search elsewhere, and offers a reward of 10,000 for whoever finds him. The man agrees and they start to leave. However, one of the students calls out. Turning around, a man asks what they want. Brock asks why they're looking for that boy. Confused, the man with the Vegeta-like hairstyle doesn't understand the question either. Looking to pick a fight, Victor and Brock move toward the men. The henchmen are searching all over the school for the newbie. Many of them are gathering on the first floor. They begin splitting into smaller groups to make the search more efficient. One of the groups starts heading toward a staircase. However, someone shows up to block their path. It's Kim, the now loyal subordinate and friend. Annoyed, he asks what the three-headed Phantom Dang is doing here. One of the bald men asks who he is. Without hesitation, he replies that he's from Sunshine. Suddenly, Kim leaps into the air. Clearing all the steps in one bound, he lands in front of the henchmen. They're standing very close to each other. Ken comments that he could get expelled from school for this. Quickly, he stabs one of the bald men in the stomach with a knife. Then he gets ready to strike again. Without any mercy, he lands multiple stabs with his weapon. After all the strikes, several men fall to the ground. A flood of blood follows, terrifying those nearby. Kim declares that thanks to them, he'll be expelled from school. In the classroom, the teacher has explained how to properly translate sentences. Seth is sitting with his eyes closed, listening to side conversations. Sensing that something's wrong, he becomes restless. In the principal's office, the man is slacking off once again. Suddenly, someone kicks the door wide open, startling the man. With a smile on his face, the monster asks if he's the new principal. Walking into the room with his entire gang, he says it's a pleasure to meet him. In shock, the principal stands up, asking who they are. Taking charge of the situation, one of the henchmen steps forward. Quickly, he appears behind the principal as if he teleported. With one hand, he forces the principal back into his chair. Nervous, the former teacher simply stares, not understanding what's going on. However, the monster pulls a photo from his pocket to explain everything, demanding that the principal bring this boy immediately. It's a photo of Seth Kang. Confused, the principal repeats the new student's name. The monster confirms it's him, ordering that they'd bring him or else he'll die. The principal responds by saying he'll call the police. His trembling hand reaches for the landline phone. Stalking nonchalantly, the monster asks if the principal knows what will happen if he does that. At the same time, in the Youngjin Jin School boxing gym, Brock asks again why they're looking for the boy. The man with the Vegeta-like hairstyle seems to have heard nothing. The two students remain silent. Suddenly, the man charges forward with the baseball bat, cursing. Without hesitation, Brock lands a punch right in a crazy man's face. Instantly, the man is knocked off balance. Without a second thought, Brock finishes him off with another punch to the face. Seeing this, the other henchmen are in shock. Even Victor is surprised by the strength of Brock's punch. Without fear, the big guy glares at everyone. The henchmen, armed with knives, rush toward the high schooler. Frustrated, Brock yells at them. He grabs one of their faces, squeezing it. Then he starts pummeling everyone around him. Seeing this, Victor gets nervous. He also joins the fight, saying he hates being dragged into this kind of mess. Soon, the two of them start beating down the thugs together like a duo. Back to Kim, who just defeated a lot of henchmen. The remaining ones are getting very irritated. They rush at him, yelling that they're going to kill him. One of them, holding a sword, gets ready to attack. However, Tim dodges easily. He counterattacks, stabbing the man in the neck with his knife. It turns out to be a fatal blow, as the man doesn't get back up. Irritated, Kim wonders when his colleague Ronnie will arrive. Outside the school, Ronnie, the driver, checks in on the situation. After being attacked by several people, he says they just keep coming. He expresses concern for Kim, but is also worried about Seth, their boss. Suddenly, he starts laughing like a madman, yelling that Kim shouldn't worry about that. Quickly, Ronnie charges toward the rest of the henchmen. In the classroom, Seth hears the sounds of the chaos outside. The noise echoes through the room as well. Suspicious, he's eager to find out what's going on. Back to Kim, he prepares to counterattack. One of the men attempts to stab him, but Kim dodges and throws his knife into the man's arm. The thug ends up stuck and hanging from a locker. Moving swiftly, Kim grabs the man's knife. Charging forward, he delivers the final blow to the man's chest. Kim appears slightly fatigued from all the fighting. More henchmen arrive at the scene, and Kim starts to feel the pressure. A camera monitoring the situation catches a thug yelling or cursing. Suddenly, a blonde thug kicks Kim in the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a flying kick. In the classroom, Seth stands up, confusing his teacher. Sophie looks at the protagonist, curious about what's happening. As he heads for the door, he says nothing. Looking at the teacher, he tells her not to let anyone leave the room. With his hands in his pockets, he descends the stairs. Soon, he spots something. Someone is lying on the ground, defeated, and he realizes there's a fight going on. A group of men is surrounding his subordinate, Kim. Sweating, Tim is left with only a knife to defend himself. The newbie silently observes. However, as he glances to the side, he notices something useful. It's a fire extinguisher. The thugs are closing in on Kim with their weapons, but something catches Kim's attention. His boss is approaching from behind the thugs. Seth hits one of them with the fire extinguisher. The impact is so strong that it makes a loud noise. The thug slams his head into the lockers. After the hit, Seth seems thrilled. Nervous, the leader orders the henchmen to get the boy. Excited, they all charge toward the young man. Without a hint of fear, Seth faces the situation with a psychotic smile. Quickly, he opens the extinguisher, spraying it directly at the thugs coming at him. As they can't see anything, he takes advantage of the situation, throwing the extinguisher into the middle of the smoke. Excited, he decides to jump into the fog. With the smoke covering everything, he starts beating everyone down. Without anyone noticing, he slips out of the smoke, heading straight for a leader of the operation. Grabbing him by the head with force, he prepares to slam him to the ground with all his strength. He appears to be a total knockout. Seeing this, his subordinate Kim is shocked. Annoyed by the situation, the newbie sighs. He calls for the principal and the man dials the police, asking what the emergency is. He explains that the school is under attack by gangsters. He says the school building is full of monsters. Panicking, he asks if they can come quickly. Hearing all this, the monster stares at him. However, the police operator starts explaining, stating that due to the election ceremony, there aren't enough officers available. Continuing, the operator says they'll send the closest police agents as soon as possible. They hand up on the principal, who's left in shock, repeatedly saying, "Hello." His trembling hand realizes he's in serious trouble now. Chip Monster simply smiles at him. Suddenly, one of his subordinates calls out, announcing that they finally found the boy. This news makes Chip extremely happy, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Seth has just defeated most of the henchmen. However, a few still remain. These remaining ones are nervous, but ready to fight. Wanting to get out of this situation, the newbie asks if they have contacted his uncle yet. His subordinate responds that he hasn't answered yet but left a message. Hearing this, Seth becomes extremely nervous. Afraid, his subordinate apologizes profusely. However, Seth says that whatever happens, this seems to have gone way too far. The subordinate responds that his safety is the top priority of the moment. Hearing this, Seth remains silent for a moment. Changing the subject, he tells them to take this fight outside, and his subordinate agrees. Outside the school, Bob is handling things in his own way. A man approaches him from behind to attack. Without even needing to turn around, Bob strikes him. The man goes limp and falls to the ground as Bob says, "Time to go on a roaming run." He smashes another henchman's face, sending him flying as if he were a baseball. It seems like Bob has already defeated everyone with little effort. Opening his eyes, he notices something unusual. His boss, Seth, and Kidam are fighting other henchmen along the way. Seeing this, the driver is shocked and surprised. Excited, he sees Kim smiling while their boss remains completely serious and silent. As they walk down the corridor, someone approaches the trio. It's Brock and Victor, who have also taken down all the henchmen in the gym. Annoyed, Seth tells them to stay out of this. Sweating, the blonde doesn't care much. Rock comments that it seems a little too late for that. This leaves the protagonist even more irritated. Walking through the school corridor, a new figure appears, questioning why all the boys are on the ground. He approaches the group of students, commenting that they seem careless. He notes that they're ruining the gang's reputation. Seeing this man, the newbie realizes it's Meduki Inosuke. He must be one of the 3 leaders of the 3-headed Phantom Gang, which is the largest gang in Japan. Seth asks what Inosuke wants. Excited, the monster asks if Seth thinks he came to play. Inosuke declares that he needs to at least take the head of the Sunshine Group hair. Furious, Seth tells him to come and try. However, his subordinates step forward to protect him. At this, the Mafia leader calls for Kyle. He introduces Kyle as the #1 fighter in all of Japan. Kim and Bob prepare for a fight. Quickly, Kyle charges at them. He lands a punch on Ronnie's face, confusing him. Simultaneously, he kicks Kim Kiershinga in the face. He manages to execute these moves with incredible speed, even surprising Seth Kang himself. In front of Yonjinjin School, a police car approaches. It parks in front of the school. A police officer exits to assess the situation. He notes that nothing seems out of the ordinary and suggests they inform the station that everything is fine. He suggests they take a break. However, his partner notices something strange. He asks what it is. Surprised, his colleague asks what's happening. Quickly, he sees a bald henchman lying near the fence. Seeing this, he's taken aback. Sweating, he looks around. Soon he sees multiple men lying on the ground. He's shocked while his partner asks again what's going on. Grabbing the police radio, he reports that they are at Yonjinjin High School. However, he stops reporting when he hears a noise. Looking behind him, he notices something strange. A black plane has just arrived at the scene. The back door opens. 3 men emerge, with the one in the middle being the leader of the Anium branch of the Sunshine Group. His name is Gated Lee, also known as White. Quickly, several vans arrive at the scene as well. Many people exit the vehicles, heading toward the officers. The 2 police officers become increasingly nervous. The man asks if they arrived first. Stuttering, the officer asks who he is. White doesn't respond, only staring at him. But more cars arrive, apparently to provide support. A man gets out of one of the cars and approaches. This is the leader of the Sumnum branch, also from the Sunshine Group. His name is Jonas Youngjin. He comments that White has already arrived. Smiling, he flashes his gold teeth. White says it's the first time the big brother has called them in years. Jonas adjusts his tie. With a murderous look, he glares at the police officers without saying a word. On the other end of the police radio, someone asks what's going on. They ask if backup is needed. It's too many people for just a few officers at this point. White asks his partner if he should go in first. The partner responds that they should contact the big brother first. One of them notes that almost everyone is already at the scene. The Sunshine Group's diverse members are ready to fight. On the phone, White is speaking with the big brother. He informs him that most of the team is already there and asks if they can proceed. This big brother is Uncle Jake, who tells them to wait as he's on his way. Uncle Jake is aboard a helicopter en route to the school. Back at the fight, where the driver and Kim took a beating, the best fighter in Japan approaches Seth. The 2 lock eyes. In the background, Seth's subordinates call the guy a bastard. The fighter looks back, giving him his attention. Irritated, they ask him who he thinks he is. However, their boss shouts their names. Startled by his shouting, they quiet down. Smiling, Seth tells them not to interfere. He's going to deal with this fighter now. The half-bald man prepares to fight. Excited, the newbie tells him to come at him. Quickly, the fighter's hand moves towards Seth without him even realizing. It's close, but Seth manages to dodge, only grazing his cheek. Realizing how fast he is, Seth's expression becomes serious as he repositions himself, preparing for the next strike. The fighter tries another attack, but Seth dodges again. Despite trying various attacks, the fighter doesn't give up. Meanwhile, Seth continues to dodge, but with great difficulty. Surprised, Victor comments on how fast the man is. He wonders how Seth can avoid all those strikes. Rock watches the fight silently. Kim and Rodney, though beaten, aren't nervous because they trust the boss. In the classroom, the students watch the fight unfold. The teacher tells them to stop and get back to work. One student is recording everything while another says that the police are also on the scene. Annoyed, the teacher thinks these punks are a real handful. Suddenly, Sophie approaches the teacher, asking if she can join the group outside because she's worried about Seth. Confused, the teacher agrees. In the fight, Seth finally grabs his opponent's wrist, preparing for a counterstrike. His hand moves toward the fighter's face. Amazingly, the fighter dodges in a Matrix-style mook as if referencing the iconic scene. Both of them back away at that moment. Seth touches his cheek, shocked by how close the hit was. He says, "This is going to be fun." The 2 stare at each other, preparing for another round. Suddenly, Seth charges toward the fighter. Excited, he smiles, telling them to bring it on. They approach each other quickly. Both prepare their punches. Both the fighter and Seth manage to dodge each other's attacks. Nervous, Seth notices his opponent's wrist approaching. In a moment of distraction, the fighter tries to land a kick. Seth ducks, evading the strike. Quickly, Seth prepares to throw a left punch, but the half-bald fighter dodges it as well. He gets ready to knee Seth in the debt. Reacting in time, Seth blocks the knee strike. The impact throws Seth back slightly. Confident, the fighter smiles. Excited, Seth smiles back, saying, "Now it's on." This statement leaves the half-bald man confused. Suddenly, they all hear something approaching. From the sky, Uncle Jake's helicopter arrives. It lands right in front of the school. This catches everyone's attention, including the mobster, who clearly knows who's coming. Someone starts to descend from the helicopter. That someone is Uncle Jake, arriving to assist. Several people begin moving as well. The area is now full of Sunshine Group subordinates. In shock, Victor asks what's happening. Uncle Jake steps ahead of the crowd. He bows to Seth, addressing him as Sir. Instantly, everyone present begins bowing as well. In the classroom, the students are confused. They ask what's going on and why everyone is bowing. The two police officers outside are also confused by the whole situation. Nearby, a group of Chinese gang members are on top of a building. The one at the ponytail asks his brother if it was Seth who defeated him. His brother confirms, and the man asks if he thinks he can win if they fight again. His brother remains silent. Looking at his other partner, the ponytail guy comments that things have gotten a bit more complicated. He asks what they should do now. The man with sunglasses responds that there are too many Korean police officers around. He suggests they retreat for today as well. Smiling, he says he wants to see how everything turns out first, because it's got interesting. A voice suddenly interrupts, asking if it's really as fun as he says. Instantly, the three men turn around to see who it is. To their shot, it's Seth's mother standing in the middle of them. The man is stunned, realizing he hadn't noticed the woman's presence at all. With a terrifying aura, Seth's mother stares back at the Mafia leader. After everyone arrives to help, Ken tells them not to interfere. However, Uncle Jake starts to protest. But Seth insists that he needs to win this fight fairly. Jake falls silent after hearing his response. Two men watch the protagonist through the security cameras. They comment that everyone fell into the trap like rats. Irritated, one of them asks his subordinate if he thinks Seth will lose. Jake responds that this is not the kind of situation they're dealing with, urging him to look around. Numerous men are already lying defeated across the school grounds, and many are down near the buses as well. Seeing all of this, Kang remains silent. His subordinate approaches the boss, politely asking to leave the rest to him and to stop things from escalating further. He tells Seth that this fight is his own, asking if he understands that. After hearing this, Seth remains silent and watches. Facing the mafiosos, Seth apologizes for keeping him waiting. He asks them to continue from where they left off. The half-bald fighter says nothing and looks back, noticing the arrival of more people. Overjoyed, the Mafia leader orders him to finish off the boy. Obeying the command, the fighter charges towards Seth. Seth clenches his fists, preparing to fight. Quickly, the fighter closes in on Kang. Suddenly, a voice yells for everyone to stop. Both the hero and his opponent freeze at the shout. Everyone present is shocked by the voice. It's Seth's mother, who arrives, shaking up the scene. Everyone is left speechless by her appearance. The moment she arrives, the Mafia leader immediately falls silent. She looks at a security camera without saying a word. Then she turns her attention to her son's subordinate. She orders him to take care of anyone who's injured. Jake, confused by her command, questions her intent. She concludes by telling him to escort the rest of the people out of the school. Jake tries to protest, asking what she means by this. Impatient, she sighs. With a murderous aura, she asks when he started questioning her orders. Seeing this, Jake begins to tremble, visibly nervous. Three men approach the woman. One of them named Ian as her subordinate. She tells him to tend to anyone who is beaten in the fight. Ian quickly follows her command. Continuing, she instructs the others to leave the school and hold off the police for 5 minutes. Everyone follows her orders and starts moving. At that moment, Seth realizes that his mother is there. Looking at her son, the woman tells him she will let him fight. However, there's something she needs to say. Listening carefully, the protagonist pays full attention. His mother tells him that his position isn't something that ends with him alone. She explains that being a leader means carrying the burden of every fight, and then he cannot fight solely with his emotions. Hearing this, Seth is left in shock. Everyone begins leaving the area, following the woman's orders. As the half-bald fighter passes by her, she certainly says that Jacker hasn't caused any harm to her son, and for now, she'll let him go. Terrified, the man doesn't understand what she means. Suddenly, the Mafia leader and his henchmen approached, demanding to know who she thinks she is. He yelled that he won't let some random person interfere in their business. He insults her. Knowing the man's full man, she gives him two options. The first is to gather all his people, get on the bus, and leave in silence. Hearing the first option, he immediately starts cursing at her. Without hesitation, she slices a part of his neck, while stepping on his henchmen with extreme ease. Seeing this, the man is in complete shock. The woman warns that if they interrupt her again, she will kill him. She asks if he understood. Everyone is stunned and frightened by her words. The Mafia leader is deeply irritated but stays silent, clearly afraid. After this, she begins explaining the second option, which is that the half-ball fighter and Seth will fight. Hearing this, Seth is surprised. Trembling, the Mafia leader doesn't understand what she means. She continues, stating that whoever wins gets whatever they want, or rather, whatever the people watching for the cameras want. Glancing at the cameras, the Mafia leader realizes she noticed them. Nervous, he says they have nothing to lose from this. Smiling, the woman tells him not to worry. As she turns away, she makes it clear that she always keeps her word. Seth, still confused about why his mother made such a bold decision, recalls her words about relinquishing his position if he fails to win. This weighs heavily on his mind. With a serious expression, he questions how disappointed his father would be to see the hair of the Sunshine Group lose to someone like this. Hearing this, the young hero smiles maliciously, declaring that he won't lose. Inside the school, Sophie and her teacher are descending the stairs. Suddenly, they notice something unusual. Looking down, they see a bald man lying on the floor and wonder what happened. They continue down the stairs. Reaching the lockers where students store their shoes, they encounter several people lying on the ground. Both become extremely nervous about the situation. Sophie pulls out her phone from her pocket. In an attempt to do something, she dials the police. However, the teacher explains that they already called the police and she returned to class. But someone answers the call. Sophie recognizes the voice and asks if it's her father. He responds asking why his daughter is calling at this time. She explains that something happened at the school that the police haven't arrived. She mentions that some gangsters invaded the school, which makes her father very worried. Instantly, he responds, "Daddy's coming." Nervous, the teacher suggests they hurry back to class. At that moment, several people enter the school. Sophie notices the arrival of some men. One of them, who belongs to the Sunshine Group, notices her as well. They approach the two girls. Frightened, the teacher asks who he is. Confused, the man doesn't respond. He kneels near a body and checks for a pulse. Suddenly, he opens his jacket, revealing several medical tools stored inside. Taking out a scalpel, he says the person is still breathing. Nervous, Sophie can only think about her boss, Seth. Meanwhile, outside the school, the Sunshine Group subordinates are securing the perimeter. Kang and his opponent stand face to face. All their fellow fighters watching intently. From a distance, the Mafia leader yells Kaido's name, startling the half-bald man, who turns around. The leader orders him to destroy the boy. Kaido begins pulling something from his jacket pocket. It's a dagger, which he clearly intends to use in the fight. Seeing his opponent armed with a blade, Seth becomes furious. This also catches the attention of his mother, but she remains silent, merely watching. Kaido starts twirling the dagger in his hand. With a maniacal grin, he suggests they begin. Bob arrives at the scene, eager to speak with his boss. Handing over his strange weapon, Seth looks extremely excited. But Seth yells that he won't need that kind of thing. On the rooftop, the Chinese gang member asks his brother what they should do. The brother responds that for today, it won't stand a chance of doing anything. Watching the fight below, they both think about the Sunshine Group's power. Both fighters, Seth and Kaido, are ready and excited. They prepare for a direct clash. Seth is unarmed, while his opponent wields a dagger. Sometime later at the school's assembly, the principal is addressing the entire student body. He welcomes the new students to the Youngjin Public Athletic School. Continuing his speech, he expresses hope that they can transition smoothly during their time at the school. Inside the school, students are chatting with one another. One of them is looking at something on his phone. Calling his friends over, he asks if they've seen this. One of them asks what he's talking about. The boy replies that it's the legendary school video. The video shows the fight between the protagonist and the half-bald man. In the video, Seth is landing a punch on his opponent's face, but at the same time he's also getting slashed by the dagger. As they watch the fight, one student says it's fake, thinking Seth must be acting. Another student argues that it's 100% real, calling the first one an idiot. Quickly, more students join in, debating if it's 200 against 1, revealing a time skip. One of the students mentions that 2 years ago, Seth was the school's boss and took on the Japanese gang. Another student is skeptical, but the boy holding the phone yells that it's real. Suddenly, someone enters the classroom. Everyone turns to look at the person who opened the door. Introducing himself, the bald man says his name is J.K. Lee. He used to be a head of the school and says a donkey vlogger shouldn't believe in fake videos. However, someone else approaches. It's a man asking if Lee can step aside. Irritated, the bald man asks, "What did you just say?" The boy repeats his request, calmly asking the bald man to step aside. With a short temper, the bald man threatens, "You really want to die today, huh?" However, the boy remains silent. Another person arrives at the scene. It's a girl with short hair looking strikingly similar to Sophie but with subtle differences. She orders the bald man to leave immediately. Both the boy and the bald man are taken aback by the girl's presence. Frustrated, the bald man starts cursing, asking who she thinks she is to be giving orders. He prepares to strike. Quickly, she grabs her weapon while her companion gets ready to fight as well. She hits the bald man on the shoulder with her weapon, while her companion closes in and delivers a punch to his face. Together, they execute a perfect combo, leaving the bully stunned and terrified. Meanwhile, one of the students is still watching the video from 2 years ago. In the video, Kim also makes an appearance. He had helped the protagonist back then as well. It's clear from the footage how much Kim has changed during this time skip. His appearance is altered significantly, with his hair now cut short. Judging by the number on his uniform, it appears he's been in prison. However, today is the day of his release. Feeling relieved to finally be free, he notices a car waiting for him. It's his colleague Bob, the driver, smiling warmly. Bob calls him a bastard and gestures for him to come over. Kim walks toward the car, ready to leave. As the back door opens, Kim is shocked to see who's inside. It's the protagonist, now much older. Bowing respectfully, Kim's subordinate says, "The boss really came." Smiling, the protagonist replies that he came to pick up his precious friend and thanks him for everything he has done. Kim brushes it off, saying it was nothing, and thanks the boss in return. The protagonist asks if Kim still wants to go to school, back at Youngjin's school. Walking toward the school, the protagonist comments, "So, this is the place." He heads inside, remarking that the school seems fun. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a small bird flies through the forest, heading toward a dojo on the mountain. Inside the dojo, an old man kneels, holding some balls in his hands. Suddenly, he calls for Jim, who is sleeping while sitting upright. Hearing his name shouted repeatedly, Jim wakes up. The old man, already on his fourth yell, finally gets Jim's attention. Jim moves toward the elderly man, waiting for instructions. However, within seconds, Jim falls asleep while standing. At that moment, the sensei gets up and smacks Jin on the head with a wooden stick, calling him a brat. Reeling from the blow, Jin asks why the old man hit him. The elder responds, "Because I'm hungry." He continues calling Jin a brat and tries to hit him again. Confused, Jim doesn't understand why he's being punished, as he already finished chopping wood and filled the water buckets. Crossing his arms, Jin asks why he's being scolded when all his chores are done. The old man falls silent but glares at him with a menacing look. Turning his back, the sensei tells Jin to pack his things. Shocked, Jin asks what he means. The old man reiterates that he should pack his things immediately. Still confused, Jin asks if he's being expelled. The sensei responds with another question, asking when Jim finished middle school. Counting on his fingers, Jim estimates it was about 3 years ago. The sensei says that Jim should at least try to finish high school. This revelation leaves Jim completely stunned. He asks for clarification, and the sensei explains that not only should Jim take the exam to skip ahead in high school, but you should also attend school. Jin, now speechless, remains silent. Sometime later, Jin heads to the city. He's amazed by the architecture of the place. Humming a tune as he skips along, he makes his way toward his new school. Soon he's impressed by the sight of it. Entering, he notices posters for the National Boxing Championship featuring Victor, and also posters for the American Martial Arts League from the Czech group. Walking through the corridors, he heads toward classroom number 5. Inside, a man is writing on the blackboard, introducing himself as the new teacher. "My name is George Wu, and it's a pleasure to meet you all." He continues, explaining that as many know, the school has now become an athletic school. He's heard that there are a few aspiring athletes in the class. Asking those students to raise our hands, the 3 named students in the class do so. George acknowledges that sports are important but reminds them that they still need to focus on their studies. Just then, the boy from earlier appears at the door, curious about what's happening. The teacher looks at the new student and asks, "Who are you?" Embarrassed, the boy explains that he believes this is his class. Surprised, the teacher realizes that it's the transfer student's first day. The boy then explains that as a transfer student, this is his first time attending school. He recalls his old man telling him that he should greet his teachers properly, and thus, it doesn't feel like just another school day for him. George, the teacher, walks toward him, stating that they need to check things thoroughly. He asks the boy to take a seat in the empty chair. Happily, the boy complies. As he looks around the classroom, he's a little surprised by everything. Introducing himself, he says his name is Jim and that this is his first time attending school. The class is shocked by this information, asking if it's really his first time. He confirms, explaining that he graduated by passing the exam to skip middle school. Hearing this, the students grow curious. Jin smiles. He holds a piece of paper with something written on it. Glancing around to ensure he's in the right place, he heads toward a 2-story house. Confident that this is the right location, he rings the doorbell. The intercom grants him access. The door opens and he steps inside, spying a woman. It's the protagonist's mother, who smiles and says, "You've arrived." The man is overjoyed to see his sister. She jokes that after all, he didn't get lost. With his arms crossed, he retorts that while he may have come from the forest, he's not stupid. His sister laughs, telling him he did well. She leads him inside as he removes his shoes. They calmly ascend the stairs. Curious, she asks how school was, and he responds that it was fun. Surprised, she says that's wonderful. When they reach the 2nd floor, she opens the door to her room. She tells him that this will now be his room. Jin is amazed at the room his sister has given him. She explains that it used to be her son's room, though he lives elsewhere now but attends the same school. Jin is puzzled by this news. As she leaves, she tells him he'll seek her son soon. Smiling, she suggests that he put his things away and follow her. In the house, there's a passage leading to a basement, resembling a secret cellar. As they walk down, it's quite dark, so she carries a candle for light. When they reach the bottom of the stairs, she asks him to wait. She lights additional candles to illuminate the area better. Seeing the room clearly, Jin is surprised. The basement is filled with various weapons. With a mischievous smile, his sister asks why they haven't tested her little brother's abilities yet. He doesn't understand what she means. Continuing, she asks him which weapon he'd like to use. Ignoring her question, Jim warns her that she'll hurt herself this way. Shocked, she stares at him. Jim explains that as the successor of their clan, he was taught from a young age never to lose. They lock eyes after this revelation. She responds with a laugh, saying that it looks like she won't be going easy on him. Meanwhile, back at school in a study room, the students are gathered around a large table. One student is missing. His close friend, Sophie Kim, who is now the student council president, is worried, feeling his absence. She explains to the gathered club leaders that she's called them together for one reason. Mike Ham, the new captain of the Taekwondo club, says he's exhausted from training and suggests speeding things up. Paul Klock, now the captain of the judo club, agrees, adding that the boxing and martial arts club captains aren't present either because they're busy with competitions. After these statements, a heavy silence fills the room. Nervous, Sophie doesn't say a word. Suddenly, the door opens. It's Victor Chu, now the president of the boxing club and the reigning IVF Asian champion. He walks toward the meeting table, drenched in sweat from what appears to be a training session. Apologizing for being late, he smiles. Sophie smiles back, saying it's fine and that the meeting has just started. Victor pulls up a chair to sit down. However, Sophie quickly asks what happened to Brock. Victor explains that Brock has a competition next week, so he's been training for it. Surprised, Sophie asks if it's a new competition. Victor confirms and then asks why they're having this meeting now. Sophie reminds him it's about recruiting freshmen who aren't involved in sports, questioning if he forgot about the freshman recruitment next week. Victor, a bit shocked, admits he did forget. Interrupting the conversation, Mike Ham, the president of the Taekwondo club, yells out. Annoyed, demands they stop chatting and get to the main topic. Seeing his outburst, Victor stays quiet. Sophie, the student council president, apologizes and says they'll begin now. She explains that the main point is that the principal asked for a favor, which is why they are all gathered. Before starting, she makes it clear that clubs are strictly forbidden from forcing freshmen to join. The second rule is that all clubs should avoid entering unnecessary competitions. Furthermore, if there are any tests or extremely intense training, it must be carefully considered. However, Sylvie doesn't fully explain the third rule and the meeting ends shortly after. She tells everyone it's all for today. As she finishes packing up her materials, Victor remains seated silently at the table. Noticing his presence, Sophie asks if he's going to exercise. Victor replies that he is, but there's something he needs to ask first. He inquires that she's received any messages from that boy. Hearing the question, Sophie starts trembling, shaking her head as she says no. Victor then asks if she's heard anything about him returning to school. She replies that she hasn't seen him in a long time. Smiling, Victor tells her not to worry, reminding her that Seth promised his mother he would graduate. Nervous, Sylvie recalls everything that's happened, particularly the terrifying memory of Seth's mother. She remembers how violently she was saved by Seth's mother. The memories of that event cause her to tremble more, breaking out in a nervous sweat. In the background, Victor notices her anxiety and asks if she's all right. She quickly responds that she's fine and hurriedly excuses herself, saying she'll leave first. Watching her leave, Victor sighs, sensing that something even stranger is going wrong with her. He begins to recall the final fight. He remembers when Seth saved Sophie from a gangster, ruthlessly being the man. Steph was in the middle of delivering a brutal beating to the leader, but his mother stopped him from finishing the job. Victor had witnessed everything personally. These memories are somewhat bitter for him. His expression hardens as he clenches his fist. Later that night, Jin is staying at Seth's mother's house. He stares at an egg in his hand. Meanwhile, the lady is washing the dishes. Looking at her brother, she asks if he didn't like the food. Rubbing the egg on his head, she responds that it's not that. Curious, she asks why he isn't eating, and he explains that this is the first time anyone has ever cooked for him. Hearing this, she smiles. She tells him to get used to it because he no longer lives in the forest. Laughing, Jin agrees and thanks her for the meal. He takes some rice and seems to enjoy it a lot. Smiling, Seth's mother tells him to eat and grow stronger so they can fight again. However, Jin's reaction isn't entirely positive. He starts trembling. Amused, she asks if he doesn't want to. With a mouthful of food, he says he does, but there's a catch. He asks if she's okay with that. At this moment, she glances at the bruise on her arm, likely caused by their previous sparring session. Trembling slightly, she says she doesn't know how long it's been since she used her full strength. Jin falls silent after hearing this. Meanwhile, at Sophie's house, she arrives home from school and announces her return. Her father is sitting reading the newspaper and greets her. She comments on him being home early this time. Her father explains that it's election season and her company needs to behave appropriately during this time. Sophie then asks if he's had dinner. He replies that he has, as the maid prepared it for him. Sophie asks if he'd like some tea, and he says yes. Curious, her father asks how school is going, if it's been difficult. As she prepares the tea, Sophie says school is the same as always. Her father asks if she's decided what she wants to do in the future. Sophie admits that she's still unsure. Bother, he asks if she's not interested in law anymore. Sophie respectfully replies that while she admires his work, she doesn't want to be busy all the time. Hearing this, her father begins to reflect. He apologizes for not taking better care of her. Sophie tries to clarify her earlier statement to her father, saying that she doesn't mean to upset him, but wants to find something more enjoyable to do. Her response confuses her father. She then explains that she's currently interested in studying sports marketing. She mentions how incredible Brock and Victor seem becoming world champions at such a young age. Her father remains silent for a while, just listening. Continuing, she explains that ever since their school became an athletic school, many talented students have emerged, and when she sees their passion, It stirs something in her. Breaking the silence, her father asks if she's thought about the consequences. His stern expression makes Sophie feel uneasy. He then explains that the company where Victor and Brock are now is controlled by the Sunshine Group. Sophie remains silent, absorbing his words. Her father, opposed to the idea, firmly states that it's an absolute no. He tells her that he won't allow her to get close to that boy, referring to Seth. Shocked, Sophie listens as he continues, saying she can do anything else, but he won't risk her being in danger. Sophie stays quiet, lowering her head as her father's protective stance becomes clear. The next day at school, Jin is walking through the entrance, bruised and sporting a black eye and a swollen nose. He wonders what kind of teacher he has that left him so battered. Suddenly, he notices a crowd of students and asks what's going on. It's recruitment day for various school clubs. From football players to karate members, everyone is trying to recruit new students. Excited, Jin thinks to himself that this is going to be fun. Behind him, a tall student approaches and politely asks for some space. Jin greets him, saying, "Hey, you sit next to me, don't you?" Shy, the tall boy bends down and nervously says hello. Curious, Jin asks if the boy is part of any sports club since he heard that everyone at the school has to pick at least one sport. Embarrassed, the boy admits he's an athlete from the class. Confused, Jin asks what being a class athlete means. Suddenly, a bald-headed student approaches, demanding they move out of the way, calling them trash. Both Jin and the tall boy are stunned by the insult. Annoyed, the bald student asks them again, "What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten up?" Jin, wearing an innocent expression, doesn't seem to understand. Repeating himself, the bald student tells Jin to move and stop staring at him. The tall boy, nervous, swallows hard and stays silent, sweating. Trying to be friendly, Jin asks, "Are you in our class?" "Nice to meet you, friend." This infuriates the bald student, who feels disrespected by being called friend. He grabs Jin's shoulder and, cursing, asks, "Who said I'm your friend? You're gonna die." However, Jin still doesn't fully grasp what's happening and says nothing in response. Leaning into Jin's ear, the bald student demands that he follow him. After that, the bald guy starts walking away. The tall boy is left utterly confused, unsure of what just happened. Jin, however, simply watches him go and then follows. Later, the two of them find themselves alone in a deserted area of the school. With arrogance, the bald student asks, "Do you even know who I am?" Innocently, Jin replies, "Yeah, you're in my class. I saw you yesterday." Enraged, the bald student calls Jin a bastard. Confused, Jin doesn't understand why he's being insulted. Lighting a cigarette, the bald guy introduces himself as Jack Lee, the boss of the school here in Dom. He asks Jin if he's ever heard of him. Sincerely, Jin responds, "No, I haven't." Raising his eyebrows, Jack can't believe what Jin just said. Then Jin quickly reaches over and snatches the cigarette from Jack's mouth. Seeing this, Jack becomes furious. Smiling, Jin innocently says students shouldn't smoke. Jack, now on the verge of exploding, readies himself to punch Jin. He lunges at Jin, who remains perfectly calm. Jack throws a right-hand punch, but Jin effortlessly drops the cigarette and prepares to counter. Using just 2 fingers, Jin blocks Jack's punch, leaving the bully stunned that his fists couldn't make contact. Calmly, Jin says students shouldn't hit their friends while immobilizing Jack's punch. Ian grabs Jack by his jacket, holding him in place. Extremely irritated, Jack starts cursing furiously. Suddenly, someone yells for him to stop. Both Jin and Jack turn around to see who it is. It's Henry Chan, the school's student council president. He calls out to them, accusing them of being bullies. Jin, puzzled, questions if he's really a bully because, in his mind, a bully is something entirely different from what he is. Desperate to clarify, Jin says, "I'm not a bully." Henry introduces himself, saying he's Henry Chan, the student representative of the school. Henry Chan, standing with authority, tells them that being around ensures they follow the school rules. He adds that he's also the head of the wrestling club, boasting that he placed 5th in the winter competition. He insists they shouldn't underestimate him just because he came in 5th, explaining that he only started wrestling last year. This leaves Jin even more confused. Henry then reveals that he's also the younger brother of the famous Brock Chan, which immediately intimidates the bald student. With a superior attitude, Henry asks the freshmen if they understand now. The bald student lowers his head, admitting that he barely knew who Henry was. Watching all of this unfold, Jin is left completely baffled by the situation, especially since it's his first time at school. As Henry looks at Jin, he criticizes his bad attitude and instructs him to visit the student council room during recess. Pointing to himself, Jin asks if Henry is talking to him. Without responding further, Henry turns and leaves, the bald student following him, both laughing together. Curious, Jin wonders if this is what they call social life. Turning to the tall student, Jin asks if he was worried about him, smiling and saying, "You're a nice guy." Sometime later, at the J. Fox Boxing Academy's main building, Brock is training tirelessly. The academy's director is observing his practice. At the same time, Akira, the executive secretary of the Sunshine Group, arrives at the academy. Seeing him, both Brock and the director become curious. The director asks what brings Akira there. Akira explains the president wanted to know if Brock could stop by. The suggestion shocks the director, who reminds him that the competition is just days away. However, Rock responds calmly, saying it's fine and asks Akira to tell the president that he's ready. In classroom 1 to 5, while the teacher writes on the blackboard, Jin tries to concentrate to take notes as much as possible. Then, the person in charge of the class comments that the students have already learned this in preparatory school and asks one of them to answer the question. However, unexpectedly, the person who raises their hand is the most unlikely student of all, and so with suspicious looks on him, Jin walks up to the blackboard and solves the problem, leaving everyone impressed. The teacher is also one of them and praises the boy for studying, to which Jim responds that there isn't much to do in the mountains. Obviously, this topic of the mountains sparks curiosity, but the boy simply comments that he studied in advance to finish high school, while laughing a little. Later, another class begins and the teacher asks if someone will stand up to present as usual. However, once again, Jim raises his hand before anyone else, and so he introduces himself, saying he has lived in the mountains his childhood with his wonderful master. In this case, some look at him strangely, but the teacher finds it interesting. At lunchtime, a group of people surround the boy's table, saying that he is very smart, like some kind of nerd. However, Jim remains humble, surprising everyone, and then the biggest student approaches and asks if the boy is going to the student council room. Then Jin looks at the wall clock and panics, realizing that he is late, which makes him run like never before, simply disappearing from the room. 10 minutes later, the student ran to the student council room, but he still didn't know where it was. However, at a certain moment, a door noise was heard, and as he turned around, the boy noticed that it was a very beautiful woman. Striking up a conversation, the girl asks why a freshman is there, and soon he realizes that, coincidentally, this is the student council room. In this case, she informs her of what he needs, and the girl directs him to the last room. Then the boy thanks her, and since he had just entered the school, the girl asked him not to cause any trouble. However, this makes Jin shout that he is not a bad student, and naturally, an interest grows in her. Anyway, the two turn their backs and the boy enters the room, but when he takes a look inside, he realizes that no one is there. Outside, while a big guy is eating a hot dog, a collie helps by offering a milk carton, which appears to have a playing card in his hand. However, a student that catches attention, and the colleague warns the strongest one that this is the freshman who joined the boxing club. In this case, the colleague calls out to the boy, making him turn around, and then what seems to be the boss asks for his name. From the armband on the big guy's arm is clear that he is from the student council, so the boy introduces himself as James Gu and asks if something is wrong. That man had heard that James was the champion of Korea, so he wanted the boy to follow him. Clearly, the boy doesn't understand the reason for this, but he soon hears that they intend to impose authority over him, which does not please him at all. In the student council room, the big guy opens the door, finding the bald man inside. Very scared, Jim comments that he is not a bad student, but the big guy had forgotten that he had called him. Anyway, he comments that it's good that he is there and soon tells both of them to sit near the blackboard. Although the two show different expressions regarding the order, they comply with the request. Then the council member asks the newcomers to listen carefully because this school has strict rules regarding violence. And as soon as this topic is brought up, the boys begin to take it seriously, as both have probably heard about the incident 2 years ago. Since then, the council has approved a new rule together with the administration. Therefore, today, if they want to fight, they need the student council and the athletic captain to approve a match in the ring. And it turns out that the person in front of them have the authority to approve these fights. That is, if the reason for fighting is legitimate, but before he can finish, James interrupts the council member's speech. And while trying to understand the situation, the boys suggest that the big guy fight him because he hates it when people talk too much. Obviously, everyone is surprised and the boss's friend comments that James is being very rude. In this case, the boy asks if the meddler wants to fight in the leader's place, which makes him furious. Anyway, the boy doesn't care, but the council member makes a point of saying that he has brought Chang's brother. However, James clearly doesn't care and simply asks if the younger brother will approve a fight with the older one. Upon hearing this, the assistant shouts, questioning whether the newcomer doesn't know who Henry's brother is. But James is aware and states that he came to this school specifically to defeat Brock and Victor, which leaves the two very surprised. Thus, the boy stands up since he has nothing more to say and turns to leave, leaving a bad taste in the representative's mouth. Moreover, he walks past Jin without even making eye contact. With that, the assistant states that they need to teach this newcomer a lesson, and Henry suggests reporting it to Victor. However, since the two were not alone in the room, Jin asked if he could also leave. Then the assistant stated that if he told anyone about this, he already knew what would happen. And he made it even clearer by warning that it would be worse than death, but Jin was not intimidated by that. Anyway, the boy tells the newcomer to disappear from there. And he does, but to the assistant's surprise. Before leaving, he asks how to request this so-called fight in the ring. Later, in the classroom, the boy enters and walks peacefully to his desk. However, it is evident that the atmosphere between the three major figures of the moment is not so friendly. Among the students, a bald guy starts staring at Jin, and it seems he is acting under the assistant's orders, who calls him over. Thus, the two begin to talk and secretly plan a lesson for the newcomer. Later in the gym, the young Jin, the boy everyone is talking about, is training in boxing as usual. But while he is pushing himself, his companion appears to report everything that happened, which inevitably leaves him in disbelief. The report was about a freshman joining his boxing club, and that freshman was James, who, while walking, heard his name being called. When he turned around, he noticed the intimidating presence of the club leader, who asked if he knew him. Since James seemed at a loss for words, the boxer commented that if the boy had come as an athletic student, he should attend training, but the newcomer remained silent. In any case, the leader didn't mind if the boy left as long as he didn't say he was in the club to cause trouble, especially since he was the representative and against school violence. Thus, he turned to leave, but James finally broke the silence, asking for permission. That was because he decided to reveal his true intention by asking if he could face him in the gym. Then the leader got excited, stating that as long as they were in the ring, they could always fight. And since James seemed excited about this, the boxer commented that he was easy to read and, in any case, invited him to train the next day. After this tense moment, James noticed other people nearby, and among them, the bald guy asked if the boy was going home, because the idea was to invite him to relax a little from school together. However, Jim was also nearby and managed to see the whole scene unfold. At the same moment, at Narita International Airport in Japan, 5 important figures leave the room, each displaying a more intimidating presence than the other. Until in the end, with everyone looking at each other in front of a car, Seth calls his colleagues to hurry up. At another moment at his job, Sophie's father, we watch the legendary video of the school confrontation, where the protagonist fought with all his strength in a long and drawn-out battle, and even having to deal with an opponent who used bladed weapons. He not only managed to dodge, but also retaliate with bare hands. Thus, the fight went on for a long time, with both suffering damage from kicks and punches, until Seth's opponent came up with an idea to handle the situation more easily by looking at Sophie. Then with a smile, he used his cowardice to take her hostage, and at that moment, the hero lost control. Pausing the video, the father asks over the communicator if this young man has been found, and he is informed that he landed in Japan at Narita International Airport. Regarding the reason, cooperation was requested from the police department, and as soon as it is discovered, it will be reported. In this case, things calm down for now, but the father's mind continues to recall the past. That day, the traffic was heavily congested, and by the time he arrived, the commotion was already in full swing. Despite showing his badge at first, no one paid attention because the police were already struggling to contain the troublemakers. Thus, the man ran to the place he thought would be the worst, and now he saw Seth with the delinquent defeated in front of him. And worse than that, he saw his daughter lying on the ground in a fragile and defenseless position. As a good father, the man spared no effort to try to comfort her, offering his coat and showing compassion. However, even at that moment, Seth's gaze toward him was terrifying enough to put him back on alert. Back around the school, Jin walks calmly until he turns the corner and comes across a situation quite different from the usual. In this alley, several bullies are being defeated one by someone who seems to have no mercy. However, as soon as it ends, the person turns around and it becomes clear that it is James Boo, who immediately questions what the boy is looking at. In this case, Jim doesn't want to bother him and turns to leave, but his attention is called. James Goo asks why the bald-headed guy keeps following him around, so the boy expresses his concern about the teachers finding out about the fights. Moreover, Jim states that his colleagues shouldn't pick on guys weaker than him. Naturally, the boy can tell that Do is strong, but even still, he needs to learn the art of patience. Obviously, the bully newcomer gets irritated by all this moral lecturing and charges forward to land a punch, calling the boys hillbillies. However, without worry, all the bald boy does is block the punch with a knee strike, demonstrating incredible flexibility. Thus, James begins to understand who he is dealing with, and Jin's expression does not waver. However, that seriousness soon turns into a kind of happiness, which only irritates Boo even more. For that reason, he tries to reposition his center of mass to attack again, but the mountain dweller closes the distance between them, and so he warns that he doesn't mess with weaker students while only threatening to perform the inch punch. Since he has already demonstrated his superiority, Jim turns away and tells Boo to send those guys to the hospital, and so he leaves, leaving the bully behind, utterly confused. Later, the boy continues walking until he eventually reaches his home and can relax a little. With his suitcase, he begins to climb the stairs and later sits down for his routine training, revealing the unbelievable muscles on his back. Facing many Chinese bladed weapons, he closes his eyes and begins something that appears to be meditation. In his meditation, he imagines a fictional opponent with whom he fights, dodging all his strikes until finally landing a hit, which makes him wake up instantly. Having the ability to immerse himself in these simulations, Jim stands up, exhausted but determined to correct the simulation's mistakes. Later, at a conference, several important figures from the Sunshine Group are gathered, sitting and waiting for an explanation or instruction. And in front of his captivated colleagues, the protagonist thanks everyone for their presence. However, the vice president of the black group gang Mando named Joan Lee states that he will always come when Kang calls. And with a smile, the CEO of the Sunshine Group, Seth Kang, announces that he is finally ready. Beside him, Akira presses a button on a remote, and soon a projector begins to work, displaying an image of a certain place. Obviously, everyone present is impressed by the speed, so the hero announces that from today, the Osaka stage has finished its preparations. For this reason, he expects them to send some competitors as there should be no problems with the first match. Thus, Jonli asks if the hero will participate, and with a smile, he reveals that he will. And the boy questions how the athletes on his side are doing, and Seth comments that they will need 4 more. In this case, Joan stands up, thinking of this as something fun, because even without knowing about the others, Seth alone is enough. To leave no doubts, the boy asks if there are weight limits or any rules related to bladed weapons. But since the hero does not make any comments, Joan is satisfied and states that they will see each other in 3 months at the stadium. Meanwhile, one of the gang leaders, Taikyo Midoki Ryoshin and Midoki Ryonosuke, remains silent. The old man asks if they need to be there, and Ryonosuke reminds him that this is his home. Sometime later, still in training, Jim's sister asks if he is ready and if they can start. Then the boy confirms that he is, and soon the woman charges at him with a training spear, though it is very dangerous and fast. So Jin dodges at the last second. Still, something catches his attention because along with the attack, a kick was coming, and even though he managed to block it, it still caused damage. However, that distance was perfect for a counterattack, so the boy responded with a kick of his own. However, his sister was too strong to be defeated so easily, and with a mocking laugh from the girl, the two began exchanging blows at high speed. At one point, the distance between them increased as they repositioned themselves, but while Jim was struggling, his sister only found him amusing. Later, training time was replaced by coffee time, and casually the girl asked how school was going, to which the younger brother responded that it was great. In this case, she questioned her brother about his friendships, and even if distorted, he believed he had made a few. His sister, however, specified that she was talking about girlfriends and asked if their master had said anything before he left the mountains. That was because, at least for her, he had told her that she should seduce a strong man and bring him to the mountains. And because of that, she couldn't go back to the mountains since the man she found wasn't suitable. Anyway, his sister asked Jin to make sure to find a good girl, and this time, one that was normal. At another moment in an arena, while the crowd roared with excitement, the announcer drew attention. Because since his debut 3 years ago, he had defeated all his opponents in less than a minute. And now, the 21-year-old Korean prodigy, Charm, was there to put on a show with a historic fight. However, his opponent for the night was ranked 7th in the featherweight division with 25 fights minus 20 wins and 5 losses. John Krischer introduced himself. Since this was the first time that Korean was facing someone in the top 10, his coach advised him not to get nervous. However, the boy was sure that no one was stronger than Seth, and so as he put in his mouth guard, he stated that he had no reason to be nervous. The two stared each other down, and as the gong sounded, the blonde fighter confidently rushed forward only to immediately stagger after taking the low kick from his opponent. The low kick created an opening for another strike, and with his head unprotected, Brock seized the chance to land an uppercut. Then with another downward punch, he slammed John Krischer into the ring floor with ease. Naturally, the crowd went wild, and to further humiliate the blonde fighter, Brock spat next to him before walking away. Then, as his final request, the boy asked his coach to move him up in weight class because the fights were too easy. This entire fight was being broadcasted on a TV in the protagonist's hall. So Seth called Akira over and with a satisfied smile, asked for the boy to be added to the list. At Yeonju Public Athletic School in the same classroom 1 to 5, a few boys were talking about Brock's fight from yesterday. Everyone had seen it and agreed that it was insane. But anyway, the boy was going to knock out the champion soon. Suddenly, Chiuli appeared in the room with an injury, sending chills down the students' spines. Then, very irritated, he asked why he was being stared at and quickly dispersed everyone. Along with him, other important students entered the room and passed by the bald guy, heading to their seats without any trouble. However, another person entered and was someone Jade Lee didn't really want to face. Even so, he decided to look, but when he noticed Prue standing behind him, he trembled with fear and the boy ordered the bald guy to leave him alone. The events of the previous day were still burned into his mind, so he didn't have the courage to respond to the intimidation. Thus, Jin appeared once again, telling James Boo to stop picking on weaker people. The remark caught both of their attention, even though the boy had said it innocently. Either way, who was already very irritated with these moral lessons and clenched his fist, leaving Jin confused. But a girl quickly caught on to the situation. Since nothing happened, Jin cheerfully commented that his new friend wasn't a bully. However, the girl from earlier walked up to James, and the boy immediately asked what she wanted. After analyzing him for a bit, the girl mockingly asked if Pooh had been beaten up by the bald-headed guy. To her, everything pointed to that, but Ku warned her to watch her tongue. At that moment, the girl became sure of her assumption. While James tried to intimidate her, she simply told him to look at his hands. Because despite his serious expression, the boy was trembling intensely. However, instead of continuing to mock him for that, the girl understood and decided to take care of Jin. Later in the cafeteria, as everyone gathered at the tables, Jin eagerly prepared to eat. However, his classmates stood beside him with an absurd amount of rice, leaving him stunned. Anyway, the two start eating as if they were competing, and within a few seconds, they finish everything, even making Jin's stomach puff out. However, to his surprise, his friend gets up and goes to the cook to get more food. In this case, Jin admits that he lost, but at that moment, the girl from before joins the table, saying hi. Obviously, the boy is confused, so the girl gets straight to the point, saying that it looks like he's pretty good. Jin, in turn, asks what she means, and a girl comments about James' defeat. However, the martial artist still doesn't know what she's talking about, and the girl invites him to go to the rooftop. Once again, Jin asks why, but with a smile, she just replies by asking if there's something wrong with him. Then she gets up, saying that they will meet after class. Without wasting time, the boy asks his friend if he knows what it's about, and soon the big guy suggests that maybe it's for a fight. Anyway, it's obvious that friends shouldn't fight, and Jin knows that very well. After some time back in the classroom, the boy starts paying attention to the girl. And even during class, he doesn't let his guard down, trying to analyze what she's thinking. Meanwhile, a car drives up to the school entrance and stops in front of the parking lot. Naturally, Akira is the first to step out, and with courtesy, she opens the door as she is serving someone more important. And so the protagonist steps out of the car, eager to return to this nostalgic environment. In a principal's office is the protagonist's uncle, and suddenly he hears some sounds at his door. With that, Akira enters alongside the hero, making the man stand up immediately, as he knows that the seat he is sitting in belongs to Seth. In this case, the boy asks what his uncle thinks of it and if he's enjoying his new job. Being a man of few words, he doesn't respond, so the boy asks about his mother, and the man informs him that she got a student a few days ago. Once again, the two stare at each other for a while until the boy questions the paperwork. However, the uncle doesn't care, and this attitude surprises Seth quite a bit, but in any case, he tells him to keep it that way. Thus, the protagonist starts changing into his new clothes, adjusting everything carefully. However, since this is the same uniform he used to wear, it brings a nostalgic feeling to Seth. After a few seconds of silence, the uncle asks if his nephew will continue with the plan, and Seth's look alone is enough of an answer. In this case, a man makes it clear that finding him is impossible, but Seth finds it very annoying that both he and his mother are acting like cowards. Besides, the boy doesn't think that finding his father's killer is such a wrong thing. However, his uncle tries to break that illusion by saying that Enema tried couldn't stop him. But with a confident smile, Seth states that that's precisely why he's doing his best. Even so, the uncle doesn't think his nephew is strong enough, but just as he says that, a metal drawer goes flying and crashes into the wall. The man is clearly frightened but tries his best to maintain his composure. Then the hero reminds him that that criminal finished off his father before he ever got to meet him, so he orders his uncle to stop interfering in his life. Later, while leaving the school, Jim hears someone calling him a hillbilly and turns around to see. Then the girl from before appears, and since she was ignored, she confronts the boy, reminding him of their meeting. In this case, Jin gives her a second of his attention but soon turns away again, ignoring her once more. Extremely frustrated, the girl can't stand his game of disinterest anymore and reveals her sword by removing the bandages. Then she charges at him without caring about being cowardly, but the boy senses the attack coming and dodges it easily. Moreover, he gets into a combat stance and more that he doesn't usually go easy on girls. However, luckily for her, someone else appeared to interrupt the fight. With a smile, a girl whom the bald-headed boy recognized as Akira asks if he was studying there too. Upon saying yes, Jin asks the same about her, and the girl replies that she's a senior. In this case, the boy finds it strange since the teacher didn't mention anything, but in any case, he invites her to his house to eat together. Clearly, Akira doesn't seem comfortable with this proximity, but soon she sees the protagonist. And so she bids farewell, saying they will see each other tomorrow since she will be staying for a month. Then, leaving the boy talking to himself, she walks toward the car where Seth is, and seeing this, Jin's expression changes to a more serious one. Naturally, the car drives away with the two inside, and the girl from before, sensing this tense atmosphere, asks if the boy is done. However, he doesn't respond and continues staring at the man who left with Akira. Changing the subject, the girl asks if the bald-headed boy knows that person, which makes him confused. Without thinking much, he says she is a friend, but the girl was talking about the guy. And to clarify, she informs him that the man is Seth Ken, a student who reached the highest peak of the school. Seeing no reaction, the girl asks if he doesn't watch videos on his phone. However, it turns out the boy doesn't even know what a phone is, and he apologizes for never having one, which mentally exhausts her. Later, at a random diner, the bald boy enjoys some dishes that look delicious and doesn't hold back from praising them after every bite. Then the girl finally finds the video and places her phone on the table for the boy to watch. Even though he is confused, he becomes curious and decides to take a look at what appears to be a fight. The video, in this case, is of the protagonist's last fight, where he faced multiple opponents at once. So the girl informs him that this is Seth Kang and that he will be back at school for a month because of his graduation. Anyway, later the boy goes home, but as soon as he enters, his sister is already waiting for him. That's because there is an unexpected guest in the boy's living room introduced as the principal of Yeonjun's school. The two stare at each other for a moment, but Jin shows respect with a bow and asks if something is wrong. Naturally, his sister responds that the boy can have dinner, but he informs her that he ate out and asks about training. In this case, The girl says she will take a break for now, but the younger brother still decides to make a comment. At first he mentions that he met Akira today, and right after he also encountered her son, which surprises her quite a bit. Being very direct, Jin asks if he was brought down from the mountains because of his sister's son. However, after a deafening silence takes over the room for a few seconds, the older sister says it's nothing he should worry about. Thus, the boy accepts and prepares to leave, but states that he will always be ready to help whenever needed. Then he starts climbing the stairs until his sister calls him, and even though she is somewhat reluctant, she asks that if Jim meets her son again, he should tell him to come home. So the boy asks what he should do as Seth refuses, and without thinking much, his sister asks him to convince him. Currently, her son doesn't listen to her, but that is enough for the boy to agree to do something. Later, at the Sunshine Group headquarters, 3 of the protagonist's allies stand before him. As he waits, each one seems more prepared than the other, wielding undoubtedly powerful bladed weapons. Then, without a hint of fear, the boy provokes his partners, telling them to attack already. Since it was an order from the boss, the warriors waste no time, and a first to move is the girl, who throws several blades for the protagonist. As the knives approach, the other 2 advance to set up an ambush, but Seth only smiles and dodges both the blades and the boy's attacks. With a sweeping kick, one of them falls, and though the other manages to land a punch, Seth retaliates in a far more brutal manner. Akira does her best to take advantage of the distraction, but the hero dodges once again. Naturally, they all exchange looks and understand that their only option is to attack at the same time, but the boy doesn't worry about it at all. Later, after training, the protagonist asks if everything is ready, and the girl informs him that she has gathered the competitors with the invitations. Directly from France, in a training hall, 2 athletes clashed of swords in a fencing duel, until at a certain moment, one of them lands a more precise touch that defeats his opponent, making him fall onto his butt on the ground. With that, the blonde fighter realizes he will never win, and Pierre Steffing removes his helmet, stating that if it were a real sword, it would have been fatal. In his case, his friend asks why he doesn't compete in the Olympic Games since he could win a gold medal. However, Pierre responds that it would be boring. At that moment, a certain person enters the place with a respectful bow. He then reports everything he was instructed to say, and without any delay, hands over the invitation letter. After holding it in his hands, the boy becomes quite excited. Meanwhile, in the United States, a man seems to be having a bad day as he has just been knocked out by a kick from Brock. After that, the fighter appears a bit unmotivated, and soon his coach hears his phone ringing. Upon answering, everything is explained over the phone, even without the physical presence of the invitation. In this case, after hanging up, the coach informs Brock that the boss wants him to return, and without much thought, the fighter understands. At the same moment in Japan, the messenger from the Sunshine Group also arrives there. He quickly enters a dojo, reading Master Oscar, as it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Back at school, as the students walk toward their classrooms, a luxurious car drives by, making noise and startling some students with its roaring engine. Clearly, they are annoyed at someone so inconsiderate passing through. However, when the car door opens, it turns out to be none other than Seth Kang himself. And in response to this unexpected opportunity, someone suddenly appears. With a serious expression, Jin simply asks to talk with the protagonist for a moment. Clearly, this request makes Seth a bit thoughtful, and soon all the people around them show some concern. For that reason, the hero doesn't respond right away, so Akira shouts in concern, questioning what Jin is trying to do. Additionally, she explains who this boy is to satisfy everyone's curiosity, which only leaves Seth even more surprised. As the two stare at each other, a crowd gathers around them, and Seth asks if the boy is a student of his mother. Jin informs him that she sent him there to take him home, but then turns away, simply advising the hero to listen to his teacher for now. In this case, before the bald boy leaves, Seth shouts, catching his attention, and questions how he dares to cross the line. Akira, in turn, tries to calm her boss down because many people are watching, and the boy realizes that a real commotion has gathered around them. Thus, Seth simply asks what the bald-headed boy will do if he doesn't want to go home. Then Jim responds that he intended to hold back for the sake of his master, but he couldn't anymore. And without the slightest fear, he states that he will have to teach the boy a lesson for his sensei. Suddenly, Sophie arrives at the scene, shouting the protagonist's name and panting from exhaustion. Then as he looks at the girl carefully, a protagonist calms down a little. However, the bald boy doesn't back down and calls out to him because he heard that this school has a rule about fighting whoever you want. Thus, with great confidence, Jim tells the protagonist to prepare himself. However, instead of being afraid, Seth shouts that his mother's apprentice is indeed very interesting. Sometime later, in classroom 8 of the 3rd year, some people murmur about what happened. Then the hero decides to ask Kira about this boy since she seems to know him. At that moment, memories return to her from when she and Seth's mother went to the dojo to pay respects to the master. There his mother talked about some things while Akira stayed outside with Jin. Then, as they were leaving with Akira feeling anxious, the hero's mother greeted the master, turned to her, and told him to stay there for a while to erase the past. By accepting that, this was how she met Jin exactly 2 years ago. However, Akira reveals that even at that time he was already stronger than her and even Seth, which leaves him completely surprised. Among the most striking memories once stuck in her mind when Jim kicked a tree without protection and practically knocked it down. Back in the first-year classroom, the Kendo girl asks the bald boy if it's really true that he wants to fight Seth Kane. However, he doesn't say a single word, unlike the others who can't stop das effing. In this case, she asks again but still gets no response, and at the same time, the legendary Brock and his coach arrive at the school. Naturally, all the gossip stops as the students are more interested in Brock's return. As the two walk in a relaxed manner, the coach suggests that they go to the principal's office first. However, the boy refuses because he needs to relax a bit before thinking about that kind of thing. Without wasting time, Brock heads to the training hall and slowly, they begin to approach the ring. Until there, he prepares by removing the clothes that limit his movements and throws his straight punch with all his strength into a punching bag. Next, he lands an even more precise cross punch, and as the sounds echo through the place, Victor is drawn by the noise and approaches Brock to greet him. While training, they start talking about the latest news, but there isn't anything new. In this case, Victor comments on Brock raising the standard of his opponents, and the fighter responds by asking about his friend's boxing championship. However, since the Asian leaves didn't appear on TV, you lost motivation, so Brock suggested a fight between them for old time's sake. But Victor declined with a smile, saying he didn't want to die, and after staring at each other for a moment, the fighter accepted his decision. Changing the subject, it talked about the news of the protagonist's return, which is also the main reason Brock is there. However, even without saying anything, it's clear that the boy is still not capable of defeating Seth, and that leaves Victor a bit disappointed because he thought he would be strong enough. But regardless, the protagonist's power is still engraved in Brock's memory. Sometime in the past, during routine training, the two had a fight, but Seth simply dodged everything while smiling. And many other times, he avoided all the blows until he was eventually pushed against the wall. At that moment, the fighter believed it was his chance to win and prepared a full-force punch, but Seth dodged, making him hit the wall instead. And he only threatened to counterattack, stopping at the last moment to avoid causing damage. With his usual confident smile, he wished Brock good luck in his competition. Keeping that in mind, the fighter knows that if he himself is a monster, the protagonist is something much worse. In this case, Victor suddenly remembers something worth mentioning because the protagonist got involved with a strange guy. So he says they will fight soon, and then it's a freshman, which naturally piques Brock's interest. Later in the first-year classroom, some students talk about going to a cyber cafe. However, one of them asks and his friend didn't hear that the mysterious guy from their class is going to fight the boss, which despite seeming unreal is actually happening. At that moment, before the confrontation, an unexpected person enters the classroom, causing surprise among the students. Wasting no time, Brock walks up to Jin and asks if he is the one who will fight Seth. After staring at each other for a moment, the fighter places a hand on Jin's head as a way to provoke him. Then the boy asks why the big guy is touching him without his permission. Brock is trying to teach the boy a lesson in humility before he faces Seth. However, suddenly his arm is easily pulled by someone, leaving him very surprised. And then the bald boy's friend tries to explain that fights are not allowed there. Given this, Brock asks who the student in front of him is, which only makes him even more nervous. Then he decides to continue, but Jin simply places a hand on the fighter and politely asks him to stop. Even while being held back by two people, the fighter only gets more irritated. So Jin understands that it's inevitable and rotates his hand, delivering a strike that sends the big guy flying. For a few seconds, Brock keeps being pushed back until he finally manages to stabilize himself and stand firm. Jin, on the other hand, remains serious, but the fighter gets very excited about this unexpected display. Naturally, Brock starts advancing again to retaliate, but soon he feels something in his body that makes him drop to his knees. Then Jim stands up and informs him that it will be difficult for the fighter to move for a while and advises him to rest for a few days. However, Brock only laughs at this arrogance and immediately stands up, saying he is completely fine while mocking the boy. Suddenly, the classroom door opens again, but this time, it's the trainer who enters. Noticing the tense atmosphere when the students, he mentions Brock's UFC career. However, unexpectedly, the boy states that he doesn't care about those boring games because this fight seems much more fun. Anyway, later rumors about Brock being knocked down by a freshman with just one strike spread throughout the school. And naturally, as the rumors spread, distortions occur, including speculation that Jin is a Yakuza envoy. Because of this commotion, Akira reports everything to the protagonist, and soon all the other members also hear about it, as the news even reaches the principal. Back in classroom 5 of the freshmen, the atmosphere there is completely tense due to Jin's presence in the room. And even though he doesn't want to cause any trouble, the only one who comes to talk to him is his friend from before, who asks if he's okay. With that, a smile appears on the boy's face, and he admits that maybe he isn't doing so well. However, the rumors don't stop, and at a certain moment, the student council appears to disperse the gossipers. Henry, who is in charge, enters the first-year classroom already very stressed and comments that he always knew the bald guy was a troublemaker. Either way, he hands over a clipboard that his brother asked him to give to the boy. On it, there is a document that Henry asked Jin to sign, and after taking the look, he sees that it's a consent form confirming that the previous fight was officially approved. Obviously, Jin has no problem signing it, but asks for another one for the student council to provide. Upon hearing this, Henry asks why, hoping that the bald guy doesn't want to fight him. And to his relief, the paper is because Jim will have a match against Seth Kane later. Sometime later at the school's boxing gym, the coach questions what his athlete is doing. With a certain disappointment, he asks if Brock thinks he has time to fight all the students there. This really leaves the coach disappointed, but the fighter insists that this guy is special. And while taking off his shirt to show the result of the last punch, he comments that Seth must already know. Noticing the injury, the two stare at each other in silence for a moment until new visitors arrive. Making those already there apprehensive, Jim's group enters the gym with determination. The kendo girl, in turn, warns that the hillbilly isn't following the right order since he is skipping too many steps to challenge Brock. There's a process to reaching the top of the school. Brock is someone even UFC champions avoid. However, Jim confidently asks if she thinks he will lose, which leaves the girl very surprised. Then, while the bald boy stares at Brock, the girl advises him to apologize before it's too late. However, Jim trusts his own strength, and with a single leap, he enters the ring in style. In and faces the fighter with his hands still in his pockets, and before those two, the crowd goes wild. Unlike Akira, who's also watching, Seth is extremely excited to see the outcome, while Victor coldly observes the entire situation. Before the fight starts, the coach asks them to maintain good sportsmanship, and within a few seconds, the sound of the gun is heard. At the very instant the fight begins, Jim lands a powerful kick on the fighter, knocking him to the ground and kicking up a lot of dust. While the audience cheers, Seth gets even more excited, and Jim provokes him, calling him out to be the next to fight. Just a few seconds later, the fighter gets up, asking when the bald guy is looking. Despite his injuries, he recovers, and Seth praises Brock because he has always had the best endurance. Without wasting time, the UFC fighter charges forward, trying to grab the boy, but Jim continues dodging every single time until one hand finally grabs onto his jacket. Then another manages to grab his leg, making it possible to execute a technique that brings the bald guy to the ground in submission. Even in this position, Jim doesn't seem worried, but the fighter doesn't care about the oddness and attacks with everything he has. The sounds of punches landing are enough to bring agony to the audience and concern to Seth. The fighter keeps attacking until the coach decides to intervene, but at that moment, Brock realizes the reality. Because Beacon was Jin, completely unharmed, who simply asked if he was done. And since he didn't hear a response, he changed his expression and announced that now it was his turn. Not understanding what was happening, the fighter tried to attack again, and a strike came very close to the bald guy's face. However, before that, Jim landed a knee strike on his back, and after Brock lost his stance, an extremely fast punch followed straight to his face. This made him fall face first onto the ring, forcing him to use his hands and knees to keep himself from collapsing. Naturally, even though the fighter isn't knocked out, a second takedown makes the crowd go wild. And this time, the protagonist doesn't seem very satisfied with the fighter's performance. Even so, he gets up once again to continue fighting, but the moment he turns to attack and raises a high-kick aim at Jin's head. Jim simply dodges by jumping over it and counterattacks with an incredibly powerful punch. Brock tries to stay on his feet at all costs, but the bald boy closes the distance between them, and he landed that same strike from before, this time with full force, right into the fighter's stomach. Even while trying his best to endure it, the fighter is sent flying with an unreal impact. As Brock slides across the ring, trying to regain his balance, the injury is already visible to everyone in the audience. And because of this, most students don't know what to think, including even Seth. That's because, despite still standing, Jin simply touches a finger to the fighter, and that alone is enough to make him fall face first onto the ground. This way, the boy's strength becomes evident to everyone, and after the initial shock, the students erupt in excitement. Once again, Jim takes the opportunity to stare at the protagonist from the stands, but despite being concerned, Seth simply tells Akira to put the boy on the list. Later, as they leave in the car, Akira tries to gather the courage to talk to her boss. And even though she's afraid if she swallows her anxiety and warns that Jin isn't the type to follow orders. Therefore, she believes it would be best if Seth asked his mother instead, and without much thought, the hero orders the driver to turn around. In this case, the driver asks where they are going and Seth informs them that they're heading to his house, which, though unexpected, is immediately obeyed. A while later, they arrive at the place and a protagonist asks Akira to wait outside while he enters. The moment Seth steps inside, the sound of the door opening is heard. Because of that, his mother, who was already in the same room, is slightly surprised to see her son at home. Without wasting time, Seth walks straight to the table and sits down in one of the chairs. Then he asks her who that bald kid is, the one she brought home, causing a heavy silence. However, suddenly, his mother states that if he manages to defeat him, she will finally tell Seth the name of his father's tiller. In front of a mountain somewhere far away, Joan tells his companions to wait there. Then he begins passing through a festival happening on the mountain, and after making his way through, he reaches his stunning location at the top where the dojo is. However, the boy doesn't seem very confident about being there, and the reason becomes clear as he approaches his master. Joan bows deeply, offering the proper respects to Master Juan, and introduces himself as a member of the Black Group. Upon turning around, just the master's gaze is enough to send chills down his spine, and Juan asks if the warning wasn't given, and if the boy's father didn't tell him what would happen if he ever appeared before him again. In this case, fearing for his life, Joan tries his best to apologize as respectfully as possible. However, there was something he needed to say, so the master thought for a moment and stated that this information would decide whether Joan would live or die today. Shaking in fear, the boy announces that they are organizing a competition where many strong people will participate, betting their lives on him. But the master starts approaching and strikes the boy's throat with an unreal force. Just the mere fact of being included in a competition among weaklings sounds like an insult, and all that power was delivered with just 2 fingers. In this case, Joan quickly informs him that one of the competitors is the successor of the Sunshine Group, and now this is valuable enough information for the master to let go of the boy. With this, one asks if that martial arts girl will also be there, but the boy isn't sure. So for a while, the master reflects on whether it would be worth participating in the competition. Later, at the Sunshine Group headquarters, Akira states that only the heir of the old arts knows the origins of this fighting style. And since his mother was the previous heir, that bald boy is now the current successor. Clearly, the protagonist doesn't know what these old arts are, so the girl comments that there is a warning passed down to those who study martial arts. And that warning is, if you ever encounter the master of the old arts, you must run away at all costs. Seth, on the other hand, can't help but laugh, and when he asks what this is all about, Akira explains that it's a form of martial art. It originated before the Three Kingdoms period, with warriors from Goguryeo, back soldiers, and many others. It's said that the master of the old arts continues these traditions to this day, but Seth doesn't care. With that, he asks if what she's saying is that she's going to lose to the bald guy. But honestly, Akira isn't sure since she doesn't know the boy's true strength. In this case, Seth states that there is a simple way to resolve this, and that way will be a fight between the two. On another morning, Jin enters his house as usual, and now his sister calls him. Apparently, the boy has something to say, but the older sister simply asks him to have some tea. As they sit down, the sister understands that he must have some questions, but instead asks what the first virtue of a successor is. Jim then answers that it is not to cause trouble for anyone unless there is a justified reason. Naturally, this answer is correct, but the sister reveals that she broke that rule. So, with the younger brother's full attention, she begins to explain about her son, but doesn't even know where to start. A long time ago, the girl visited the city, and wherever she passed, she impressed men with her beauty. At that time, she begged her master until he finally allowed her leave the mountain. Naturally, she fell in love with the city at first sight, but suddenly, a person was sent flying. And behind that person, a group walked toward her. It was at that moment that she met him. For a brief moment, their eyes met until some cars appeared, blocking the road. From those cars, an enormous number of criminals emerged, and after looking at each other for some time, the group from before reacted. A fight broke out with the girl caught in the crossfire. It was definitely brutal, and at a certain moment, one of the men threw a blade at Seth's father's blind spot. However, even without having time to defend himself, he was saved because the girl blocked the blade with her own hand. Even without knowing him, she decided to make that risky move, cutting herself with the blade to the man's surprise. Meanwhile, Seth's uncle retaliated against the man who threw the knife with a punch that left him completely finished. Naturally, the fight started to turn in their favor, and the girl was finally able to drop the blade and leave. However, before she left, Seth's father became curious about her and asked for a moment of her attention. Sometime later, the two met at a cafe and had a few good moments together. Little by little, their closeness grew, but ever since she met him, she had already fallen in love. At the end of the outing, the man made a point of driving her close to the mountain, and visibly, the atmosphere between the two was great, even at the moment of farewell. However, on that same day, she also met someone else who appeared while she was away. When she arrived at the temple, Wang was right there, suppressing her master while looking at her with disdain. Without thinking, the girl charged forward to take down the intruder, but her first attack didn't even come close to hitting him. Obviously, she didn't give up and tried using everything she had against Wang, but he was only slightly surprised that his rival had a student and then stepped back. Her master, on the other hand, was down but conscious, which made the girl concerned. However, Wang did not attack further, as he believed the girl was not yet mature enough. Defeated, the master asked if it wasn't enough that he had taken his previous successors. But Wine clarified that it wasn't about that. It was about finding a worthy opponent. In this case, the master questioned if that wasn't enough, but his rival considered him an old tiger. Either way, Wang stated that he would give the girl 3 years and would return once she became stronger. Since he had given her this chance, the old master told her not to disappoint him, and just as he disappeared into the forest in an instant, leaving behind the defeated master of the old arts and his student with an unmatched sense of powerlessness. Returning to the present, the sister explained that it was at that moment that the master told her about the history between the old arts and the Supreme Blacks. After that day, she trained until that man appeared again, but Jin asked about the Grand Master. Then the girl explained that he tried to stop her by ordering her to leave the mountains. In this case, the bald boy asked if Juan was really that strong, and his sister's expression said it all. However, it was said that he did not appear after the promised 3 years. Instead, it was Seth's father who came, kneeling before her with a bouquet of flowers. That moment was so touching that even the master smiled, and with that man's honest declaration, she ended up leaving the mountain. After this revelation, the girl admitted that she loved the time she spent with her husband, and happiness and comfort were all she could remember. Wherever he went, he shined, no matter who he was with, and because of that, he took control of the underground gangs and started his own business. However, even after opening the Sunshine Directorate, fights never stopped, and this led to a conflict with the Japanese Yakuza and the Chinese Triad. One day, they ended up meeting in the same place, with the protagonist's father seen in the corner. But that day, right above him, standing on a container, the girl appeared, and naturally, she joined her love to help. That was when she discovered that the man had been looking for her again, and at that time, she was already pregnant with Seth. Because of that, all she could do was avoid him. She hid, but her husband cooled it. He couldn't abandon the Sunshine Group. His mother had always been worried after Seth was born, but his father was completely different. So one day, he took out his anger by slamming the table and yelling, demanding to know the name of that damn man, but the girl didn't want to involve him in this. Regardless, Simon Kane claimed he was strong enough to protect both her and Seth, but his wife insisted on keeping things a secret until their son was older. Sadin was clearly furious at this master won, so the girl asked him to promise not to go after him. However, even after repeating the request multiple times, her husband wasn't the type to avoid fights. Back in the present, somewhere in a distant desert, a vehicle approaches a tent, and a man named Hoguria steps out. The man enters and comments that it has been a long time since he last saw his acquaintance Captiva. And in any case, Hoguria announces that this time, he has brought some interesting news. Back at the Sunshine Group headquarters, the protagonist seems to be a moment of reflection, but Akira appears, calling his attention. Without wasting time, she informs him that Joan from the Triad just called a Seth surprise, and he confidently stated that he had probably found that man, if this is the closest match they have had so far. To explain, Akira says that the leader of the Supreme Black is possibly the only man the protagonist's mother would fear. However, Seth doesn't understand what the Supreme Black is and asks if it's similar to the Triad. The girl explains that the Triad has existed for less than 100 years, while the Supreme Black has no estimated founding date. However, the protagonist yells at her to get to the point, so Akira informs him that this organization helped conquer Central China. In this case, Seth asks if his father was captured by them, and all the girl knows is that he died in China. Either way, the boy still doesn't know why Simon went there without telling anyone. But after thinking for a moment, he concludes that he will find out sooner or later. Changing the subject, the girl says there is one more thing to report, a list of confirmed participants. Among them, there's Pierre Stephan from France, known for being the best in fencing. There is also Hoguria from Brazil, famous for being the best when it comes to jiu-jitsu. From China, there are 3 competitors, including Joan Lee, and there are rumors that one of them came from the Supreme Black. In this case, Seth asks if that's all, but Akira also mentions the name of Sakurai Ogura, said to be a father of Japanese martial arts. In the past, Keanu was unable to defeat him 5 times in a row, which greatly excites the protagonist. Moreover, Akira informs him that several others are trying to get on the list. With great seriousness, Seth states that he needs all the strongest people available for the competition. Back in the Desert 10, Hoguria manages to get Captiva to pay attention to the news. Then the Brazilian informs him that a tournament is being organized where each competitor will earn $100,000 per fight, and if they win all of them, they will receive a $2 million bonus. More importantly, the most crucial rule is that finishing off opponents by accident is allowed, even using weapons. Upon hearing this, Captiva stands up inside the tent, revealing his arsenal of bladed weapons strapped to his waist. And without hesitation, he leaves with his Brazilian friend, heading to this so-called competition together. Later, at the Sunshine Hospital, Victor is tending to his old friend, who is lying on a stretcher. Then, when Brock wakes up, the two stare at each other in silence for a while until the boy informs him that his organs and ribs are damaged. Even so, the fighter tries to get up, but Victor suggests that he stays still. Brock starts feeling agonizing pain as he tries to move, because after what happened, you will have to rest for at least 2 months. Even now, the memories of the fight with Jim return to his mind clearer than ever, and the fighter remembers every blow he took while failing to land a single hit. Both on his face and chest, the attacks were brutal, until that last one hurt him in a way he had never imagined. Victor, in turn, asks if Brock knows who that guy is for his friend to have lost. But upon receiving no response, he comments that it's depressing, and that being the case, he announces that he will face the bald guy. However, he asks his colleague not to worry about his well-being because he will use boxing. Sometime after school, Henry watches over the entrance as a member of the student council, until suddenly Jin's footsteps make him break into a cold sweat until he finishes passing by his side. At that moment, however, a girl with a camera calls the student, making him question what she wants. Then she comments that she prefers a smile and introduces herself as Kathy Yoon, a reporter for Daily Sports. Wasting no time, she states that she heard about Jin's victory over Brock and therefore wanted an interview. However, Jim claims he has nothing to say, simply leaving the girl behind with a feeling of defeat until suddenly, Victor appears by her side and she shifts her focus to him. Yet again, the reporter is ignored by the boys, but upon looking more closely, she realizes that the two are talking. And naturally, knowing what's going on could lead to a better story. Back at the boxing club, punches upon punches are thrown at the punching bag alongside precise dodges, until James notices he is no longer alone and stops for a moment because Victor has just arrived. With a certain level of respect, he greets the club leader, but is startled to see that the boxer has brought a guest, none other than Jin. Within seconds, Victor locks the place and hands a pair of gloves to the bald guy. However, Jin asks what is going on because he was called to talk, but Victor claims that men talk with their fists, and although it irritates Jim, that was not the boxer's intention, so he stated that he just wanted to check the difference between them. Even so, Jim didn't understand why he should help, but Victor put his pride aside and asked politely. From a distance, through one of the gym windows, everything was being captured by the reporter's camera. Without wasting much time, each one moves to their side of the ring, and the club leader starts putting on his gloves while Jin holds his. Then Victor asks James to help the bald guy with the equipment, and although he doesn't want to, who asks the boy to raise his hands and then fits the gloves for him. Jin, for his part, still doesn't understand what's happening, but James says the bald guy should feel honored to fight and it's a boxing champion. Either way, Victor announces that he is ready and asks to get it over with before classes start. Before anything else, the boxer asks if this is the bald guy's first time in this sport and explains that there will be 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Also, James will manage everything as the referee, so Jim understands and calls the boy get started right away. With that, Victor gets more excited than ever and orders the bell to be rung. The moment James strikes the dom, both prepare and the boxer tries to make the first move. However, even being extremely fast, none of his jabs hit the target and decides that not even his straight punch comes close to the bald guy. In this case, the boy tries to close the distance between them to attack from above, but Jim repositions himself and dodges effortlessly. Clearly, Victor becomes quite frustrated for failing to land a hit, and suddenly, a tick approaches. However, Jim stops at the last second and apologizes upon remembering that boxing is a sport that only uses hands for the fighter's luck. Outside, the journalist continues capturing every moment with her camera and soon pulls out her phone as well to get more footage. Even so, she doesn't know who that boy is to be resisting so much, and with less than 10 seconds remaining, Victor gives it his all. However, nothing changes because Jin keeps dodging everything as if it were nothing. Then, with 5 seconds left, Victor tries to land a powerful straight punch, but the bald guy manages to grab his hand. And so by throwing it aside and opening his creator for a direct hit to the boxer's face. However, before the punch can do any damage to Victor, the gong rings indicating the end of the round. So Jin stops his fist at the last second. And even though that 1-minute break felt like a miracle for the boxer, everyone was more terrified than relieved by the rookie's power. Sometime later, the protagonist's car heads to the school, and from inside, Seth steps out alongside Akira, his expression clearly determined. Back at the boxing club, in the second round, Victor tries a different strategy by using his footwork. However, even prioritizing technique, his blows don't land and Jim's presence in front of him only makes his fear grow. Sensing his aura, the boxer doesn't think twice before stepping back, and for a moment, the two just stare at each other. Once again, outside the gym, Kathy is amazed by the footage she's capturing. But at that moment, the protagonist appears, asking what she's doing there, which obviously startles her at being caught. Kathy comments that they scared her, but she pays no mind to it, saying that she's a reporter working at the moment. Because of this, she then asks if the two could go somewhere else, but Akira instead asks for the reporter's camera. And after not getting an immediate response, she orders the girl to hand over the camera. Obviously, Kathy refuses and starts bragging, saying that she's the famous sports reporter, but at that very instant, Akira snatches the camcorder from her hand. The movement was so fast that the reporter barely saw when she lost the object, and meanwhile, Akira took the opportunity to remove the memory card. In response, Kathy yells, questioning if he knows who she is, but the two simply turn away and leave. Still, the girl insists that this is unforgivable, and if she will tell the principal. Then Akira decides to respond to leave no doubts and clarifies that the man in front of her is the owner of the school. It took her a long time to reflect and understand the situation, but even in disbelief, she realized that the boy was Seth from the Sunshine Group. Back in the ring, the bald guy starts landing his first counterattacks, though still without much effort. Even so, Victor has to give his all just to stay on his feet, and suddenly, a strike that seems more powerful than the others approaches. Despite keeping his guard high, the straight punch, using techniques from the old arts, breaks through the boxer's defense and sends him flying. However, even with Victor trapped against the ropes and disoriented, Jim is just getting started as he closed the distance to unleash a powerful uppercut. But James, who had been witnessing everything, signaled for them to stop fighting, explaining to the boxer about his competition next month. So if he suffered too many injuries, everything would be over, and Jin naturally understood the situation. Victor, on the other hand, still couldn't believe he had lost a fair and clean fight in his own discipline. Meanwhile, Jim starts taking off his gloves, still not completely relaxed in the environment, until suddenly he spots the figures of two people outside the gym, and among them is Chef, who locks eyes with Jim the moment they see each other. With emotions running high, the protagonist tells Akira to open the door. Though reluctant, she forces herself to do it, despite her height not helping much, and holds it open for Seth to enter. Then the protagonist walks in with short steps, and once in front of the ring, he shows his excitement by smiling, asking if it's his turn. As Victor looks extremely surprised, Seth asks if there's a problem, but Jin interrupts, telling the protagonist to step into the ring, which only increases the tension among everyone. However, Seth refuses and instead tells the bald guy to come down, to his surprise, because the ring will be too small for both of them to fight. Moreover, the protagonist tells the rookie to take off those gloves, and after thinking about it for a moment, Jin does so. While Seth can barely contain his excitement, the gloves fall to the ground and the boy jumps out of the ring, standing face to face with the son of his master. And with a few more steps, the two stand near centimeters apart, and then Jin asks what the rules will be. But true to the protagonist's personality, scoffs at the question and asks if they really need them, making the bald guy feel a bit pressured. So he simply suggests that they get started right away and without any warning. A punch lands directly on the rookie's face, making him spin through the air while Seth revels in ecstasy. Jin quickly managed to get back on his feet, keeping his balance, but Seth's strength was greater than expected. Back to the reporter, at that moment, she walks around the school, complaining about the footage she lost to those two. However, in front of her, another fight begins to take place, this time between two students known for their strength. An unbelievable exchange of blows happens between the two, and Taffy watches everything, unable to believe her eyes. Until the principal himself appears, calling her attention, which makes her a bit nervous. Still, the principal doesn't say a word as he notices what's happening in front of him due to his nephew's fight with a freshman. The two display incredible speed and unmatched reaction time as they dodge precise blows. Realizing this as well, the principal comments that he will need the reporter to write an article, so he asks her to come to his office in a while, and without hesitation, he enters the gym, doing his duty by shouting for the students to stop. The sound of his shout surprises everyone and truly brings the fight to a halt, so the principal declares that it is enough. Stiff in turn tells his uncle not to interfere, but since they are at school, he must follow the rules, and the principal reminds him that he was the one who put him in this position. In this case, Jin suggests continuing the fight outside after school, obviously in a one-on-one match. With that, he starts to leave, but Seth calls the bald guy's attention and asks who is the strongest. That's because the protagonist is curious to know whether the strongest is Jin or his mother. After hearing this and thinking for a moment, the boy simply reveals that he has never lost to anyone. And to Seth, there couldn't possibly be a better answer than that. Somewhere in Japan, at the headquarters of the Three Phantom Heads gang, two people are in a room, Kageyama and Sakurai Oga. At that moment, however, the vice president of the black group, Joan Lee, also appears, commenting that the others arrive early. Regardless, they don't respond, so Joan approaches Sakurai with arrogance, and when their eyes meet, Sakurai is clearly irritated. Another person arrives at the location, this time the French fencing champion, Pierre Stephan. And quite boldly, he asks the man with dark sunglasses to serve him some tea, as well since he enjoys drinking it. Even though he feels disrespected for some reason, Kageyama does it, but Pierre notices this feeling of hostility. For a while, the two stare at each other, though the red-haired man seems to be enjoying himself. In any case, Pierre focuses on his tea, and suddenly, the Brazilian competitor is the next to arrive, alongside his colleague Capativa. With each new participant entering, the tension among the competitors rises. However, Hoguri announces that they are still waiting for someone, and Kageyama states that the two participants from China will join on the day of the competition. The other two from Korea will also arrive that day, and there are still challengers who are traveling. At that moment, however, a person appears, claiming to represent Korea. It is the protagonist's mother. Dome your shot, Pierre, not knowing her, casually comments that she is in the wrong place. Joan, on the other hand, clearly knows who she is and remembers the day when, alongside many henchmen, he stood face to face with her. Despite being very confident at first, the girl simply managed to appear behind him, surprising everyone. In this case, he asks why she is there, but the woman only asks where Master Wang is, much to the warrior's surprise. Either way, she requests that they leave a message for the old man, letting him know she is there looking for him. Back at Jin's house, he wakes up in the morning and gets out of bed, still in his pajamas. As he goes downstairs, he looks for his sister in the kitchen but finds no one. So the boy goes up to the training area and starts meditating alone. However, this time he performs shadow simulation, recalling the protagonist's movements up until the moment the fight stopped. After putting in some effort, He decides to leave the area, but he still realizes that he's alone in the house. Later, at Youngjin Public Athletic School, the boy hears people talking about how the school is in the newspaper. And to everyone's surprise, Victor, the IBF boxing champion, was caught fighting in the school's gym. Even so, the students don't know whose opponent was, but they recognize that it was the same person who fought Brock before. In this case, they gossip about the fight, unaware of the one responsible for the commotion is passing right behind them. Meanwhile, inside a company's car, the protagonist is extremely irritated. Because upon reading the news, the Economic Daily announced that he was causing violence at school and impacting his group. Furthermore, the Sports Daily questioned whether Youngju School would be able to maintain its status after this incident. But instead of being worried, Seth was just irritated by this dirty game. And from his office, the principal observed the entire development of the situation of the cold demeanor. Elsewhere, Sophie's father read the same news and became quite concerned since his daughter was involved with Seth. However, suddenly someone knocked on the door, apologized for the interruption, and informed him that there was a report that seemed quite important. Clearly something like this at such a moment piqued the officer's curiosity, so he accepted the document and dismissed the staff member. To his surprise, it contained financial statements from various groups, including the Sunshine Group. However, the officer still wondered what all of this meant until a phone rang, and on the line was the president of the public athletic school. With that, Sophie's father asked what he was trying to do, and the principal, getting straight to the point, requested that Seth Kane be arrested. Naturally, this request left the officer very confused, but the principal said he couldn't give details. Nonetheless, he stated that this was the only way to stop President Kang, and after thinking about it, the officer agreed. Back at Youngjin School in classroom 5 the first year, Jin sat as usual when the Kendo girl appeared to talk. Without wasting time, she commented that he was different and mentioned that she had heard about the previous day's fight since, apparently, he had defeated both Victor and Seth. In response, the bald guy said nothing, but she insisted that her classmate tell her what happened. Then suddenly, the principal himself appeared in the classroom, drawing attention to Jin and ordering him to follow. All the students became worried about what might happen to the bald guy next. Sometime later in the president's office, the two sat down and the principal commented on the difficult times Jin had been going through in recent days. However, the bald guy stated that he was fine and directly asked why he was there. So the principal searched his suit, took out a letter, and handed it to the boy with the intention that he read it. Without questioning, Jin actually did, but the contents of the letter were more personal than expected. It was a real address to Jin from his sister, saying that she would take care of Seth's mess. For a while after reading the message, the two remained silent to give the boy time to think, but he broke the silence by asking where his sister had gone, and the principal replied that she was in Japan. Although unexpected, the most likely reason was that she was there to fight, and based on Jin's reaction, the president asked if he wasn't worried. However, he really wasn't, because if it was just that, he stated that his sister wouldn't be in any danger. With nothing else to discuss, he stood up and excused himself, but before leaving, he commented that he really didn't understand what the principal was worried about, and with a smile, he stated that his sister was far too strong to need anything like that. Somewhere in Korea between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, Ram was acting as the protagonist driver as always. Then suddenly, he noticed the presence of a car following them. Taking a risky move, he performed a maneuver at a road junction, confusing two of the pursuers, though one still remained. Rod called his boss to inform him that someone was following them, much to Seth's surprise. In this case, the boy asked if he should shake them off, but the protagonist dismissed the idea. Sometime later, the group arrived at IC Airport, and there the three of them got on the car to confront the situation head-on. Quickly, the pursuing cars also stopped and people emerged from them, prompting Seth to question who they were. However, to his misfortune, among them was Sophie's father, who, catching the boy's attention, announced that they needed to have a conversation. Sometime later during an interrogation, the atmosphere between the two was anything but pleasant as expected. Without wasting time, an officer handed over a file, and after reading a bit, the protagonist became concerned. It was stated that this was evidence that the Sunshine Group had committed accounting fraud amounting to $15 million. Of that, $3 million were unpaid taxes, along with illegal scandalous funds. Therefore, the officer warned that after the investigation, an arrest warrant would be issued. However, Seth simply tossed the material onto the table and told the investigator to talk to the company's lawyer. In this case, the officer shouts, asking if the boy is trying to deny it, but the protagonist tells him to be careful with his words. With an irritated expression, he questions whether he still looks like the same boy from 2 years ago, asserting himself in the interrogation. Minutes after the conversation, an assistant asks what the officer will do, so he asks how much time they have. But since they don't have an official warrant, the assistant suggests releasing Seth. In this case, Sophie's father asks if having a warrant will change anything, but it won't be easy since the evidence came from an anonymous source. At the very least, the assistant informs them that the boy won't be able to leave the country during the investigation. And with that, the officer agrees to release Seth, but on the condition that someone continues to monitor him. By nightfall, at the South District Prosecutor's office, the three of them reunite with Seth's release, and Rod suggests that Calvin might be involved in this. However, the protagonist decides not to speculate and first asks about the matter in Japan, to which Akira responds that it is almost ready. But despite being reluctant to say it, she informs him that his mother is also there, to his surprise. And Akira still has the feeling that it was the mother who ordered the school principal's actions. In this case, a protagonist remembers that he is forbidden from leaving and asks if there is any way around it. Then Rod tells him to leave it to him because there are plenty of boats going to Japan. Already extremely irritated about all these inconveniences, Seth prepares himself for what's to come. Meanwhile, in a place called Royal Hotel in Japan, the protagonist's mother gazes at her reflection in the window in a moment of contemplation. On some day in the past, in a cafe, the mother asked if school wasn't stressful and Seth replied that it never was. At that moment, Simon arrived at his car outside the establishment. Quickly, the woman went outside and the two greeted each other, allowing the father to catch a glimpse of his son through the window, which definitely made them both happy. Changing the subject, the mother asked that he was going somewhere far, but Simon said he would be back soon. After all, she wanted to live with her again after handling some business. So Simon stated that he was going to make Sunshine clean and turn it into a legal company, and he asked his wife to trust him, saying he wanted to be a better father. Before the wife could even respond, Simon simply embraced her, expressing his feelings under the full moon. When the woman became embarrassed, he laughed, saying he would finish quickly. In the end, just as he had arrived, the protagonist's father left, but even today, his wife still blamed herself for not stopping him that day. Back to the present, suddenly some noises are heard at the door, so the woman quickly goes to check what it is. Kageyama, along with Sakurai, apologizes for disturbing her, which irritates her. However, Sakurai reveals an unusual request for the master of the ancient arts. He wants to be trained by her, and even though it was unexpected, the young man did not show any hesitation in his days. The woman, in turn, asks if Sakurai is the formal successor of Japanese martial arts, and he responds that he is. So she recalls that there are only 2 days left until the competition, but just like her, the young man is not interested in the competition. In this case, she asks Kageyama if there is a quiet place, and he reveals that fortunately there is. Sometime later, a helipad on top of a building, the three meet, and facing Kageyama, the two stare at each other without saying a single word. Then Seth's mother asks if Sakurai is ready, to which he responds affirmatively from behind her. With that, he asks for them to start immediately, and without wasting time, he pulls out several shurikens from his clothes and throws them at the woman. However, despite them coming at high speed, a successor of the ancient arts effortlessly dodges them all. Next, kanes are thrown, the woman spins in the air to dodge them, making them hit the wall instead. Once again, she repositions her balance, and this time Sakurai leaves no openings as he advances with a close-range weapon. However, before he can attack, the woman reacts by throwing back one of the shurikens, which grazes the young man's cheek. Then he realizes that she had caught it in the moment. She defended herself, but before he can react, Seth's mother appears above him, preparing a kick. Barely, Sakurai manages to retreat and create some distance, but the woman warns that fighting barehanded is difficult, and she asks if she can also use one of those bladed weapons, leaving the young man worried. Without hesitation, she unbuttons her shirt, revealing her equipment belt, and from it, she pulls out a folding sword that, with a single motion, takes on a Reggie form. That way, she asks what the boy is doing just standing there, and if he wants her to make the first move. Meanwhile, Jin continues his rigorous training in the basement of his house. After noticing his improvement, he decides to keep training until a noise at the door catches his attention. Naturally, the boy asks if Akira isn't coming in, making the girl very embarrassed at being caught. However, Jin still doesn't understand why, since they are friends. But noticing her strange behavior, he asks if she is there on Seth's orders, and inevitably, Akira admits it. In this case, Jin reassures her that everything is fine because he knows his friend has her reasons. So he asks where he has to go now to fight Seth, but Akira clarifies that this is not what it's about and hands him a letter. Though reluctant, the girl informs him that Seth is waiting for him in Japan, and since it's so unexpected, she says she will come up with an excuse. However, Jin simply asks if his sister will be there too, and when Akira answers yes, he decides that he will go. Even so, the boy sets a condition, greatly increasing the girl's concern. However, Jin's only condition was that they travel by plane, which Akira obviously accepted. In this case, she explains that it will take time to process the passport and promises to inform him when it's ready. Yet, although he seems excited, Jin's smile slowly fades and his true expression is revealed. Back to the protagonist's perspective, the boat plan is indeed worked in, thanks to Rod. However, the boy wasn't working alone as he signaled with a flashlight, to which Jav responded in the same way, and the two exchanged greetings. At that moment, Rod announced that they had arrived, but Seth did not say a single word in response. Meanwhile, at Japan's Central International Airport, Jin is amazed, as it is his first time on a plane. Because of this, Akira asks if he liked it, and the boy responds that he has always wanted to fly in something like that. Sometimes the girl thinks of her friend as a child, but she reflects on it and recalls events like the fight against Seth. That was definitely something that left a strong impression on Akira, as she watched until the very last moment, though she decided not to comment on it. Then the bald guy tells his friend not to worry because he will handle everything and claims that he's the strongest among the strong. After some time at Narita International Airport, the two arrive at a rather fast pace. and at that very moment a car appears in front of them, from which Kageyama steps out with his usual irritated expression. Seeing this, Akira greets him while the bald guy plays around with his surroundings, but when the man orders the girl into the car, Jin asks where they are going. In this case, the girl simply tells him that he will find out when they arrive, and Jin trusts her. However, before getting in, the bald guy suddenly feels a chill run through his entire body, prompting Akira and asks what's wrong. Yet Jin does not respond, and his expression quickly turns extremely worried. He begins scanning the people around him until, among them, he spots the Supreme Black Cult's master. And beside him, in the middle of the crowd, stands a seemingly dangerous martial artist. In this case, Akira asks what the problem is, but the boy remains silent, confusing the two. Sometime later, the three continue their journey normally in Kageyama's car, but the girl asks if something is bothering her friend. Not wanting to worry her, he dodges the question, saying he is just feeling a little carsick, then changes the subject by asking where they are going. In this case, Akira informs him that she has booked a hotel room for him to rest tonight, and once again the boy shouts in excitement. Jin asks if his sister will be there too, and she replies that she probably will, making the bald guy think more seriously about it. Meanwhile, the protagonist is greeted by Jab, who treats President Kang with the utmost respect. However, Rod questions what that piece of trash in the shape of a car is, to which the boy explains that it was all he could get. Regardless, they need to use it, and Rod is disappointed that he won't be able to drive since he lacks an international license. To his surprise, however, Jab comments that he has one, saying he is always prepared. In this case, Rod agrees to let him take charge for now, and after some more time on the road, the protagonist asks how much farther they have to go. But Jab informs him that it will be a long journey and advises the president to get some rest, which in the end he accepts. Sometime later, the arena finally comes into view and a car approaches a barrier. Quickly, some guards order the visitors to stop, but Jab identifies himself, and at that moment, the henchmen step aside to clear the way. This way, the protagonist finally steps out of the car, witnessing the full moon of Japan firsthand. At that moment, Joan appears, greeting Seth and commenting that everything better be ready, but the boy does not respond to his provocations. In any case, another car arrives at the arena, so Joan adds that at least they are almost ready. And from that car, no ordinary people step out, but rather Master Wan along with his representative from the Supreme Black Group. Immediately, the protagonist feels the pressure of the presence and Joan greets the master. Additionally, he leads them to the proper location, but before that, Wan locks eyes with the protagonist for a second and suddenly shifts his attention to Jab, who is standing right beside him. Seeing this, the master asks Joan if his boy will also participate because he smells like blood. However, Joan responds that he will not, while pointing to Seth as the competitor, and Wan understands after exchanging glances once more. Rod, on the other hand, is a bit confused by the old man's words, but the master simply turns away and leaves with his group. However, before departing, he warns Seth in a threatening tone that he hopes today's event will be worth his time. As they leave, Jab comments that the old man is quite rough and Rod finds his eyes unsettle him. However, Seth merely tells the two to hurry up, and his subordinates obey his orders. Back at the Royal Hotel, Jim continues his training routine even while on this trip. This time in his mind, he tries to visualize the master of the Supreme Black Group, but just the presence of that figure in his imagination forces him to wake up, leaving him extremely weakened from the attempt. A few seconds later, the boy hears a noise at the door, and to his delight is his master. Without wasting time, his sister apologizes for making him come all this way, but Jin doesn't mind until he notices an unexpected companion with a woman. Noticing her gazes crossing, Sakurai says that it's a pleasure to meet the boy, which confuses him. Logically, after a few more seconds of staring at each other, his sister explains that she brought the young man because she thought he might be helpful. But this only confuses Jin more. She then clarifies that his practice and training are good but different from the real tournament. Because of this, the master looks at Sakurai for a moment, which makes him recall the fight they had before. At the moment the woman decided to go on the offensive, he became extremely concerned. Instinctively, he intercepted her advance, attacking first with his kunes. However, this time, the successor of the old arts was fully equipped and managed to defend herself without even meaning to dodge. Seeing this, Sakurai moved to mid-range and used his Kusarigama to attack from a still advantageous position. But the moment the attack came from above, the master managed to dodge it, and with the blade stuck in the ground, she advanced. At this moment, it seemed that victory would be hers, but Sakurai managed to detach the Kusarigama to pull off an attack from behind. However, the master not only predicted this, but also managed to grab the chain with her hands while simultaneously throwing her sword at the young man. With this precise move, he was completely pinned against the wall, unable to break free. Taking advantage of the situation, Seth's mother disappeared and reappeared behind him, using the flexibility of her sword against him. With no other choice, Sakurai admitted his defeat to the successor of the old arts. With everything explained, Jin understands that, apparently, Sakurai will be his training partner, and his older sister confirms it. The next day, out of Satha Stadium, the protagonist's group slowly walks toward the control room. Upon arriving, Seth enters, surprising those inside, but they quickly show him the proper respect. The eldest among them informs Seth that everything is ready and that all competitors have already arrived. At this point, the conversation pauses for a moment so the protagonist can look at the big screen displaying the participants. It is stated that including him, there are a total of 10 competitors, and among them, the protagonist notices that even his mother will be fighting. Additionally, the name drawing for matchups will take place tomorrow morning, and people from all over the world are eager to bet on this tournament. The old man proudly comments that the minimum bet is $100,000. However, to his surprise, Seth declares that he is not interested in the money and tells them they can keep it all. After all, he is there to fight, and that is something the staff can understand. Regardless, the protagonist's attention turns once again to the competitors, especially to his mother and most notably, Juan. Sometime later, Akira drives with Sakurai in the front seat while Jin sits in the back with his master. At a certain moment, they stop in front of the stadium, and from there, Jin steps out looking extremely serious about the situation. The four of them walk down the corridor, and at the end they see the light leading to the arena. At the center of the venue, all the participants are already there along with the organizers. And now, with the last 3 competitors who arrive with Akira, the preparations are complete. For a while, Seth's mother stares at her son, but he does not show friendly expression. Then suddenly, Wine breaks the silence by stating that all the weaklings are finally here. Naturally, this draws the attention of all the competitors toward him. To prevent things from heating up further, Jones speaks up, thanking everyone for being there. He then announces that they have gathered to give everyone some time to greet each other before the competition starts tomorrow. As everyone already knows, this tournament will be held with locked exits, meaning a match ends when an opponent surrenders. Alternatively, the fight can continue until one fighter is incapable of expressing themselves on their own. Additionally, Joan maliciously remarks that accidents can happen and warns that there is still time to withdraw. However, to his surprise, not a single one of them steps forward to leave the competition. In this case, Joan decides to move on and informs them that the fighters can now choose their opponents. It is stated that each participant will earn $100,000 just for competing, with an additional equal amount for every victory, plus 10% of the bets. At this, Kogarea becomes greedy and declares that he will start with an easy one. However, he points at Seth as his chosen opponent, which obviously infuriates him due to the disrespect. Next, Capitol follows suit and selects the protagonist's mother because of her fragile appearance, and so the two accept each other as opponents. Kageyama is the third to choose, deciding to go after Joan as he has a personal matter to settle with him. Since Joan was the opponent Pierre wanted, the redhead rethinks his choice and instead picks Sakurai, Yuduka's relaxed expression. However, despite the redhead trying to engage with him, Sakurai simply ignores him and turns his back. Instead, he walks over to the Supreme Black Master and bows, asking if he would do him the honor of a duel. Wyan genuinely considers it out of respect for Japanese martial arts. However, Sakurai clarifies that the duel will not be with Wan himself, but rather with the boy beside him who's willing to take his place. That boy is Jin, who stares at Wan with a determined expression, clearly satisfying the old man. However, the Supreme Black Master laughs at the idea of fighting this young man before him. He commented that they probably do not realize who they are dealing with, but while Sakurai remains silent, Jin directly asks why that matters. Still maintaining his serious expression, he asks if Master Wang does not think he can take him on. Knowing exactly who he is but still seeing such confidence, the old man becomes slightly more interested. Meanwhile, back to the other pair, Capitula and Seth's mother stare at each other without saying a single word. At that moment, Wan declares that he will save the best for last and refuses the duel for now, instead turning his attention to Pierre Stephen. With his usual arrogance, the redhead asks who the old man is, but Wan respectfully states that he wants to witness the Western swordsman's abilities. Pierre responds that he doesn't like intimidating old men, and this time the master can no longer hold back his irritation. While the two exchange sharp words, Jin observes everything with the man who came with Wan catches his attention. The man asks if Jim truly dares to challenge his master, which leads the bald boy to realize that he is a disciple. Regardless, the man declares that Jim will be fighting him instead, and the boy does not refuse. With all the matchups decided, Joan announces that the competitors will face their chosen opponents in tomorrow's match. After a few minutes of discussion, 5 matchups are officially set for the competition at Osaka Arena. Joan then announces that the first fight will begin tomorrow at noon and dismisses everyone to rest for the night. Meanwhile, back at Youngjin Public Athletic School, the principal receives new information in his office. As he looks at the big screen displaying the arena's competitors, he notices that Seth is among the fighters, which makes him deeply concerned. At that moment, a few knocks are heard at the door, and without wasting time, Sophie's father appears asking for permission to enter. The president politely invites him in. Once again, the officer apologizes for what happened, but the director already knew that Seth was in Osaka. In this case, investigator asks what his colleague is trying to do, and as he looks at some documents, the director asks the officer to take a look as well. However, it is truly unexpected for him as it turns out to be a competition with matchups. Furthermore, the director explains that it is a duel-style tournament that could put lives at risk. Thus, the president asks if his colleague has any power to stop this, and the officer replies that he will try to contact the Japanese police. Even though it won't be easy, the director insists, saying that if anything happens to Seth, the officer's daughter will be devastated. Sometime later on the ground floor of the hotel, Captiva lights a bonfire, and soon his friend arrives to ask why he is there. However, the man is certainly not someone who talks much. Regardless, Hoguria asks if Captiva isn't going to celebrate since he'll be fighting a middle-aged Asian woman. However, the man breaks the silence, saying that he has a request for his friend, and so he asks if he could be buried in his hometown if anything happens to him. Obviously, the Brazilian does not understand why, but Captiva follows up with some advice out of consideration. With his axe in hand, he warns that if Hoguria wants to return alive, he should give up. Instead of feeling grateful, Hoguria is offended that his friend doesn't believe in his victory. Smiling with pride, he asks Captiva to watch as he takes down that kid in tomorrow's fight. However, despite Seth being known in Korea as a difficult opponent, Captiva wasn't talking about him. Back at the Royal Hotel, the Triad group gathers and the elder praises Joan for his good work, to which the young man responds that he's not doing anything special. However, the old man dismisses such humility because thanks to Joan, they managed to make a lot of money. Rumors about Master Wang's participation led many people to pay for the chance to see him. Changing the subject, the elder asks about the South and Joan reports that there are only a few bets since not many people know about this competition. In this case, the elder comments that they can't be blamed for that at the beginning, but he believes they should increase the stakes and monitor how the money is being distributed. On the betting board, most competitors are evenly matched in wagers, but the old man asks if it was necessary for Joan to participate. Joan replies that he wants to test his strength. Regardless, if the young man loses early on, he won't be able to take the elder's position, and Joan is fully aware of that. Looking back at the board, there is a clear balance in the betting odds between Seth and Hoguria due to their behavior. However, they knew they had to stay calm and bet on the president. Moreover, the protagonist's mother was also gaining significant popularity in the voting. Only now did the elder realize that she was participating, prompting him to place a $1 million bet on her. He justified it by saying there was no reason for her to lose as she was the only person who had ever faced Master Wan. Minutes later, so in the arena's control room, the protagonist's team notices that the Triad has started to move. Believing they should also get involved, they place their bets. One of them wagers everything on Seth's mother, while the other bets on the boy himself. The elder, meanwhile, notes that the other matches aren't drawing as many bets, and it is explained that this is due to a lack of information. In this case, the old man asks what they should do, but his colleague suggests that people tend to make more informed decisions when they have money at stake. Naturally, people's intuition is more often right than wrong in such cases. The next day, the cameras are already set up in the arena to broadcast the competition. Akira mentions that she ordered a suit for the protagonist and asks if it fits well. Meanwhile, in his mother's group, Jin announces that he is ready, and little by little, everyone starts gathering with their respective allies. Despite the imminent danger, the competitors seem excited about what is to come. At that moment, the venue's sound system announces that the match order will depend on the highest bet, and now the first matchup has been decided. As a result, Hoguria approaches the boy with his head lower and declares that he will finally put an end to the brat that everyone is praising so much. However, the protagonist maintains an unwavering expression as he stares at the blonde man. Without further delay, the production team calls the cue into the arena, and with their hands in their pockets, the boys step forward to introduce themselves. However, with the cameras rolling, Hoguria appears very confident and questions whether the young man really intends to fight. After all, it's still not too late to back out, but that only irritates Seth. In this case, the blonde man asks if the boy isn't afraid of him, as well as if he hasn't heard about his last opponents. One lost his legs and another way himself. Hearing this, Seth remarks that the Brazilian talks too much, making Hoguria even more aggressive. Finally, the last minute for betting ends with the total reaching $4.3 million. Me and the winner will take 10% of the pot. Additionally, as mentioned before, there are no rules, and with everything clarified, the fight begins. Without wasting time, Hoguria charges in with confidence, but the protagonist intercepts his advance with a precise punch, putting him back in his place. Clearly, it was more of a warning than an attack meant to eliminate the opponent. As a result, Hoguria becomes extremely irritated by the humiliation and switches to grappling. Using everything he knows, he works his footwork and shifts his body weight in his favorite executed takedown. However, before he can succeed, a slap lands directly on his ear, disrupting the fluids in his auditory canal. The sensation of dizziness becomes constant, and within seconds, a Brazilian's ear collapses. With his inner ear thrown into disarray, his balance is severely affected along with his hearing. Even though he is still conscious and willing to fight, Hoguria sees things moving erratically and can barely close his hand properly. He tries several times to regain his footing, but Seth turns his back on him, prompting him to shout for the boy to wait, insisting that it's not over yet. At this point, the protagonist looks directly at the cameras and asks if this really needs to continue. From all the screens in the arena, the next competitors watch the situation unfold, some with surprise, others with a sense of excitement. Once again, Seth asks the Brazilian if he really wants to keep going with this meaningless fight. However, ignoring a chance to walk away with fewer injuries, Hogaria curses at the boy only to receive another blow. But this time, the attack is much stronger, sending him to the ground instantly. With Hogaria no longer moving, unconscious and incapacitated, Seth shows his clear disgust toward him, while his team celebrates the victory. As a result of the match, the betting stakes soar, and for the next fight, Wang's odds become comparable to Pierre's. Sometime later, the next competitors face off in the arena, but the redhead still questions why he has to fight an old man. Fearful that something illegal might be going on, Pierre asks if his opponent will truly fight alone. Then he warns that he will go easy, but he can't guarantee old man's safety, which this time doesn't faze Juan at all. Since the fight is about to start anyway, the old man advises the redhead to do his best. Naturally, Pierre insists that this is not a sport, but the master replies that if Pierre doesn't defeat him, he will be exterminated. At this, the redhead abandons his hesitation and prepares to take down this boastful old man. The moment the production announces the start of the match, Pierre charges forward at high speed, aiming a thrust with his sword. However, Juan dodges so Pierre tries his second strike, but the same thing happens. At this point, the young man abandons precision to focus on raw speed, but nothing changes and Pierre begins to grow frustrated. The protagonist group is impressed by the old man's skill, and Jad finds it bizarre that such speed is even possible. In the arena, Pierre is thinking the exact same thing, feeling incredibly frustrated at being unable to land a single hit. At one point, one mocks him, asking if this is really all he has. But instead of getting angry, the redhead becomes afraid and backs away, repositioning himself in the arena. Sweating nervously, he wonders if this old man is even human, until suddenly, one disappears and reappears behind him. As if caught in a psychological game, Pierre begins to lose his sanity and swings a lateral strike. However, one questions this move, pointing out that Western fencing is meant for thrusting attacks. Without waiting any longer, Juan delivers his first strike, hitting Pierre in the stomach and launching him at high speed into the wall, where he collapses to the ground, severely weakened. The master then steps in front of the fallen boy and orders him to get up so he can show his true strength. Pierre is no longer in any condition to fight, and upon witnessing the old man's unwavering confidence, he admits that Wine is indeed incredibly strong. Gathering all the strength he has, the boy stands up to surrender to Juan, and with all his breath, he begins to shout, admitting defeat. However, the instant he was about to do so, Wine advanced at high speed and slashed his vocal cords. With just one movement, he declared that it was not up to Pierre to decide when the fight would end. Pierre found himself in a situation he had never imagined. He couldn't even scream for help. But the old man warned that if he came prepared to exterminate, then he should also be prepared to be exterminated. Without wasting time, one grabbed the boy by the neck and delivered another powerful attack to the already wounded area. Then, as Pierre floated in the air, the Supreme Black Master struck the fencer's eardrums. This time, the boy completely lost consciousness, collapsing onto his knees before falling face first to the ground, defeated. With that, One turned to the cameras, reminding everyone that he had been granted permission to finish off opponents. However, they knew something like this could happen. Everyone disapproved of such brutality. Eva Joan, who had brought Wine into the tournament, knew the old man was insane, as in the past. Wine had nearly done the same attack to his throat, stopping at the last second only to listen to some news, which saved Joan from the same fate. Meanwhile, in Korea, inside the principal's office, Sophie's father shouts that these bastards are committing murder on live broadcast. Even without knowing the redhead personally, both the officer and the president felt compassion for him. With the results of the first two fights decided, the bets were locked in for the next match. And with a total of $48 million at stake, Joan would fight against Kadayama, both representing a large share of that amount. Minutes later, the two BMF fight, which at first seemed evenly matched. Meanwhile, Jim took some time to train once again, focusing on his mental battle. However, when facing an opponent as powerful as Juan, he couldn't last long before waking up in a cold sweat. At that moment, his older sister appeared to inform him that Joan and Kabiyama's fight had already ended. With that, she also announced that the bald guy was next to step into the arena. Back at the duel, Joan Lee emerged as the victor, and thankfully, there were no fatalities. With that, the next match was announced, Jin Kwan from Korea versus his opponent from China. At this, the bald guy stood up, and his master warned him to be careful, as his opponent was the heir of the Supreme Black School. However, as always, the boy asked her not to worry, since he didn't believe there was a chance he could lose. Finally, the two fighters stood face to face in the competition arena, their gazes filled with pure hostility. Wang Zisepple smirked, commenting that he had heard Korean martial artists were pathetic. But instead of getting offended, Jim responded with confidence, telling him he would soon learn the truth, and with a shout, he declared that the only pathetic person in this arena was the so-called heir of the Supreme Black School. At that moment, the organizers announced the start of the fight, and Wang's disciple removed his cloak, revealing his muscular physique. Then he provoked Jin, calling him to take a fighting stance, so the bald guy did not hesitate and accepted the challenge. Within seconds of them testing their strength, Jim was forced to take a step back, leading his opponent to call him pathetic. Not wanting to play games anymore, Wang's disciple broke free from the clash and charged forward to attack. However, Jin not only dodged but also managed to strike the back of his opponent's leg, forcing him to kneel. But the bald guy didn't stop there, as he delivered a powerful kick to his enemy's necks, sending him flying. With the opponent lying on the ground, Jin mockingly asked if that was all he had. However, Wang's disciple simply smiled and stood up, suffering no serious injuries. Upon recovering, he even praised the Korean's skills, leaving the two to lock eyes once again. Without wasting time, Jin launched the first attack with a flying knee, but even after taking the hit, Wang's disciple countered with a devastating elbow to the ribs. In response, Jin grabbed his opponent by the ponytail, preparing one of his most powerful palm strikes. The attack landed cleanly on his opponent's face, slanting him into the ground at an incredible speed. As Jin stood over his fallen opponent, all the competitors watched the scene attentively. While Joan looked surprised, Juan appeared slightly intrigued. Minutes later, as the victor walked through the corridor, he was congratulated by his older sister, to which he casually replied that it had been easy. With that, the betting for the next match was locked in, and this time, Jin's master would be fighting. At that moment, her expression changed as she made her way toward the arena, while Captiva appeared just as serious. However, the moment she leaves, Jun relaxes his posture and begins to tremble in pain, because that elbow strike from before really hit him worse than expected. With both of them in the arena, the announcer declares the start of the next fight, and deciding to attack first, Captiva throws an axe toward the lady. Immediately after, while she dodges, he jumps in her direction to finish her off but ends up hitting the ground instead. Without giving up, he advances again and this time manages to grab the shirt of the successor of the old arts. Then he draws another of his bladed weapons to take advantage of this opportunity, but Seth's mother disarms him with a quick vertical kick, and then strikes the young man's head with another even more powerful kick. However, Captiva is not defeated and takes advantage of her blind spot being below to retaliate with another axe charge. Once again, Seth's mother dodges, but the attack causes a light cut on the girl's chin, and from the look in his eyes, her opponent shows that he is determined to go even further. At this moment, the two rush forward to finish the fight, and Captiva is the first to attack. However, Seth's mother manages to dodge and use her mobility to her advantage, landing an aerial kick to her opponent's face. Clearly, the impact causes considerable damage and Capito practically falls backward. But at the last second, he manages to stabilize himself on the ground and threatens another charge toward the girl. Faced with this, the successor of the old arts uses a fallen axe on the ground to defend herself, barely managing to intercept the strike with the blade. However, the opponent's weapon is more resistant and cuts hers in half. Then the young man strikes the girl's ribs, throwing her toward the area wall. With this, Seth's mother opens her shirt to grab her flexible sword, and using it, she manages to reposition herself on the ground. At this moment, the two look at each other before making another decision until Captiva takes the initiative, as usual. But this time, the successor of the old arts is wielding her equipment, which allows her to immobilize the warrior's hand. By wrapping it around Captiva's arm, the girl eventually dislocates it, causing a brutal injury to the fighter, but undeterred, he grabs his hand that is still holding the axe in midair and throws it toward the lady, which obviously surprises her with this unexpected action. However, despite dodging, this creates an opening for him to close the distance and press the lady against the wall. Several times she tries to defend herself by taking the fighter, but he strikes her with his injured arm without hesitation, causing unexpected damage for a battle like this with an unknown opponent. With this, he takes the opportunity to finish the duel, but Seth's mother warns Captiva to stop moving. After all, with the sword wrapped around the warrior, she warns that the next target will be his neck. Naturally, the fighter's spirit remains alive, but upon seeing the lady's determined expression, he accepts his fate, to the surprise of Seth and Jin. And somewhere more private, one states that things are getting interesting with his disciple destroyed beneath him. In the end, the victory goes to the competitor Anna Jin from Korea, and in the arena's control room, everyone remains attentive to the results. So far, bets are focused on the winners, and among them, Seth and Jin have the lowest wagers. Despite this, the stakes are rising because each match is more intense and money flows to the victors. Either way, the old man and the lady are truly strong in the eyes of the central elder, but his partner comments that as long as he keeps making money, doesn't matter. As for the next match, it is said that they will start with the lowest betting amounts. Therefore, the first fight will be between the president and this child they don't know. Next, the lady and Joan Lee will probably be assigned to the last matches, and the old man will obviously be a final boss. From the perspective of the administrator's elder, Juan will fight Anna Jin in the last battle. However, his partner seems more interested in the current fight, and in the end, all that remains is to wait and see. At nightfall in the arena, the former competitors meet and Joan humbly thanks for the fight, to which Kaviyama responds by saying he learned a lot. In this case, the tried young man says the same but asks if his colleague is really used to training the president came. Kaviyama in turn understands that Joan wants to know how strong Seth is, so the boy begins to explain that at first, they were at the same level. And when he says the beginning, the young man is referring to just 2 years ago. But now he is no longer a match for him, which greatly surprises Joan. Kageyama in turn questions whether his colleague shouldn't be more concerned about Anna's strength. After all, he states that if it's her, not even 10 of him would be enough to win. Once again, these words affect Joman since the last fight was not easy at all. And while Kageyama says his goodbyes, the boy reflects on what he will do until he leaves his colleague alone. Still deep in thought, Kageyama sits beside the control center and relaxes for a second, but soon he turns toward the panels. And there you can see an image of Master Wan, but for some reason, he's getting closer and closer, which causes the young man to tremble. Within seconds, the Master of the Supreme Black opens the control room door to the boy's despair. However, laughing with pleasure at this situation, Wan tells the young man he doesn't need to be afraid, so Kageyama asks what brings the Master there. Very directly, the old man asks the young man to get rid of the trash in his room, giving the excuse that he doesn't want a loser as his disciple. Moreover, Wan becomes even more excited and asks what the other competitors are. Thus, Kageyama begins to tremble at the thought of what will happen and asks why he wants to know. Then Wan shies in boredom while commenting that he doesn't need to give any reason beyond his own will. However, the young man informs him that he is not authorized to disclose this information, so the old man decides to obtain it by force. Obviously, Kageyama draws his men to try to fight, but his glasses are crushed in the old man's hand, and he is slammed against the wall. While keeping the young man suspended, Wan warns that he is thirsty for a fight, and since the next match is only in 2 days, the old man presses the boy's face even harder while once again asking where they are. Later, the losers of the last fights walk through the city, but none of them seem very happy about the situation. Because of this, Hogaria complains about getting involved in such a problem for just $1 million. However, Capitava asks his friend to be happy since at least they are still alive. In this case, the blonde accepts but keeps thinking that things would have been different if he hadn't let his guard down. Until suddenly, he realizes that his friend's attitude is different, which makes him ask what's wrong. But Capitava not only doesn't respond, also draws his weapon, leaving his colleague even more confused. Because of this, the Brazilian asks what is wrong with him, and at that moment, he also realizes why. Right in front of them is Wan. Hogaria questions why the old man is there, so Capitava tells his friend to be careful. You know they are not in the stadium. Wang in turn really comments that this should be fun, and upon noticing the way Capitava stares at him, he gets even more excited by the fact that this Western boy feels his threat. In this case, the old man throws away all good manners and decides to embrace savagery. Still, the blonde does not understand what Wang is doing, so Capitava tells his friend to stay back and warns that this old man finished Pierre. Naturally, Hogaria is shocked and his partner informs him that a lot has happened since he was knocked out. Either way, as the Master of his Supreme Black walks toward them, Capitava grips his axe and questions why the old man wants him as an opponent, given that he lost, to which Wang replies that it's simply because he is the closest. With that said, the two prepare for battle, even with little chance. Capitava does not give up on defending himself. At the same time, the hotel, Jin is now meditating with Anna, while outside the room Sakurai stands guard. However, at that moment he notices someone approaching and despite averting his gaze, Seth stops in front of the warrior. Thus, the protagonist states that he is there to see his mother, but Sakurai comments that she was the one who asked him to stand guard. Because of this, the atmosphere between the two becomes tenser, but Anna's voice crosses the door, giving her permission. So without further delay, the boy enters the room and finds his mother alongside her disciple. Anna, in turn, simply asks her son to sit down, so Jin says he was going to wait outside. However, the master comments that it's fine if he wants to stay, which makes him accept. Once resolved, Anna asks why her son is there, as he acted as if he would never see her again. Then, after a few seconds of silence, Seth asks if it is that old man, to his mother's surprise. And then he follows up by questioning whether Warren was responsible for his father's death, which naturally became clear the moment his mother did not answer the question. In this case, even though Anna does not seem very pleased, Seth is satisfied and stands up as his suspicion has been confirmed. However, in a desperate act, his mother screamed that her son will not be able to defeat him, repeating it a second time. Jin continues watching in silence, and Seth decides not to argue this time. Adal and Rod has a conversation with Jab, and the two agree that everyone is on another level. Rod, in turn, highlights Anna for being truly strong, but Jab also praises the native fighter from before. In this case, the short one comments that he wants to fight him too, but his colleague states that he will be destroyed. Rod claims that he is powerful since he is called Roddy the Bloody, but Jab assures him that Gains are easier to face. Suddenly, both feel a striking presence, and in a second, one appears there, the traces of his last game. Thus, the protagonist's allies gather their strength to remain calm. Clearly dirty from his last clash against the losers, Juan comments that it seems he is in the right place. Back in that alley, the traces of the fight were imprinted both on the ground and on the walls. And while Hoguri had marks on his body from finger-sized holes and completely shattered bones, Capital was beside him, finished by his own axe that he used to wield in battle. Back outside the arena, the young men ask if the old man needs anything. Then Wang states that he can smell blood on both of them. But while Jab analyzes everything seriously, Rod mocks the situation, saying that the old man is crazy, which makes him feel very disrespected. Regardless, Jab asks his partner to report this to the president, but Rod refuses, while he must stay there as well. In this case, Wang suggests that they all have fun together and charges forward with unparalleled speed. Wasting no time, the two draw their weapons and disperse to opposite corners in an attempt to gain an advantage. Both boys try to attack the master of the Supreme Black, but he easily dodges by ducking and manages to counter with a strike on each. And despite being a simple move, the two are sent flying like rag dolls. With that, one charges once again, even more determined to satisfy his urge. And now the young men begin to realize the extent of the trouble they are in. Wei makes his first strike against Rod, and with a simple hand movement, his nails cut through the boy's torso. His partner screams desperately for his friend, but before he can react in any way, the old man's hand has reached him as well, and along with his collie, the two are pinned to the ground. With the young men subdued, wine gradually begins to increase the pressure on their necks. But fortunately, at the last second, a few blades approach the old man, forcing him to retreat to dodge. Within seconds, the old man fully stabilizes and then finds himself facing his new opponent, Akira. Seeing that she is a girl who knows martial arts, Juan gets even more excited to fight, saying that it has been a long time since he eliminated one. However, Akira is visibly terrified of this battle, so Jab shouts for her to run away. Fortunately, her martial arts skills gave her an advantage, allowing her to dodge the attacks. And before things could get worse, Seth appeared, interrupting the fight by flying in Wang's direction. Seconds after catching sight of the boy, he closes the distance with a kick. And since Wang dodged the first, his second strike follows, but once again, it is unsuccessful. All the old man's arrogance only makes the boy angrier, so he declares that he will put an end to Juan, but the master merely enjoys how serious Seth is. Dodging yet another of the protagonist's eater attacks, the old man counterattacks for the first time, making Seth feel a strike to the stomach. Just Seth's expression of pain is enough to make one ecstatic. However, instead of collapsing to the ground like the others, a protagonist remains standing and merely spits a little onto the ground. Thus, Seth's fury increases exponentially, but one continues to enjoy how the fight unfolds. The protagonist rushes to finish off the old man and tries to land multiple blows, but none manage to hit him. With that, after dodging the last attack, one takes advantage of their proximity to grab the boy's arm and counter with a strike to his face. Thus, the old man waits to see if Seth is already defeated, but the hero proves to be very resilient by not showing any injuries and grabbing onto his opponent's clothing. Wayne tries to understand what is happening, and a protagonist blasts uncontrollably. Naturally, the old man recalls Simon, who was an opponent with a very similar attitude to this young man. Without wasting time, Seth moves in and lands a headbutt on the master of the Supreme Black with all his strength. This makes Wine tremble a little, and despite also getting hurt, Seth feels proud. Extremely irritated, the old man shouts, questioning the boy's audacity, and to the protagonist's surprise, the sharp nails of the master of the Supreme Black touch his throat in an instant. However, before anything could happen, a Kusarigama appears from above, directly above both of them, and it quickly moves to attack the old man, who is forced to retreat to avoid being hit. With that, as he repositions himself on the battlefield, new participants appear, Seth's mother and his ally Sakurai. Clearly, the master of the Supreme Black was not expecting this, as he now has 4 opponents capable of fighting. Even though help present, the protagonist declares that he will be the only one to fight the old man. However, Anna reminds her son that he had to be saved just moments ago because he was nearly eliminated. With that said, with all 6 of them now on the ground floor of the hotel, Anna asks if they can just finish things already. However, despite laughing, the old man condemns the girl for interfering with his fun. In response, the successor of the old art states that she will only allow Seth to proceed at the right time. After a few more seconds of tense silence, Wang realizes that the boy is the son of that man and comments that they really do look alike, which obviously irritates the family. In this case, the old man continues his provocation, saying that he used this hand to finish the job. And without the slightest shame, he laughs loudly, saying that he tore out his heart and showed it to him while he was still conscious. Unable to endure this mockery any longer, both become furious, and Wang waits for them to come at him. However, suddenly Jin appears first, nearly landing a flying kick on the master of the Supreme Black. And even after failing to break through his defense, the bald man does not give up and strikes again, this time with more force. That was enough to push Juan back and make him focus his attention. But Jin simply states that, as someone strong, the old man should have some dignity. All this boldness and courage leave the allies surprised and Wine even angrier. However, at this moment, Jin does not care, as he introduces himself as the heir to the old martial arts and declares that the old man will meet his end today. Back at the scene of the last fight, or Captiva and Hogoria, or massacre, the police investigate the situation. And as they follow the traces, they find the 2 young men in that completely desperate condition. Quickly, one of them shouts into the radio that it is an emergency, but it is clear that the trail of blood is leading somewhere. So they do arms themselves and decides to follow the trail to try and find the one responsible. Until some time later, they come across the scene of the bald man declaring that you and the old man. Because of this, they draw their weapons from their holsters, identify themselves as police officers, and order everyone to stand still. As Wang is caught red-handed with his clothes completely stained, Anna comments that that's enough for today. However, the old man states that she is not the one who besides and remarks that his blood is boiling for a fight. In this case, to continue his fun, the master of the Supreme Black first turns toward the officers, and quickly he picks up one of Akira's blades from the ground, so the moment the officers react, he intercepts the gunfire with the blade, striking one of them. And before the second officer can do anything, he is also finished off, with one telling him to shut up. Obviously, all this brutality makes Rod and the allies see Old Man is completely insane. But now that there is no one left to interfere, one only wishes to return to his previous matters. Naturally, Jin steps forward since he had volunteered to fight him minutes ago. However, the protagonist walks past him, brushing against his shoulder, to warn that he will be the one to fight. Y, in turn, provokes him by saying he doesn't care even if they all come at him at once. However, the protagonist states that it won't be necessary, which makes the old man angry enough to take the initiative. Within seconds, some lights are seen along with another noise and everyone's attention turns to it. Then realizing he can no longer continue, Wanting asks them to wait for him because he will certainly return. However, before he can disappear into the forest, Seth charges forward, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. But once again, the old man dodges effortlessly, as he's in a hurry, and now bids farewell while camouflaging himself in the forest. Clearly, the allies leave this confrontation frustrated, so Anna tries to console her son, but Sakurai intervenes, saying he will take care of the rest. Because of this, the boy's mother asks everyone to follow her while Seth stays behind for now to vent his anger. Still at the Royal Hotel of Japan, the following morning, the news of the brutal crimes from the previous night is published in the newspaper. And not only does Anna read the article, but also Akira inside President Kang's car. Rod, in turn, comments that he has never seen anyone as insane as Wang to do that to the police officers, and at this moment, Seth stares at Wang's photo with deep resentment. Later in the arena, one of the staff members informs the boss that they cannot continue with the matches, so the protagonist asks to see Joan. On their way, the hero's group enters the control room and comes across the administrators and the triad. Then, without wasting time, one of them reveals to the protagonist that, unfortunately, Kageyama has passed away. In this case, Seth decides to deal with his business with Joan immediately, and nearly out of control, he demands to know where the old man is. Back at the Royal Hotel, the protagonist's mother reflects on the recent events alongside her youngest son. At that moment, Akira enters the room, so Anna asks how things are going. Unfortunately, she informs her that things are not good, as Oscar is being interrogated by the police. And regarding Seth, the girl regretfully states that she has just left him at Osaka Stadium. In this case, the mother thinks even more, and the bald one asks if they should go there too, as Seth might be in danger. Faced with this, Anna asks if Jim believes he can defeat Juan. And after thinking about it, he states that, as her successor, he has not learned how to lose, which greatly satisfies her. Thus, she asks if she can make a request, and unexpectedly, what she asked is for Jin to protect her son. While the disciple tries to understand, Anna informs him that she will go after Juan, so Jin shouts, reminding her of the danger. However, the lady states that she needs to do this, and since he cannot make her change her mind, the boy has to go along, but the master refuses as she truly wants to finish it off alone no matter what she has to sacrifice for it. Back in the arena, Joan admits that he does not know where the master of the Supreme Black is since he did not return to the hotel. So the protagonist asks to find him, but the Chinese med informs him that the Japanese authorities are already surrounding everything. Faced with this, the administrators exchange glances, and one of them takes the initiative to speak with the president. Unexpectedly, he suggests continuing the competition, and to explain, the other states that canceling that would result in betting losses. However, obviously, such a greedy suggestion makes the protagonist glare at the two men violently, and to make sure, he asks again, but the younger one insists, guaranteeing that one will return. After all, he has only just begun to satisfy his thirst for fights and would not stop now, making it a more convincing argument for the hero. On the ground floor of the hotel, several cars are gathered, and the moment she realizes she is alone, Anna heads toward the same forest where the old man disappeared. Without wasting time, she enters the place and starts searching, walking casually but observing the signs. A broken branch catches her attention, and even more so, some footprints with human traces. The old man himself welcomes the girl, and when he asks if she's alone, he suddenly appears behind her. As a man of his word, he remembers that he warned you would return. But Anna had no interest in conversation and immediately drew her flexible sword so they could fight. Thus, with her old enemy in front of her, Anna shouts that they will finish things now. In an instant, the two close in at high speed, and so a duel between the greatest martial arts masters begins. Meanwhile, at the Royal Hotel, Jin asks Akira if he should follow the master, but the girl asks them to trust her. Therefore, both Jim and Seth wait for the right moment to act. The old man's first attack comes from below, but Anna manages to dodge by crouching even lower. Then, in response, she shifts her body balance and attacks with her sword, but Wang barely dodges and steps back to gain distance. Following his brief clash, Wang laughs uncontrollably and declares in full words that Anna is excellent. However, instead of appreciating the compliment, she charges forward once again, telling the old man to go to hell. Without wasting time, she unleashes several slashes using her flexible sword, but none of them manage to hit him. That is, until her ponytail is struck, causing her hair to unravel and a piece of it to be sent flying into the air. Clearly irritated, the old man prepares an attack with his claws to take revenge, making Anna worried. Their eyes lock, and at the last moment, the girl narrowly escapes being finished off. Regardless, she manages to wrap her weapon around the old man's arm, but yields faster than the activation of the mechanism and moves away in time. Wang remains unscathed, while Anna now has an injury in the lower part of her abdomen. The old man, in turn, comments that finding an opponent like her is the greatest miracle that has ever happened. However, Anna tells the master of Supreme Black not to act like a martial artist when he is nothing more than a mirror. But instead of being offended, the old man states that martial arts have their own rules, and for that reason, he prepares to continue and warns that he will fight her with respect. With both ready once again, the warriors charge forward, and a new battle is imminent. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Akira calls the bald one to enter, and he accepts without any issue. In this case, the two walk through the hallways until the girl knocks on the control room door and finds Joan, who stares at them without saying anything. Breaking the silence, Akira asks where the protagonist is, and Joan points to one of the mariners, causing the girl to become very alarmed. Obviously, she asks if it is really a fight under these circumstances, but Joan sees no problem with it. In this case, the bald one decides to act, and when his friend asks where he is going, he tells her not to worry. With a smile, Jun assures Akira that she does not need to be concerned about anything he does, leaving the two of them alone in the room. Within seconds, the bald one arrives inside the arena and finds our protagonist there. Thus, the two stare at each other for a moment until Jin stops in front of his opponent. Jid, in turn, states that the protagonist is very stubborn, but Seth responds that he holds no grudge and explains that he is there out of obligation. In this case, the bald one informs him that his sister asked him to take care of him, which leaves the hero somewhat confused. Regardless, Jin states that he is there because of her and reveals that Anna has left to search for Juan. This information changes everything for Seth, making him deeply furious as he storms out of the place without looking back. However, Jim grabs him by the collar, stating that with his strength, the boy will only get in the way. Naturally, the protagonist tells the bald one to go to hell, but suddenly a kick comes his way, forcing him to barely dodge it. Jim reminds him that he said he would help Anna, and that he would do so even if it meant taking Seth down in the process. Since the two now have opposing missions, Seth becomes enraged and challenges the bald one to try taking him down if he can. On an airplane, the pilot informs that they will soon arrive at Narita International Airport. Meanwhile, Sophie's father reads the news about the tragedy in the newspaper, responding with a very uncomfortable expression. Sometime later, the officer takes a car and arrives at a location to meet someone else. Introducing himself as Nakamura Junichi from the Japanese police department, the two men greet each other. On the way to another place, Sophie's father asks if Nakamura knows where Seth Kang is. However, the Japanese department officer asks his colleague to look at the tablet first. The moment he lays eyes on it, he cannot believe what he is seeing, as it is a live broadcast of the underground competition. In this case, the officer asks why the authorities are not stopping them, and Nakamura informs him that the killer has disappeared and the stadium has been surrounded. Thus, Sophie's father demands to be informed in advance and declares that both Seth and the others will be detained by him. Back to the fight on the tablet, the protagonist is unable to land a hit on the bald one, and in contrast, Jin does not find the fight easy either. At one point, both retreat in the arena to gain more distance. With their feet sliding across the ground, they finally manage to regain their balance. Seth, in turn, is extremely irritated with Jin, and as he rips off his tie, he declares that he will end him if his mother gets hurt. However, the bald one assures him that such a thing will not happen because he trusts his master. Naturally, the protagonist's fury reaches a desperate point, so he charges forward and Jin sprints as well without cowardice. Suddenly, Seth's fist appears near the bald one's face, and he barely manages to dodge it. For some reason, the protagonist is faster now, and sensing that he must act quickly, Jim throws himself at the boy. And while Seth tries to understand where the attacks are coming from, Jin uses his speed to stay in his blind spots. Thus, the boy lands a kick on a protagonist's back, but Seth still manages to evade. Although it was close, Jin expected to land the hit, but ironically, the one who succeeded was Seth. With just a normal punch, he sent Jin flying, making him feel immense pain. Then, after regaining his position, Seth scoffs and shouts that the bald one is not as good as people say. Back in the main fight, Anna is visibly exhausted and Wine is also somewhat fatigued. The old man admits that the girl is indeed very strong, but Seth's mother only continues to say that she will finish him. In this case, Wang states that he is enjoying every minute of this and already very irritated. Anna moves in once more. At that moment, both the silhouette of the fight and the sounds in the forest catch the attention of a group of tracking officers. Within this team, a dog licks a piece of clothing on the ground and then barks, signaling that it has identified the target. The officers then shout, but they have found the killer, and these sounds reach the fighters. Because of this, Wine, irritated by the interference in his fight, rushes toward one of the dogs and immediately suppresses it to the ground. As Anna watches, he remarks that the animal is weak, instilling fear in the minds of the officers. Without further delay, Wine questions the audacity of the officers for showing up and trying to interrupt him. Because of this, the old man warns that he hopes they are all prepared, further increasing their fear. With a clear threat declared, the commander authorizes the use of firearms and, at his command, everyone fires at the aggressive suspect. However, one uses the dog's body as a shield to defend against the attacks and quickly hurls it at one of the officers. Taking advantage of this chance, one closes the distance in a second and finishes the first officer with his sharp claws. The brutality is evident to all the officers, and before they can even defend themselves, most of them are eliminated. That is until Anna appears from above with her sword, ordering the old man to stop immediately. Even with this opportunity created by the officers, the successor of the old arts only drives her sword into the ground. However, since she failed to land a hit, she does not give up. With a low kick to her weapon, she causes a whiplash effect that nearly eliminates Juan. Clearly, the old man is impressed, but the girl wastes no time and, retrieving her sword, prepares another slash. Among the officers, the lone survivor watches everything in complete despair, and in an attempt to avenge his fallen colleagues, he grabs his weapon and fires at the person who is actually trying to protect him. Not expecting something like this, Anna is struck in the stomach by the bullet, leaving her severely debilitated. In response, instead of taking advantage of the situation, Juan turns to the officer, extremely irritated that he tried to ruin his fun. He then rushes toward him and inevitably sends the officer to the same fate as his comrades. Sometime later, the state of the old man's hands reveals the brutality of that battle. Amidst all the destruction, the master of the Supreme Black simply walks away. However, before leaving, he looks at the successor of the old arts and laments that ended so quickly. Anna, in turn, accepts her defeat and asks to be finished off. But the old man disagrees with the result due to the interference and tells her to return when she feels better. Moreover, he warns that he will make sure she reappears because he now knows that those brats are her relatives. And because of that, Juan declares that he will eliminate both of them, leaving Anna with no choice but to come to find him. Sometime later, a car approaches Osaka Arena, and from inside, the Korean officer steps out with a determined expression. Quickly, he asks if Seth is there, and Nakamura, holding a tablet, responds that it seems so. In this case, the Korean officer asks if there is a possibility that the killer will return there, and in response, the Japanese officer confirms, explaining that they receive a tip from a person who is a chief in the department he works for. Understanding this, Sophie's father looks around and notices that the police are everywhere, because despite having military personnel dressed as security, civilians are in disguise. However, in a moment of calm, one of the undercover officers is struck with a powerful blow in the darkness of the alley. And with the obstacle eliminated, Juan makes his return to continue the competition. Back inside the arena, the boys are still fighting and Seth is determined to win, attacking repeatedly. Even so, Jim manages to dodge everything, but since the punches keep coming, he retreats to reposition himself. Already extremely irritated, Seth yells at the brat to stop dodging and curses at him, sweating from exhaustion. Naturally, the two prepare to fight once again, but suddenly, the lights go out. And before the protagonist can even complain to those responsible, he witnesses Juan falling from above and landing right in the middle of the boys. The old man's entrance raises dust and causes surprise, but instead of being afraid, Seth becomes furious. Then Wine calmly asks if the protagonist has been looking for him. However, Jim panics upon seeing the old man there because it means his sister has been defeated. Regardless, the emotions of both boys turn into the deepest rage. And when the protagonist yells, demanding to know what the old man did to his sister, Wine simply responds by asking what the boy thinks. This only further fuels that rage, making Seth charge forward savagely. Noticing the openings, Jim shouts for the hero to be careful, but Juan, now very close, declares that the boy is still inexperienced and directs his claws towards Seth's neck. Unexpectedly, despite landing the hit, the cut is not very deep, and instead of retreating, the protagonist keeps advancing. Using his opportunity, he nearly manages to land a powerful punch, but even after evading it, Jin appears from behind and attacks Juan as well. Thus, even without coordinating, the two begin to work together, forcing the old man to retreat to regain an advantage. Now standing side by side, both focus all their attention on Wong, declaring that they will finish him off. However, all this determination only serves to make the old man even more excited about the fight. Back in front of Osaka Arena, Officer Nakamura was unable to operate the tablet and quickly reported that it had stopped working. However, Sophie's father clearly does not interpret this as something normal. Without wasting time, Nakamura makes a call to understand what is happening, but hears something terrifying. Not wanting to keep the Korean officer in the dark, he explains that the team that went into the forest to investigate was attacked. Apparently, they captured a woman who had been shot, so the Japanese officer states that he will have to go there. Sophie's father then asks if there is a possibility that the killer has entered the arena. After all, if he managed to escape, there is a high chance he would return here, and Nakamura agrees, and he informs on the phone that they will be entering a stadium. However, the Japanese officer asked Mr. Kim to wait, as this case belongs to the Japanese police. Over the radio, Nakamura calls everyone's attention to initiate Plan B, warning that the bastard may have entered the stadium and instructing his colleagues to stay on guard. Back inside the arena, Wang states that he is getting more and more excited, and this comment enrages Seth. However, Jim is the first to act, dashing forward at high speed and jumping to land a kick. Naturally, the boy fails to hit, but he remains determined to land at least one blow, until suddenly, Wang is surprised because Seth approaches from behind at high speed and lands a strike on his own ally's face, sending him flying. With that, Seth yells at the bald one to stay back, shouting that he is next after the old man. Then one appears in front of the protagonist, mocking his excessive confidence, and strikes him with a vertical slash from his sharp claws. However, to his surprise, the attack, which was intended to break the boy's shoulder blades, did nothing. Seeing this, Juan acknowledges Seth's talent and tells him not to disappoint him, then to too close and once again. Until something approaches, stealing their attention and striking both the old man and Seth. It was a kick from Jin, strong enough to separate them, so he can position himself in the middle. Upon seeing this, Seth becomes furious, but the bald one declares that he will do as his mother asked. And with his battle stance firmly set, the boy is certain that he will destroy Juan. In this case, Juan accepts this feeling and grants Jin a chance to attack. However, the protagonist only becomes more enraged at this exchange and declares that he will take down anyone who stands in his way. Then the three fighters, separate across the arena, charge at each other with speed, initiating a legendary battle. Taking the lead, Jim leaps into the air with a powerful kick, forcing Wang to defend. However, right behind it comes a punch filled with the protagonist's determination, passing just beside the bald one and nearly striking the old man, who has to crouch to evade. But as soon as he crouches, Jin wastes no time and takes advantage of the opening to strike again. This time, Wang's guard is broken, and noticing this from behind, our hero charges forward once more. With all his accumulated rage, the boy lands a powerful punch on the chest of the master of a Supreme Black, sending him flying. Obviously, this is not enough to defeat him, but the boys have no intention of stopping, and Wang feels extremely disrespected by being hit. Jim, in turn, remembers his promise to Anna, but Seth tells him to shut up. Instead, the boy suggests that they fight together. However, the protagonist has a better idea. He suggests that the bald one just watch. Determined to face the old man once again, Seth tries to land another punch like before. But alone, the protagonist stands no chance and takes a counterattack that opens his defense, though he narrowly dodges the second strike that could have finished him. Seeing this, Jin decides not to stand idle and comes from above again with a kick, which Wang barely manages to block. However, the distraction was enough for the protagonist to land a precise knee strike on the master. In the moment the opening in his defense is visible, the bald one seizes the opportunity to unleash multiple attacks as well. Inevitably, within seconds, Juan collapses to the ground, exhausted, but to the boy's surprise, the old man begins to rise. Saying he is having fun, he asks if he will ever get to play like this again in the future. Once again in danger, Jim warns Seth, who tells him to shut up, not wanting to act cautiously. Regardless, Juan does not wait for their conversation to end before rejoining the battle. At that moment, the police arrive inside the arena and carefully make their way to the control room, where Nakamura kicks the door open. What they did not expect, however, was to find a scene just as gruesome as the one in the forest. Nakamura immediately shouts, demanding to know where the killer is, until he notices a large screen behind him showing two boys fighting him. With Seth momentarily behind, the old man charges at Jin and lands a strike to his stomach, causing severe injuries. However, Jim refuses to surrender and does everything possible to remain standing, holding one against his body. This allows Seth to close in, preparing his most powerful punch, which gradually nears the master's face until it lands perfectly. Even then, the old man still opens his mouth to praise the boy's talent, provoking him by saying he is better than both his mother and father. Seth becomes enraged like never before, and at that moment, Wang's hand releases Jin, leaving him in extreme pain. Quickly, the old man retreats to the back of the arena, stopping in front of both boys. Wang inevitably feels the injuries he has sustained from the fighters, but Jim collapses to his knees as his condition is even worse. Seth in turn scolds the bald one, reminding him that he told him to stay back and does not even let him explain. Because now the protagonist has decided that he no longer needs his colleague's interference. Facing Wang once again, Seth demands to ask one last time what happened to his mother. However, the old man does not give him a straight answer, instead stating that if the boy is curious, he should finish him off and search for her himself. Furious at what he heard, Seth charges forward of all the rage in the world to put an end to Wang. Back in the forest, Anna is still slumped against a wall, but Sakurai appears among the officers asking for permission to take care of her, which is granted. Without wasting time, the young man apologizes for being so late and Seth's mother thanks him. Seeing Anna's condition, the officer suggests taking her to a hospital, but the woman insists that she must go there and Sakurai accepts without arguing. Returning to the battle between the protagonist and the old man, Seth is unable to land a single hit while repeatedly being struck by the master of the Supreme Black. However, at one moment, a punch from a hero breaks through one's defenses, and just as he tries to recover, another even stronger strike follows, but this time the old man manages to dodge and escape. Nevertheless, the protagonist chases after him and lands a solid blow straight to his stomach, sending Wang flying. Once again, the two reposition themselves in the arena, but Seth takes the initiative, charging from above. Both fighters scream, demonstrating the intensity of the battle until the old man feels something. He realizes that despite his injuries, Jin is grabbing onto his feet. However, before he could finish the boy off, Seth sees the opportunity to appear from behind and deliver the most powerful punch of his life, unleashing all of his fury. As Wang tried to recover, he was slammed forcefully against the ground. Now completely subdued, he was forced to endure a relentless series of consecutive attacks that did not stop. Even so, the protagonist could not let go of his rage, forcing Jin to stand up and stop him. Because, whether he realized it or not, Master Warren was already completely defeated. However, instead of feeling satisfied, Seth only grew angrier at how quickly his revenge had ended. A bit further back, the police officers rush, reporting over the radio there were more victims. The response was to lead the rest to the SWAT team while the front line maintained their position. Little by little, the officers approached the center of the arena, and from the command room, Nakamura warned them to be careful, as the killer had already attacked some of them. Therefore, he authorized them to eliminate him if he resisted, a command that was clearly understood by all. Back in the fight, Jin held onto the old man's foot, and at that moment, Nakamura gave the order for the officers to move in. They ran swiftly through the dark corridor, but inside, Seth was still venting all of his rage at a level where Jin had to stop him. Continuing to fight was meaningless as Master Wang was no longer in any condition to fight back. The immediate thought was to search for the protagonist's mother, but just hearing about it reignited Seth's hatred for that man. In a desperate act, Seth dropped to the ground again, taking out his frustration on Wang's lifeless body, leaving Jin utterly shocked. Again and again, he continued, shouting between blows for the bastard to get up, until, to everyone's astonishment, Wang actually showed some kind of reaction and suddenly woke up, asking if he had blacked out. However, Jin coldly informed him that he had already passed away, and even though he didn't understand how he was revived, Seth grabbed him by the neck, declaring that he would never let the old man escape punishment so easily, because, as he had said before, he was not done with him yet. Wasting no more time, the protagonist resumed the fight, striking Wang and launching him against the wall before landing a devastating knee strike in the opposite direction. At this moment, the old man's condition was completely degrading, but Seth continued to hold on to him, saying he was still not finished. Meanwhile, Jin watched everything unfold, unsure of what to think, until suddenly the group of police officers arrived at the scene, ordering everyone to freeze. To show they were serious, one of them warned that he would fire at any sudden movement. However, the protagonist declared that he did not care if he was shot. He would finish off the old man as many times as he could. Naturally, the officers trembled at this attitude, but witnessing such overwhelming violence, the command to open fire was given. At that moment, Jin reacted immediately, shocking the protagonist, and because he had promised Seth's mother to protect him, he placed himself in front of Seth. The boy, in turn, became furious at this heroic act. But just then, alongside Anna, Sakurai appeared, ordering everyone to stand down. Both boys were confused by Anna's presence, and for the first time, Seth showed a hint of happiness. However, his mother simply walked past him to face Wang's battered body on the ground. Jin then declared that the master of the Supreme Black was finished, but Anna still drew her sword and approached, leaving Seth curious. Thus, the woman finally took out her vengeance for what the old man had done to her family. While some watched the scene in shock and others in fear, Anna firmly stated that she had eliminated Wang, and she asked if everyone had seen it, though when she spoke, she was looking deeply into her son's eyes. Faced with all of this, the officers felt deeply intimidated, and from the command room, Nakamura ordered the corporation to arrest everyone. Following her superior's orders, they pointed their weapons at the group of suspects standing near the old man. And naturally, they took Anna into custody, who surrendered willingly without any resistance. Seth in turn felt disrespected by the officers, but his mother let out a commanding shout, signaling him to stop, and as he looked more closely, she even shook her head in silent refusal. Thus, Nakamura gives the order once again, and even though he didn't want to, Jin is arrested alongside the protagonist. At that moment, another person arrives at the scene a little late, is Officer Kim. He came there because of Seth, but the boy was already restrained by the Japanese police, leaving nothing to be done. In this case, Anna, who was in the same situation, asked the officer to take good care of the children. And as the group was taken to the police station, Tim felt an overwhelming frustration at being powerless in such a critical moment. Sometime later at the Japanese police department, the Korean officer commented that things were not going as agreed. That was because Nakamura had promised to let the suspects return to their countries to be judged. However, the Japanese officer felt personally attacked by such an insinuation, considering the situation at hand. So far, 12 police officers had lost their lives, so Kim argued that the one responsible for this had already been eliminated. However, Nakamura slammed the table in anger, stating that this was exactly the problem they were facing. The fact was that the department would look pathetic if they let everyone go free, which meant they couldn't simply release them. In this case, Kim suggested that Nakamura speak with the International Alliance, given that Wang was Chinese, but the officer refused. After all, having another country take over the case would also be a humiliating outcome. As a last resort, Kim asked that his colleague could at least allow Seth and Jin to return to Korea. Then Nakamura admitted that he might be able to arrange it for Jin, but it would be difficult for Seth. After all, not only had he entered the country illegally, but he was also responsible for organizing the underground competition, which meant that there was no way they could let him go, and with his veins bulging from anger, the officer declared that the boy would be punished for his crimes in Japan. At Narita International Airport, the director of the athletic school stepped out of a taxi. Later, at Japan's General Hospital, Rod celebrated the fact that they were alive, while Jav asked about Akira. It was then revealed that she had been placed in a private ward, but had yet to regain consciousness. At that moment, the school president suddenly appeared in the hospital room, and the boys were obviously very surprised to see Jake there. Both tried to stand up to show respect, but the director told them it wasn't necessary. Still, the two knew what they had done, so they apologized, though it didn't make Jake any less irritated. Suddenly, the director's phone rang, and on the other end, Congressman Genzo contacted the Sunshine Group. After some conversation, Jake commented that now was the perfect time for him to show his appreciation for the corporation. And so the school president bid farewell, saying he would see Genzo at the designated location. As for the two hospital patients, the director informed them that they would be finished once they returned to Korea, and both accepted their punishment. Sometime later at Japan's City Hall, Jin approached and out of jail alongside the director. And soon his eyes met with the police officers, though the bald one tried to avoid any interaction. Regardless, Jake informed him that Seth would return to Korea in 2 days because the Korean public prosecutor had agreed to take over the case. However, he also said that there was nothing he could do about Anna, who would be judged in Japan. In any case, Jake was sure he could leave the rest to Kim, but before leaving, he asked him to keep in mind the kind of person Wang had been. And as the officer remained deep in thought, the director stated that they would meet again in Korea before parting ways with Jin. 2 days later, at Narita International Airport, Officer Tim stepped out of a car, followed shortly by Seth. The boy had a cloth over his hands to hide the handcuffs, and Sophie's father told him to keep moving, which the protagonist did. Meanwhile, in prison in central Japan, Anna sat meditating in her cell, her gaze reflecting the determination of someone who had not yet given up. At Japan's Supreme Court, the president judge announced the beginning of Anna Jin's trial, in which she was accused of murder. The woman stood before the jury, calm and patient for what was to come, while her colleagues watched anxiously. Without further delay, the hearing began, and a lawyer stepped forward to present the case. Since the defendant had already confessed to being responsible for eliminating the brutal killer Wan, the lawyer asserted that there was more evidence to support her guilt. With all the proof displayed on the screen, it became possible to establish a connection to the Yakuza. And it was a fact that she participated in an illegal fighting tournament, obtaining enormous financial profit in the process. Naturally, the prosecutor acknowledged that one deserved his fate, but Anna had interfered for personal reasons. As the case's prosecutor, the man requested that the court sentence the woman to capital punishment. With these words, indignation filled the courtroom. Both Rod and Jab were furious, in contrast to the accused herself, who remained expressionless. However, the case did not end there, as the defense attorney objected and the judge granted him permission to speak. It is already clear the bald one reminded everyone that Wang was responsible for the deaths of many Japanese police officers, and despite reinforced search efforts, law enforcement had been unable to capture him. However, he was finally defeated thanks to Anna, who, had she not acted, would have left a madman loose on the streets. And most importantly, according to the defense, was the fact that Master Wang had publicly threatened the life of the defendant's son. Therefore, he concluded his argument by asking if it was wrong to protect one's own child and stated that he had nothing more to say. The prosecutor, in turn, asked everyone to pay attention to the video he was about to present, as it contained footage of the crime. He explained that the defendant's son was known as the strongest gangster in Korea, at being Seth Kang, the president of the Sunshine Group. But as shown in the video, the boy himself had already subdued Master Wang before the murder. Thus, the argument that she committed the crime for the sake of her son was proven to be a lie, much to the defense attorney's despair. At that moment, the judge began contemplating his decision, while Anna had a moment of reflection before her sentencing. At the same time, at Yangonpo Detention Center, the director went to meet the protagonist in person. There, he asked what happened to his mother, to which Jake responded by informing him about the trial. In this case, the hero asked how things were going, but Jake told him to worry about himself because he would have to stay there for another 3 months. It was explained that they had managed to clear the boy's record regarding his illegal entry into Japan, but he so getting off without consequences would be difficult. The protagonist, however, replied that he didn't care because all that mattered to him was his mother. But now the director completely lost his patience and asked Seth if he didn't realize who was responsible for putting Anna in this situation. In response, the protagonist tried to argue, but soon he understood his own guilt. And because he had great regard for both of them, Jake simply called Seth an idiot and stood up to leave the room. Before opening the door, however, the director informed him that Sunshine was doing everything possible to negotiate with the police. Therefore, in the meantime, the protagonist needed to keep his head down, something that, even if it wasn't his nature, Seth couldn't refuse. Sometime later at the Southern District Court, a slightly smaller hearing was taking place. Both the defense and the prosecution were preparing to present the case of Seth Kang, who waited as the accused. At the bench, besides the director and Jin, even Sophie was present to witness the outcome, and soon the judge reviewed the documents. From what he read, the judge understood that the boy had not only entered the country illegally, but had also organized an illegal fighting tournament. And despite being the president of the Sunshine Group, he was just a 19-year-old boy. However, since this was his first offense and due to Sunshine's influence in the country, the judge announced a fine of $100,000 along with 120 hours of community service until Seth suddenly interrupted the sentencing by shouting that he had something to say. Logically, this unexpected action caused tension in the courtroom to rise dramatically, and without any fear, the protagonist confessed that he was the one who killed the master. At that moment, all of his allies could not understand his reasoning, but Seth reaffirmed his guilt before the judge, declaring with absolute conviction that he was the one responsible for ending one in Japan. And as the trial unfolded, Anna remained in prison, unsure of what to think about her fate. Still in jail, time passed in the blink of an eye, with the seasons changing until winter arrived. Then, on an ordinary day, a police officer ordered Anna to come out, and when she ignored him, he repeated the command, this time with more force. At that moment, the protagonist's mother dressed once again in her old clothes, and she was met by the Sunshine Corporation group led by the director, who welcomed her back. Furthermore, Jake, understanding what must be done, sincerely apologizes in his heart, and silence fills the room. Kim, in turn, informs them that Anna has been acquitted of the murder charge, but will have to face another trial when they return to Korea. As for Seth, unfortunately, the officer announces that 7 years in prison was the best outcome he could secure. Regardless, Anna keeps her emotions to herself and calls for the rest of the group to leave. Naturally, the atmosphere among the allies is grim, but Jake follows orders to keep moving forward. Sometime later at Yongjin Public Athletic School, students gather for their high school graduation ceremony. With everyone assembled in the auditorium in organized rows, the event begins, and one by one, the senior students receive their diplomas. After that, the boys receive some words from their fellow students, and although it is a happy moment, Sophie cannot bring herself to smile. Victor, on the other hand, is pleased that they have finally completed this stage of life and asked Brock if he will be going to the United States now. However, Brock responds that for now, you will continue pursuing martial arts, prompting his friend to ask what he plans to do next. In response, Brock clearly states that there is a place he must visit as soon as possible. Later, at the Sunshine Group headquarters, all the executives are gathered, and naturally, the mood is just as tense as it was at the graduation. Jake explained that they are being blamed for the tried number Zhong Li, and on top of that, Bakdu reports that many Chinese people have been entering Inshin. Sang Madam in turn reminds them that the Yakuza are also making moves, and in response, the director suggests they should strike first. However, Anna, who is now the new person in charge of the presidential seat, believes it's better to keep an eye on them for now. She asserts that she herself will take control if things spiral out of hand, whether in China or Japan, and all the executives understand without questioning the president. Sometime later on the same day, but in a mountainous area surrounded by winter snow, Jim continues his training with even greater intensity than before. Amid his strikes, Akira appears, commenting that she knew she would find him there and complimenting his dedication. Obviously, the bald one is very happy to see his friend, but he is startled when he notices Brock standing right behind her. Because of this, he questions why the two are together and whether there is something going on between them. However, Brock, looking bored, simply asks if this place will make him stronger. Understanding the question, Jin smiles before confidently affirming that it will, which is exactly what the big guy wanted to hear. Meanwhile, at a Korean prison, a bus arrives carrying inmates who are instructed by the officers to familiarize themselves with their new home. The person in charge quickly orders them to move, and finally Seth appears among the criminals, his hands bound. At this, one of the officers yells that he is part of the last group, but another is surprised, noting how young he looks. In response, the officer scoffs at the boy, stating that his parents did a terrible job raising him. Then he shows the boy inside, joking with his colleague about the possibility of him being assaulted in prison. However, to their surprise, what happens is the complete opposite. Upon seeing him, the inmates bow, welcoming their lord. With a smirk, Seth responds, saying that it's great to be with his men once again. At the same time, at Cheongjeong prison, the prisoners are led inside a facility, until suddenly, one of them bumps into a rough-looking bald man who tells him not to get in his way and asks if he wants to die. The bespectacled man quickly apologizes. Seeing this, the officers converse among themselves and decide to send the bully to room 404. One of them finds it odd to place a tax criminal in a violent ward, but they mention that someone has been looking for him. Regardless, the smaller of the two prisoners continues to be intimidated until the officer announces that the bespectacled man will also be sent to room 404. This leaves the bespectacled one in utter despair, while the bald one becomes very excited. Between the cells, various moral plaques are displayed advocating for the establishment of law and order. Soon, the officer leads the bespectacled man to his designated room. Moreover, the bald one is also assigned there, so the officer informs the other inmates that two new arrivals have joined them. Naturally, he asks the veterans not to harass the newcomers too much as there is no longer a backup cell for them. Regardless, the bald one still feels unsettled by the earlier bump at the entrance. Therefore, he approaches the one with glasses and kicks a table, trying to assert his dominance. The same man shouts, asking who his boss is, but one of the prisoners just laughs at the entire display. Obviously, the bald man becomes furious and asks what the hell the man is laughing at. Then the former president of the Sunshine Group and curtain number 2 in command, Jason, stated that a cute guy had entered. Since he was also a criminal, the bald man gradually recognized this person and asked if he was the leader. However, the young man just nodded to the side of his head because despite who he was, the leader was someone else. And to satisfy the bald man's curiosity, Seth Chang appeared with his hands in his pockets and his usual proud smile. Despite this, the bald man couldn't understand, and being much bigger, he asked if this child was the leader. So instead of speaking, the protagonist decided to demonstrate, and with just a touch on the young man's bicep, he sent him flying. Even though it wasn't meant to hurt, it was enough to command respect. Without further delay, Seth approached the second newcomer because he had heard that he was a professor at Seoul University, to which the man fearfully confirmed. At that moment, silence took over, increasing the tension, but unexpectedly, the hero asked to be taught, surprising the professor, because as strange as it seemed, the truth was that once he got out of there, the protagonist wanted to go to college. Meanwhile, at some venue, spectators were impressed by a fight that was happening because one of the competitors no longer seemed to be in good shape. Then with another quick punch landing on his defense, the fighter staggered backward. And so another blow came, a kick to the ribs that drained all of the opponent's strength. Thus, the fighter fell to the ring floor, defeated at the feet of Brock, who was crowned the undefeated champion of the tournament. At the end of the fight, the host congratulated the boy for becoming the strongest human, and with great excitement, he handed the microphone to Brock to explain how he was feeling. However, instead of being happy, the boy questioned that title, making the Sunshine allies proud but leaving the host confused. And with the USC championship belt in hand, Brock revealed that his contract had ended with this match. He announced that he would no longer participate in these boring fights, dropping the prize onto the ring floor. Obviously, the host didn't understand anything, but the coach congratulated him, unlike Victor, who found his attitude shameful. However, Brock didn't care about that because his attention was on another young man who, despite his changed appearance, was Jin. At that very moment in the USCCO's office, a man watched recordings of the illegal Osaka tournament on his tablet. And while thinking about what Brock had said about USC fights being boring, he noticed the difference between the competitions. Because if those kinds of people were out there, tournaments like the USC would certainly be dull. However, if it were something like the event in Japan, he believed he could make a lot of money. On another day, everyone was gathered in the prison's social area. And while doing bench presses, Seth listened to advice about derivatives and integrals in mathematics. Then he said he understood, but suddenly, his attention drifted as someone else arrived. Jason thanked the professor for his work, leaving him scared, but then asked to be alone with the boy for a while. Which of course the man accepted, even though the protagonist was a little confused by it. Seth soon asked if there was still no news about his mother, but since she wasn't there, it seemed that Anna was not in Korea. However, noticing the hero's irritated expression, he ruffled his hair, telling him not to worry. After all, Seth knew better than anyone what his mother's personality was like most of the time. But even so, the boy missed her because it was almost a year since they had been separated. Some time before, during his family visitation at the prison, Anna asked her son to be well, but he did not respond. So she simply asked him to wait a little longer. Seth replied that he was fine. On the other hand, the boy wanted to know about his mother, and with a smile, she said she was fine too. However, the woman believed she would have to go somewhere soon and that it would take some time. The protagonist asked where she was going, but his mother said it was a secret she would only reveal when she returned. Either way, she told him not to worry and got his attention with a flick to his forehead. Instead of worrying, Anna asked her son to keep his promise and pass the GED, General Educational Development, and despite smiling, Seth takes it seriously. Back in the present, the protagonist asks what his uncle said, and Jason replies that they mentioned there had been 3 assassination attempts. Therefore, if the boy says something he hasn't said before, he could turn the case into something much worse. Initially, the blame was placed on the Chinese man, Juan, but after calling the triad, they discovered that Anna had been in China alone. To explain, he believes everything is happening because of the fights from before and because of the Black Society's Dragon King. In the end, Jason simply makes it clear that the matter is far from over, and Seth faces everything with seriousness. At a fast food restaurant in Los Angeles, USA, the customers in the place are very frightened because there are foreigners there who are different from usual, eating uncontrollably. Still, none of them care about these prejudiced looks and continue. Until outside, Sophie analyzes the place and believes that Kim's dinner is the designated location. Without wasting time, she enters and upon finding her colleagues, Jin waves with great excitement, unlike the others who seem embarrassed, as does Sophie. Sometime later at a hotel, the former bald man thanks everyone for being there now, and he confesses that they went through tough times because they arrived there without an interpreter. However, for that, the boy blames his colleagues who only exercise their muscles and forget about their brains. To ease the tension, Sophie says she liked it and that it was good to see the others after so long. She also remembers that there will be a fight for Sumjin in 3 days, and Victor boasts that if he wins, he will earn the title. However, she states that she will not watch the fight because she hates those things, which dampens the boy's excitement. Either way, Jin states that the boy will win, and the two agree with that. Because although he is not a monster like his colleagues, Victor believes he is invincible in boxing. However, Brock has always mocked that title because to him, the only monsters are Jin and Seth. Jin, in turn, also praised Brock a lot because he had become very strong, and in just 2 years, he could already be compared to him. But the fighter made it clear that his goal was to defeat the protagonist, so Victor questioned what came next. However, upon remembering those memorable fights in the Osaka arena again, Brock simply remained silent, and breaking the mood, Sophie announced that she was going to rest. But she suggested that they should go to Las Vegas tomorrow, and Jin accepted immediately. During the conversation, suddenly someone knocked on the hotel door, and the boy quickly went over to answer it. He was very respectful, but when he looked up, the visitor was someone he had never seen before and who also seemed imposing. Without wasting time, the man spoke with Brock, asking to borrow some of his time. And upon noticing the hostile expression, the man assured that it would be quick since it was a business proposal that might sound interesting. Thus, the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted to a general feeling of distrust as they waited for an explanation. At first, Brock recalled that his contract had already ended and stated that he didn't care about other things. However, the man said he knew what Brock wanted, and of course the boy doubted that. Then the USC CEO showed him the video on his tablet with the fights from that arena, surprising some and making Jin curious. Without wasting time, the man continued, stating that Brock wanted to participate in that kind of fight where life is put at risk, and since the fighter did not disagree, the man announced that he would prepare a proper stage and asked if Brock was ready for it. Again, the fighter did not respond, so the businessman understood that the answer seemed clear. In that case, he turned to leave, stating that he would be hiring Brock soon. Jim, in turn, asked Brock what that man was talking about and asked about the video. Then the fighter revealed that the man had said he would reopen the match, which of course Jim felt was insane. Either way, Brock directly asked the former bald man what it felt like to be a participant in that. For a long time, the boy had wanted to know what the protagonist felt and what Jim felt in that battle. Therefore, Emma's disciple made a point of reminding them that martial arts exist to destroy, and in the end, Brock knew that better than anyone. Still, after seeing his colleagues in that video, he no longer wanted to remain as the frog at the bottom of the well. And in the midst of it all, the truth along with the frustration in his colleagues' eyes, Jin understands. The boy states that not a single word was incorrect when the ambassador received them. And when Brock asks if anything was said about him, Jim reveals that he was compared to the protagonist himself. That was because both were men who didn't train but had to fight, destined to always live on the edge of the sword. Inevitably, the fighter identified with that, and since Seth once wished for the same, Jin wasn't going to argue against it. However, the boy made it clear with seriousness that Brock should remember something. He said that the body doesn't learn when you go somewhere and lose. Then with a smile, Brock confidently responded that when he returned, he would take down Seth. Back in prison inside a monitored cell with 2 guards, the protagonist takes the GED exam. While thinking about the questions, he realizes that the one he is working on now is very difficult, and because of that, he breaks his pen. The loud sound startles the officers. Later, he stretches after doing his best. Jisingman, who is also getting up, asks if Seth did well on the tests, and thanks to his professor, Akira says he did. In that case, the man comments that it's time for the boy to handle the matters he previously postponed due to studying. And with a smile, the protagonist agrees, saying that his body is already itching, which makes Jizaman call him for an attack. However, Seth insists on refusing, surprising the man and arrogantly states that the one with the lower rank should come first. This irritates Jisingman, who then charges forward with all he has, preparing a powerful punch. But the protagonist not only dodges but also grabs his arm, though another strike comes from below and hits him on the chin. Even a small cut is caused, and seeing this, Seth makes the best decision. Retreat to think of a new strategy. The protagonist comments that he has seen this move somewhere a few times before. But Jizaman only remarks that he trained all this time and that even so, the protagonist was still dodging. Seth in turn questions how his uncle learned it, so Jizaman decides to explain everything. After nearly dying by falling into a river, he learned many things while wandering the continent. And seeing the protagonist's serious expression, he asks if the boy is scared. However, Seth denies it, explaining that he is just disgusted and threatens his uncle, saying he will take him down if he uses Wang's technique again. Instead of being afraid, Jason simply provokes him, telling him to try if he is capable. With both of them filled with emotions, they rush at each other again, and while Seth is furious, his uncle enjoys it immensely. After some time fighting, Jason collapses to the ground in exhaustion while his nephew remains standing. Then he admits that the protagonist has become very strong, to which Seth responds that he could take down anyone. At this, his uncle asks if that includes his mother, but Seth tells Jason to stop talking nonsense because his son would never do such a thing. Either way, the boy's day of freedom is approaching, so his uncle asks what he plans to do. Without any hesitation, the protagonist simply says that he will attend university. Hearing this, Jason then asks about Sunshine. But since the boy has many relatives, he believes everything will be fine, especially since he will tell his mother first. His uncle, in turn, accepts that the boy can do whatever he wants but asks him not to forget something. That with communication and speech, those uncles had been using the boy's power extensively. And the protagonist knows this better than anyone, but he just smiles, unconcerned. Sometime after being released from prison, those being freed keep to themselves in embarrassment. However, the protagonist walks out with his head held high because right ahead, the director himself has come to receive him, along with the entire force. Despite this, Seth criticizes the gesture, saying it's the reason people call the company useless. But Jake simply praises his good work, and soon his old comrades rush in to reconnect. Among them, Rod was the one who missed the boy the most, though even from afar, the others were also very happy. Until, after taking a few playful punches due to his enthusiasm, Rod pulled out a type of food from his pocket, and he handed it over as a gift, saying it was part of a tradition, which although confusing Seth, also made him very happy. So without hesitation, he simply took a piece and ate in front of everyone. And so with the first in command back, the Sunshine Group reestablished its hierarchy. Sometime later, while returning to the city, the protagonist asks for news about his mother. Jake informs him that she is in China, but Seth cannot understand why she would go without even notifying him. The director, on the other hand, believes that she is at war with the Triad. To explain, he asks the boy to remember Joan, the Triad successor who participated in the competition in Osaka. Hearing this, the protagonist finds it strange since Joan had been defeated by Juan, which the director confirms. In this case, Seth questions what that has to do with his mother, and Jake explains that since their target died, they still want revenge. And because they lost the chance to avenge their successor, they simply turned their focus back to Sunshine, despite the injustice of it. Indignant, Seth shouts that they should simply come after him since he was the one who defeated Juan first. However, Jake reveals that they were indeed targeting him, even if the boy was unaware, and that was precisely why Anna intervened personally. Understanding that there is nothing he can do about it, the hero becomes even more furious. Then the director pulls a letter from his suit, stating that it is a photo they received last week. To the hero's surprise, the Hangzhou Triad branch caused an uproar because it had turned into a wasteland just a week ago. Regardless, Jake states that the boy needs to worry about this, but Seth seriously examines the photo. So when the director informs him that they will first go to the company, the hero refuses. That is because he decides to turn down any business-related matters, surprising his uncle, and states that he now wants to live a normal life and study a bit more. Obviously, Jake is outraged by this, as Anna had been taking care of everything up to now to maintain something that was Seth's responsibility, which the boy understands. However, given the situation, the protagonist declares that his uncle can take over the position, because his decision now is to live a normal life, at least for the time being. Later, the protagonist arrives at his house and cannot help but feel nostalgic after being away for some time. However, he becomes a bit irritated by the fact that Rod followed him despite being told not to. The boy in turn reveals that he had orders to escort Seth, but the protagonist wishes to be alone. Thus, Rod states that he will keep guard in a way that doesn't interfere with him. However, Seth simply asks if the boy is stronger than him, to which Rod shamefully responds no. Still, Rod requests to remain the hero's driver in case he needs to go somewhere. But Seth simply heads toward the house, and before entering, he calls his colleagues' attention, because despite not wanting a guard, he would want a friend to help him clean things up. Overjoyed by the invitation, Rod happily accepts and finally enters the house with him. Sometime later in a distant temple, a woman sits respectfully in front of a symbol. Subin, a young boy, appears, bowing to his master and announcing the arrival of a new letter. Since it is black with a red seal, the woman immediately asks to see it. Then the disciple asks what it is, and the master explains that strange men have been sending strange letters. That is because there wasn't a single word written in the letter, so the woman simply tossed it into the air and cut it into pieces with her sword. However, Sasaki Shinto had sensed a message about life and death within it. Meanwhile, in France, at a fencing school, a young man receives the same letter regarding a fight to the death. Excited by this, Jen Sackman crumpled the paper, calling it something truly crazy. Traveling to Iraq at a military base, a blonde man slices a piece of wood with his mashie while smoking a cigar. At one point, he notices the presence of a letter in his room, which immediately captures his attention. Meanwhile, in China, at some random fishing spot, a man fishes peacefully until a delivery boy informs Chen that he has a letter for him. Clearly, the old man is thrilled to have a reward sent to someone like him. Nonetheless, the delivery boy simply drops it on the ground before leaving, and without even turning around, Chen easily picks it up with his fishing rod. Little by little, the old man examines the parcel with slight curiosity, but soon becomes serious as he realizes what it is about. Then, with a simple motion, he wraps the fishing line around the letter and tears it apart completely, letting the pieces fall into the calm river. Back at the protagonist's house, he is preparing lunch while Rod patiently waits at the dining table. Naturally, the sight of his boss makes him feel down, so he shouts that he will cook, but Seth says it's almost ready. Still, the boy tries to insist, but the hero says again that he is no longer a representative of sunshine, to his colleague's despair. Moreover, the protagonist states that Rod no longer needs to use the company's nicknames, but this only makes him feel worse instead of happy. That's because he wanted to continue being the #1 subordinate of his boss. At that moment, someone knocks at the door, drawing attention. To show he's useful, Rod runs to answer. Stiff, in turn, asks what has arrived, and quickly the boy appears with a black letter in hand. It seems like a registry, but when opened, Rod was shocked by the content. In this case, the hero asks if it's news about his mother, but it turns out to be an invitation to choose the strongest in the world. Although everything was in English, Rod didn't know what it meant either. At this point, the protagonist takes the letter to look for himself, making his former subordinate admire him even more for his fluency. However, apparently, the boy knew mathematics, he wasn't so good with English. But instead of being disappointed, Ron shifts focus and praises Seth's honesty, which makes him feel overwhelmed. Anyway, the two decide to eat some ramen first before continuing. In an abandoned factory in the United States, a crowd is gathered to watch a fight. With just one punch, one of the competitors falls to the ground, defeated, crowning the victory of a very muscular blonde man. Reporting everything on his phone, the boy comments that it's as expected and asks who will be the next challenger. Moreover, he says he will give $500 to whoever beats Jimmy, and since no one responds, the boy asks if there are only cowards there. But Guy states that if they keep this way, he won't get any views till he raises the bet to $1,000. He is ready to raise it more until someone finally appears to challenge Jimmy one-on-one. Seeing the new competitor, the boy recording is impressed by his monstrous stature. Rock, in turn, with his usual irritative look, asks if the cameraman wants him to fight with this man, and obviously, Jimmy feels disrespected. Suddenly, the CEO of USC appears, laughing behind the previous boy, and then asserts that it won't be like that. That's because from his own pocket, he pulls out $100,000 and shows it to everyone. Thus, the businessman claims he will give the money to whoever defeats the champion, even if they fight in groups. At this point, both Jimmy and the guy recording become desperate and continuing. The CEO says he doesn't mind if weapons are used, because all that needs to be done is to defeat the champion, and to show the seriousness, he increases the reward to $1 million. Upon hearing this, Brock questions what the businessman is doing, but the latter just tells the boy to follow the script, which the fighter accepts in the end. Obviously, all the spectators arm themselves with something to try their luck and soon surround the former USC champion. Back at the top of the abandoned building, the businessman asks if the boy isn't going to film. He tells him to do so, as he's only there because he said he had 7 million subscribers. Reluctantly, the boy starts recording again, making the CEO very excited. Without wasting any more time, all the fighters and spectators combine forces to defeat the champion. Confident that they can win, they approach, while Brock still seems bored. Then, at the first sign of a threat, one of the batons flies off from a kick by the fighter. Then another kit finishes off one of the guys who dared try to defeat him. Witnessing everything, the businessman raises the bet again to $10 million, and in desperation, he raises it once more to $20 million. In the end, he declares that if anyone needs something beyond the money, he will try to give them everything. Because as long as the businessman hasn't found the strongest man on Earth, this fight will continue, which already leaves Brock a bit stressed. Back at the protagonist's house, E and Rod are watching Victor's fight on TV, where he was challenged for a title match. All the boys' moves were great, and he was landing sharp attacks. This, of course, made both of them very happy to be close friends with Victor. However, while the announcer spoke, a protagonist noticed 2 people in the background in the audience. Among them was Sophie, but beside her, Jim was cheering for Victor instead of for himself. Because of that, Seth couldn't help but feel a little bad. But noticing his master's expression, Rod called out to him. He explained that Seth's old friends had contacted him and asked if he should reach out to them. But despite seeming like something he wanted, Seth refused because he first needed to be accepted into college. Understanding his boss's new phase, Rod shouted that he would search for universities worthy of him. And in a same instant, he grabbed his phone, which made Seth laugh a lot. Then back on the TV, the New World Lightweight Champion was announced, Victor Chu. Sometime later, several students gather around a commercial building as it is a good place to prepare for the GED exam. And officially, for the first time, the protagonist truly dedicates himself to studying. Sometime later, both the hero and his subordinate leave the building and head to a public table. But even there, Seth doesn't stop studying. He doesn't pay any attention to Rod, who is already getting bored. Because of this, the boy starts entertaining himself with his phone until he comes across a YouTuber's video. He notices that the channel had streamed a fighting tournament in which Brock was participating. Sometime later, the time finally comes for the academic ability tests at Korea University, and the protagonist is among the candidates taking the exam despite feeling quite nervous. Later, as he exits the test, Rod, who is waiting outside, shouts, congratulating him. But the embarrassment of that happening in front of everyone makes Seth think his college life is already over. Either way, Rod asks if his boss did well on the test, and with a smile, the protagonist, as he probably did. In this case, even more excited than before, Rod suggests they eat pork belly and drink soju celebrate, which Seth agrees to. At a restaurant, the subordinate praises the boy's hard work over the past months. He asks Seth to grab a glass for the drink, but when he calls Rod by name, the latter embarrasses him again by bowing down. While they eat, the boy clarifies that for him, things never change. Once a boss, always a boss. But if that's the case, Seth says that Rod won't be able to stay by his side. Hearing this, the subordinate jokingly pretends to cry, saying he's very sad. So Seth grabs the bottle and warns him that he's serious. Inevitably, spending all that time in prison made the protagonist think about many things. And now he realizes that for a long time, he was truly a foolish and bad person. Naturally, Rod shouts that his boss isn't like that at all. He's charismatic and stronger than everyone. But the hero responds that that's exactly the problem. To argue, the subordinate reminds him that he has the best fists in Korea and is the heir to sunshine. However, the real issue was that he loved fighting but hated losing, which he admitted as he took another shot. A little irritated, Seth stated that if he stayed in sunshine, you would continue fighting stronger and stronger people. Naturally, he would grow to love that feeling more and more until perhaps he could no longer be stopped. Even now, Seth comments that his blood is yearning for a fight, bringing back memories of past battles and how he felt in those moments. However, he will no longer let things remain as they are, as he has matured during his time in and out of prison. More than anything, Seth knows he is responsible for what happened to Anna, because he sought revenge for a father he never even knew, without caring that he was putting his mother in danger. Rod, in turn, tells his boss not to worry because Menon is strong and sometimes calls to say she's fine. But despite knowing that the hero understands how he would feel if something were to happen to her, because he knows he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would use it as an excuse to return to fighting, which terrifies him, the possibility that he might never be able to stop. Hearing this, Rod simply places his hands on his boss's shoulders and comments that this is who he is. After all, he is the one they call the best fist in Korea and the leader of Sunshine, whom everyone respects. So Rod assures him that no matter what anyone says, he will always be the best. After those comforting words, he goes back to drinking with as much enthusiasm as possible. And soon, already a little out of it, he shouts for everyone to protect the boss, until he collapses onto the floor. And then he shouts even louder for him to come to him, leaving Seth speechless. Later, the protagonist has to carry his subordinate back home. Even now, Rod doesn't stop shouting nonsense like "get them," while Seth repeatedly asks him to be quiet. At one point, the hero warns that he will leave him there, but to his surprise, his mother opens the door for them to enter the house. With a smile, she simply asks if her son did well on the college entrance exam. While Rod sleeps drunk on the couch, the protagonist asks when his mother returned. She apologizes for being late and says she wanted to arrive before the test to make breakfast. In this case, Seth asks if she knew he was studying, and Anna replies that she heard about it from his uncle. Then the protagonist asks if her dangerous work is over, and his mother informs him that she came after finishing it, which is a huge relief to him. Regardless, the two have a good moment together, and Anna is impressed with how much Seth has grown, especially since he is now going to college. Since he thinks he did well, his mother praises his hard work. However, the hero trembles, saying that she is the one who did a good job. So, Anna calms his hands, telling him not to worry about anything and to do whatever he wants. After all, she states that both she and Simon surely feel a lot because, due to them, the boy spent so much time in turmoil. Then, Anna reminds him that none of this is his fault, so he can go back to doing whatever he wants. And so, the hero's indignant expression gradually transforms into an honest smile. Sometime later at the Sunshine Group, the director congratulates Anna, as it is said that the triad will no longer trouble them. Still, Jake mentions that there is one more thing to discuss. Then for his suit, he pulls out a black letter with a red symbol. After investigating, he discovered that the person behind it is someone influential. However, upon reading its contents, Anna asks if it has no relation to them and if they can simply ignore it. The director confirms that they can, but even so, Jake hands her his tablet, which leads her very surprised. Currently, Brock is at the center of a competition where fights without rules are taking place, drawing a massive audience, just like what happened with the tournament Seth opened in Japan. Anna then asks if June won't stop this, but Jake informs her that he's in college, fully dedicated to his studies. Understanding this, the woman simply lets the director go about his work. However, before he leaves, she calls his attention again and, without even looking, asks if Jake is going to hold a full board meeting. After all, Seth wants to live a normal life now, and she admits that she also wants to be a normal mother with him. Obviously, all this information comes as a big surprise to the director, but Anna explains that there is no reason to sit in that position. Her son will not return. Because of this, she believes that the best person to be ahead of Sunshine is Jake, and although he is a little frustrated at first, the director eventually accepts his new position. Meanwhile, at Korea University on a soccer field, a boy throws the ball into the air until it eventually reaches another player. As the language and literature teams compete for victory, Sophie watches everything with excitement. After all, among the players is Jim, who is about to take a ball straight to face. However, as a renowned martial artist, he simply faces the threat with a devastating headbutt. This redirects the ball straight to the ground and then high into the air again. Then he jumps toward it and with his back to the ball, he executes a bicycle kick more beautifully than many professionals. Naturally, to send the ball straight into the goal, scoring an incredible point for his team. The players go wild and the audience even more, except for Sophie. And outside that same university, Seth Kang stands there for the first time. Still facing the college, the hero feels happy but decides to leave. So while Sophie and Jin shared good times together, Seth continues studying. Naturally, the seasons pass from autumn to winter until finally, spring arrived at Yen University. And because of the season, several orientation signs for freshmen were put up. Later in the gymnasium, one of the professors congratulates the new freshmen and leaves the rest of the work to the seniors. Then everyone applauds, and at the same moment, the older undergraduate students appear, expressing their gratitude. Seth, now with a new look, watches as Lee Gang-wook introduces himself as the president of the Gymnasium Student Council. It is said that Yunny Corporation takes pride in its 100 years of tradition, so the freshmen must remember this. To clarify, Lee asks everyone to shout together that the seniors are like the sky. Not hearing it loud enough, he shouts for them to say the phrase with more enthusiasm to initiate themselves, and so everyone repeats it, though still wants it louder. So even the protagonist joins in willingly, unlike the others who already seem exhausted. Regardless, Lee continues his speech by stating that the athletic department requires discipline. He mentions that one student has repeated a year 4 times, which happens to be Seth's case. However, he uses this as an example to say that in the department, what matters isn't age but loyalty, and everyone understands. At this point, the welcoming ceremony officially begins, allowing the students to finally relax a little. Sometime later, everyone raises their glasses to toast together at a kind of picnic. Lee then asks everyone to take a shot together, but one of the students hesitates because he has never drunk alcohol before. Because of this, one of the seniors immediately steps in to mock him. After all, for a student who isn't an athlete, drinking a shot shouldn't be a problem if he wants to have a social life. Noticing his intimidation, Seth quickly pushes the senior's arm away from the freshman. He then takes the boy's shot and drinks it in his place, which irritates the older student, but the hero reminds him that the boy said he couldn't drink. Obviously, the senior questions if he is being mocked, but Seth simply starts singing the initiation chant. At that moment, the senior doesn't completely lose his temper only because Lee calls him down given that Seth is a repeating student. However, even though they entered late, the hero declares that he will work hard and humbly expresses his eagerness to work with them. A little further away, a large student from their old school is drawn at a commotion. He soon realizes that the person being confronted is actually Seth, and naturally, he trembles in fear just remembering his school days. Back at the center of the conflict, one of the seniors gives the protagonist a moral lesson, but the senior remains irritated because Seth keeps smiling, which only makes the big guy even more anxious. After some time, we notices the strange way his clubmate is acting. Later, as Seth leaves the gathering, he remains happy despite everything and suddenly sees the big student in front of him saying, "Hi." Without wasting time, the guy explains that he's a former student of Yeonjin High, which makes the hero understand that they must know each other. Agreeing, the guy comments that he was in Jin's class when they met. However, the protagonist asks him to keep everything a secret because he must graduate this time, and the big guy complies. Regardless, Seth suggests that they start working together, but before they can continue their conversation, someone suddenly calls out to the hero provocatively. From the depths of an alley, 3 members of the athletic club are waiting for the freshman to approach them. While his new friend trembles in fear, the hero understands that things might get a little complicated. Sometime in the past, the protagonist's mother had heard about him joining athletics and questioned why, since he had said he wanted to study literature or languages. Unfortunately, that was the only department he could enter with his grades. Since it was the athletics department, Anna was a bit worried, but Seth thought of them as just kids. Despite that, Rod had his bet and ready in case he needed, though Seth obviously didn't want any help. Anna argued that it could be a good idea to get into Korea University later, like Jin, by focusing on studies. However, Seth stated that once he was accepted, he could study whatever he wanted, so he would already be learning literature and philosophy anyway. At that, Anna asked if he even had a real chance of being accepted, and with great pride, Seth declared that he had scored well both in theory and in practice. As a result, the protagonist's mother felt very proud of her son, and so did the hero himself. Back in the present, the three bullies call out to Seth from the alley, shamelessly summoning him. While his new colleague trembles, the protagonist actually feels a little excited about this problem. To try to avoid a disaster, the big guy asks what they are doing. In response, the seniors mention disciplining freshmen who don't know the rules of the place. Then the hero's former schoolmate starts to argue, but Seth stops him, saying that it's fine, which leaves him a little surprised. So our hero walks up to the seniors with open arms and a big smile on his face. However, the big guy wasn't worried about the hero. He was more concerned about what would happen to those guys. Sometime later in the auditorium, they asked for everyone's attention, saying that they are about to be completely impressed. That's because the senior he brought to speak was someone very difficult to get in touch with. Then, announcing him of the pride of the university, as well as the athletics department in Korea, Victor is called onto the stage, feeling a little embarrassed by the exaggeration. The moment he steps up, the students cheer as if they are seeing a celebrity, so Chu waves to everyone. Consequently, the women become completely enamored with him, while the men feel inspired. Without further delay, Victor comments that he is there because of Lee's insistence and asks the freshman not to cause trouble. Changing the subject, the boxer asks if there are any students from Youngjin High School's athletics program there. Unexpectedly, many raise their hands, so as freshmen from two institutions, Victor announces that he will pay for lunch for each of them. Regardless, the boxer drops the microphone and announces that he's leaving. Lee, on the other hand, is confused, so Victor explains that he is in the middle of his training session. So the student council president wishes him well, and they bid farewell. Sometime later, Chu begins stretching to return to his training routine. However, he notices his former schoolmate trying to slip past in the background without greeting him, so he calls out to him to ask what he's doing. Trembling in fear, the big guy can't utter a single word, and from a distance, Victor notices that a student is being forced to do push-ups. Because of this, she believes he understands the situation and starts approaching to put an end to this bullying. Just the presence of the boxer makes the seniors tremble, and because he is highly respected there, they all bow without even thinking. One of the bullies becomes very irritated with the protagonist for not standing up to show respect. Then Victor questions what's going on, and it is explained that this is a lesson for a disrespectful freshman. Regardless, the senior asks if the newcomer will continue without greeting Chu. However, upon hearing this name, the protagonist grows curious because he remembers it, making the big guy think that everything is over. At the moment when the bullies start insulting the hero for remaining silent, Victor finally realizes who this freshman is, and then Seth simply says that it's been a long time, which makes Chu's blood boil with excitement. Without thinking twice, he charges forward at high speed with his most powerful punch. However, it doesn't even come close to landing, but despite the easy dodge, Victor doesn't give up and shifts his center of mass to throw another strike. This time, however, Seth catches the punch effortlessly with one hand. Now more excited than ever, Victor asks when Seth arrived there, and of course, the bullies from before are left in total disbelief. Locking the punch of a world boxing champion with just one hand is not something you see every day. To explain, the big guy comments that they should only know that Seth is a legend at Youngjin High, because if they found out more than that, they definitely wouldn't be able to live their academic lives morngly anymore. Later, at the same restaurant as before, Rod smokes outside while the two converse. Victor asks when the protagonist got out, and he responds that it was last year. In that case, the boxer questions why he never got his contact information and asks if the others know. But Seth responds that there was no reason to tell them since it was all in the past. Despite that, Victor calls the protagonist a bum, saying they should have stayed friends. Seth, in turn, prepares a shot for his old colleague, but Victor refuses since he has a title defense match next week. So the hero asks how he was supposed to look for them, believing it's better to live without reconnecting. Hearing this, Victor simply ignores those words and instead asks if Seth knows what Brock is doing now. And since he apparently doesn't, the boxer places his phone on the table to show him. Without wasting time, the videos from that violent underground USC competition are shown. With 7 million views, a blonde man tried to attack the fighter with a knife, but Brock simply dodged all of his strikes. Demonstrating incredible agility despite his size, he was soon backed against a wall. Then the blonde man charged forward, thinking he would take home the $1,000, but the moment he attacked, Brock decided to end the game and finished him with just one punch, hitting like a freight train. With the blonde man collapsed and defeated on the ground once again, the fighter was crowned champion with only minor injuries. And that guy from the media team helped make Brock even more invisible to the authorities. After showing all this to the protagonist, Victor informs him that this is the video that was uploaded this week. In this case, the hero questions what that fool thinks he's doing, and Chu explains that recently, things have been getting more chaotic. At first, they tried to block the YouTube video, but it gained so much fame that they couldn't contain it anymore. And now, they have even removed the censorship and are showing everything in full. Because of this, Victor asks if the hero can handle this situation. He feels that if Brock continues like this, he will die, and until then, Shu will surely go crazy with worry, so Seth spends some time analyzing the videos. Later, the protagonist goes out with Rod as his driver, just like in the old days. Since Seth isn't saying a word, his subordinate asks if there's something he needs to know. But at that moment, the hero is lost in thoughts about his past, making him hide his intentions. Regardless, Rod notices that this is not the expression of someone who is okay, but he doesn't press the matter, and soon they arrive home. Back at home, Rod acts more like a son than the protagonist, so Anna gives him some attention. Changing the subject, his mother comments that Seth is a bit late, but what matters is that he enjoyed his day of studying. Back to the underground tournament recordings, the mastermind behind it watches everything and concludes that Brock is his true bold mind. So he gets up from his chair and facing the window smokes his cigar to clear his mind. With a highly excited expression, he believes that the time is finally approaching to properly open the ring. It seems the businessman has received confirmation from the competitors he sent letters to. And in addition to that, he counts on the presence of people like Jin, Anna, and even Seth. The next day at the protagonist's house, he tells his mother that he is heading out, and she asks him not to cause any trouble. With a gentle smile, the hero assures her that he is no longer a child and leaves together with Rod. Little by little, Anna's expression turns more serious because the director is also there for a conversation. In this case, Anna asks what it's about, stating that if it concerns Sunshine, she will no longer interfere. However, Jake informs his sister-in-law that it's not about that, but is still related to her and her son. Recently, there was a strange contact from the United States, and the director thought Anna should analyze it for herself. In a video, the UNC businessman states that if the strongest don't come, it won't be fun. Fanny insists that she should not refuse his invitation, which irritates her. To make things clear, the businessman admits that he is obsessed with her, and if the strongest person does not appear, his plan will not work. Still, he knows that if she insists on not coming, there is nothing he to do. Surprisingly, the businessman insists that Anna at least invite her 2 friends, because based on the skills he saw in the underground tournament videos, it could bring a lot of entertainment. But instead of feeling satisfied, this proposal had the opposite effect. It made her completely curious. Continuing, the UFC CEO finds it hilarious if these friends are living as normal people and can't help but laugh out loud. Then, in a moment of frustration, Anna throws the tablet far away, shattering it on the road. At this, Jake informs her that Brock is following this man, but now Anna no longer needed to convince him. With fury written all over her face, she ordered them to gather as much information as possible, though it wasn't necessary, as Jake already had everything with him. Back at Korea University, all the students are entering to study, until at the entrance, Jim catches Sophie's attention, who is waiting outside. Thus, the two greet each other and begin chatting amicably as they walk, until suddenly another person appears. It's Victor, leading to another conversation. Since the boy remains silent, Jin asks if Chu shouldn't be trained for his fight next week. However, Victor simply responds that he has something to say, and after another moment of silence, the boxer reveals that that guy is back. Naturally, at first, neither of them understands what he is talking about, so Chu clarifies that he means Seth can. Due to her past experiences, Sophie becomes slightly melancholic, while Jin grows apprehensive. Regardless, Victor pauses to say one more thing and decides to reveal that Seth is attending this university as a freshman. At that moment, the atmosphere turns more tense, and the boxer bids farewell to leave. Noticing the heavy silence, Jin asks if his friend is okay. And as she replies that she is, the boy suggests that they could go together since he also wants to see Seth. However, Sophie unexpectedly refuses the proposal and before smile, states that the past is in the past. She asked him to keep walking, leaving Jin a little confused. But the truth was that, as she walked, the girl couldn't stop thinking about the time she'd spent with Seth. That's because some time ago she had gone to visit him in prison, anxious to see him and expressed her concern for him. However, the protagonist shouted that those annoying visits from the outside only made things harder, and then he simply stood up and asked her never to come back again, leaving Sophie completely devastated. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time.